The school board work session begins in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Again, the school board work session begins in 1 minute.
Good morning. I now call the June 1st, 2023 Administrative Briefing and Work Session to order of the Marion County School Board at 9:00 a.m. Please silence your electronic devices to avoid disturbing others. I'll now ask our school board attorney to explain the rules for this work session. Good morning, Attorney Powers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This work session is a public meeting as defined in Florida's Sunshine Law. The board is dedicated to full transparency in its meetings and its work. In compliance with the Sunshine Law, the board has adopted uniform meeting procedures, including the right for citizens to participate. The board will allow public comment regarding any work session item listed on today's agenda at the appropriate time. Speakers must fill out a request form located in the lobby and hand it to the board clerk. After the board and superintendent have completed their discussion on a particular agenda item, the board clerk will call speakers' names in the order received. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. As required by the Sunshine Law, the board must maintain orderly conduct and proper decorum throughout the meeting. So, speakers may criticize subject matter and decisions in a respectful manner, but not people. Finally, speakers must be very careful not to violate the privacy rights of others, especially students or their family members, by mentioning their names or other identifying information. Board members, as previously announced, and also pursuant to Chapter 286, the Bice Cole Law Firm has informed me that advice is needed regarding case number 22-CA-478, styled P. Burnett versus the School Board of Marion County. As previously announced and advertised, that specific attorney-client session is also exempt from the Sunshine Law for these purposes, but will be transcribed. So at this time, I would request of the board chair that we temporarily recess from this portion of the meeting and reconvene upon completion of that task. I estimate the task to take between 20 and 40 minutes.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. As previously noticed, we will go into an attorney-client session and recessing in just a moment, and then we will begin immediately following our return with the superintendent's administrative briefing for the work session. So we will now go into recess at 9:02 a.m. Thank you. Coming back out of recess at 9:16 a.m. Thank you for the efficiency and effectiveness of that meeting. And we will now begin our briefing with the Superintendent's Administrative Briefing. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My only item today is to request consideration to move an item on the agenda. That would be 8.1, proposed 2023-24 district staffing plan. If we could move that up in the agenda after 4.1, after the general insurance renewal presentation. Ms. Morant has made that request, and she has union negotiations this afternoon that are already noticed. So I know it's a long agenda. We don't know what time we'll get to it. Certainly don't want to interfere with that meeting. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So with that, item 3.1.
So we're ready to begin with 3.1. I'm going to bring forward Ms. Boston Ellis, who's going to kick us off with the updates and the funding projections. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Dr. Campbell, board members, Superintendent Dr. Gullett. Feels like we just left here. I'm sure you feel that way.
We did.
But today, we're going to start out the work session a little bit differently. You remember and recall that Thomas Buss and the Gallagher team was with us, and you provided permission to present a survey to our employees just to get a feel of what they would like to see in our benefits. So we had a good participation in that, and they're back with us today to provide the survey results as well as some information on the wellness. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Buss.
Thank you, Ms. Boston Ellis. Good morning, board. Appreciate you having us back today. My name is Thomas Buss with Gallagher Insurance. Brief financial update first, then to the exciting news with the survey results, as Ms. Boston Ellis mentioned. We shared with you claims data through February in our last review. Wanted to make sure you were updated to the most recent claim spend for your health plan. Again, is administered with Florida Blue, self-funded. We've been through the background and the architecture of this. So with 2023 claims through April, we shared with you that January and February were a little higher than last year. The good news, March and April, loss ratios remain identical to the same time period in 2022. So as we look at trend, we look at projections, actuarially validated, we're tracking still in the right direction. So with that result, we still have, with your conservative approach to funding your health plan, another 0.5% growth that we're going to talk to here in a slide or two on where your health plan reserve will continue to grow to in total dollars, and recommendation for the funding increase in 2024. So on target, good news. I'm not going to belabor you with the financials. The best part of this presentation is to come. So to validate those dollars, we're looking at a forecasted gain of approximately $19 million. The state statute, 11208 statute, is a requirement of a 60-day safe harbor. That safe harbor at $8.4 million puts you in a position where you're well exceeding the state's balance, which is, again, our target and a conservative approach. However, you'll see in the next slide, medical and pharmaceutical trend continues to increase year over year. A lot of specialty drugs we're paying attention to. As I mentioned to you in our last conversation, the research and development where we're landing with this is impressive. We can treat more, right? But the cost of some of those medications far exceeding $100,000. Some are approaching $500,000 per year. So we need to be good stewards of how we're budgeting here forward, noting that continued increased trend factor. And as we also brought to you, many of your district colleagues around the state, while the minimum requirement is a 60-day safe harbor of reserve dollars set aside, many of your colleagues focus on a 120-day safe harbor target, right? We're going to show you on the next slide how we believe you're still going to attain that objective at 120 days, as well as give us, for the first time in a long time, an opportunity to invest these dollars differently back into enhancements in your program for your largest asset across the district, and that's your people. So the budget recommendation for your health plan increase in 2024 is for the board to increase your health plan revenue by an additional 4% over current. Again, no impact to the employee cost per paycheck. We actually have an alternative recommendation to that, which we believe is going to help some families, which Laurel Engel will present on. And the result, even with this 4% budget, and the investments that we'll go through, still is going to result in achieving that 120-day safe harbor target. All right, again, the small print, this is the difficult one, so I hope that you've got something closer to you than what's on the screen, but a couple of highlights. Here's your actuarial projection. We've got calendar year 21, 22, 3, and 4 on this slide. As we complete 2023 and you look at total claims to total revenue, what we're trying to draw your attention to is you're still going to have an increase of approximately 7% in medical spend and 9.5% in pharmaceutical spend. So those trend projections, which the actuary takes in a very conservative approach, are critical to how this is trended forward. Said differently, if the board agrees to this 4% increase in funding for 2024, your results towards the bottom, even without these requested enhancements to the program we'll talk to you about in a second, is going to still put the board in a position at the end of this year of a plan reserve of approximately $20 million. And in 2024, that can increase potentially another $3 million. Now, as you exceed these minimum requirements, how you're investing here forward becomes the question. We're going to give you some scenarios. We're going to give you this feedback from the survey, which I have to be honest is one of the most insightful responses. We had great reaction from your district. We had great response in very specific asks, and why aren't we doing this, and what about that? So Laurel's going to go through a lot of those details with you. But the blue arrow to the bottom right corner, with consideration of those key assumptions, your claim spend, your fixed cost spend, as it relates to that overall health fund, we believe that 4%, while only funding about half of the trend cost increase in 24, is still going to leave you in a position to ultimately meet that 120-day requirement and invest back into the district differently. Okay? So with that, again, I don't mean to go through that quickly. Happy to come back and answer any questions you may have about the financials. But the key is this. The survey, as we've been diligently working around assessing risk management, Nancy Seaman and Stacy Roth, is reviewed with the insurance committee. Ms. Campbell, thank you for that. As chair of the insurance committee has reviewed all these results with us and is in support of these next recommendations that we'll bring to you this morning. But I think you'll find these very insightful. And again, as a reminder, over the last 17 years of being blessed to work with you through this equation, this is the first time that we've come to you and said, let's make some improvements to your program that are going to truly impact your greatest asset. So with that, I'll turn it over to Laurel Engel. Laurel, if you'll come up to the podium and share with us the survey results.
Thank you, Thomas. Good morning. As Thomas just indicated, the survey was sent out district-wide during the first few weeks of May. As a reminder, these were the questions that were asked. We will go through individually with the results of those questions. We did have just over 2,000 employees respond to the survey. So you'll see on this next slide the kind of demographics of the employees that responded. Probably what we were expecting to see, with the instructional and non-instructional being our highest respondents. Those employees are more frequently in front of their computers in comparison to maybe transportation, food service, and custodial services. We did provide the survey in Spanish as well, and we did have several respondents to that survey, but we have combined all of the results for the purpose of reporting. We also have the ages, again, probably similar to the overall demographics of the population of the employees of the school system. On this next slide, we have the results of the question that asked if they wanted to see benefit enhancements, which line of coverage would they like to see that with? Not surprisingly, we saw that health insurance was the top response, followed by dental insurance. So this year we will be focusing on making those improvements to the health plan. Next year, the dental insurance is to go to RFP, so we will be using that time to analyze the current carrier as well as what the benefits look like and see if enhancements are appropriate on the dental insurance. You will see that our total responses are about 4,000 on that. This question allowed the employees to respond to multiple lines of coverage, which is why it's double our overall response of 2,000. The next question are the 3 enhancements that we proposed, and we asked the employees to rank those enhancements first, second, and third. You will see that decreasing the deductible on Plan 1, which is the board-paid plan, was the highest response, followed by implementing a copay on Plans 1, 3, and 4, and then third was improving the medication coverage on Plan 1, which is currently a generic only. It has limited brand access on the current board-paid plan. These questions then asked if we were to add any additional lines of coverage, what they would like to see. The first question or the first response would be an accident or a critical illness policy. That second one would include in hospital indemnity, and then the third product is long-term care. And then the next question, if we were to add any lines of coverage, what do the employees believe that they could afford per pay period? So you see the most popular responses were between $5 and $20 per pay period. And then finally, we did ask some additional questions about the Florida retirement system. That benefit is also housed in risk management, and so they felt it was important to get kind of a pulse on where employees are with their understanding of the Florida retirement system. As you know, there are 2 options, the pension plan and investment plan. So where are they at, or do they know where they are enrolled? Have they gone on to the Florida retirement website in the last year? And then we do have some solutions for this slide. As you can see, we do have a lot of employees that have not accessed that and are unsure maybe where their retirement sits right now. In addition to those questions, we asked for comments. This was probably the most interesting part of the survey for both risk management and the Gallagher team to go through those comments. We had several hundred comments. Not all of them actually pertained to the benefits, so we did kind of sort those out. And then we categorized them based on where they fell, kind of lump summed those into some of these different categories. So cost, we received the most comments about cost, either cost within the plan or the direct cost of affording the plan. We did get several comments under that second category of health about the multi-tier system. So currently the health plan, you either have employee-only coverage or you have family coverage. So some employees commented that they would like to see a 4-tier, meaning you could have employee spouse or employee children. We'll talk about that in a little bit. We did do some actuarial studying on that with the Gallagher actuary. It would negatively impact more employees than it would positively impact, so we have a different solution to how we can best manage to that. You'll see that weight loss coverage, specifically bariatric surgery, was mentioned several times. It is not something that is currently covered under the Florida Blue plan. Several years ago, it was a covered benefit, and Florida Blue as a whole decided that they would not cover it as a practice under their fully insured plans because of the risk associated with the surgery. The complications then that resulted seemed to be more negative than positive. So it was something that was previously covered, but they are no longer offering that as a benefit. Prescription medications also came up quite frequently. Again, we did address that on Plan 1. We believe that that's probably where most of the comments are coming from, is those employees that are on Plan 1 with that limited coverage. Dental, we spoke about earlier that we will be addressing that next year when we go to RFP for the carrier, and then also is it time to enhance some of the dental benefits as well. And then we did have additional comments on the Florida retirement system. We believe that the questions that were asked then triggered employees to say, I don't really know that much about my retirement and maybe I need to do more. So there were several suggestions about additional communication. Our plan with risk management is to work with employment services to see what additional communication we can provide when employees are newly hired. If you think about it, that is the time that employees are told about their retirement opportunity, and it's probably the last thing that they are thinking about. When you get a new job, you are probably, well, hopefully they are not thinking about retiring already. And so it does kind of become the set it and forget it benefit. They know that they have retirement, but beyond that, they probably are not logging in on an annual basis, as we saw from the survey results. They may or may not know where their retirement is located. So we do believe that there could be some additional communication upon initial hire, and then throughout the year, encouraging employees to really invest time in making sure they understand what their retirement benefit is. And then we did have some additional comments about in-person meeting for the benefits. We do offer in-person meetings for 5 weeks during the open enrollment period, but that might be something that we also address moving forward. As we look at the 3 benefits that we proposed changes to, and then you'll see that 4th column, I am just going to address the first 3 right now, and then we'll talk about the 4th graph there in just a minute. These were taken again to the actuary, and we said if we were to make these benefit enhancements, what could we anticipate the additional claims spend would be for those 3 benefits? I don't even imagine to guess what the actuary does to determine this, but he's incredibly talented, and so we believe that these numbers would be accurate based on where the claims spend are right now, what medications the employees are accessing, how many specialist visits they had, how many employees met their deductible last year. So you can see I'm going to discuss the 3rd bar right now, and that is the change to Plan 1 formulary medication. 1.5 million in additional claim spend, so the largest additional claim spend, but we believe that this would be the most impactful to the employees. When we look at our health plan, we are trying to improve the health of the employees to then ultimately see lower spend on high-cost claims down the road. If employees are not able to access the type of medication that they need to manage their chronic conditions, we're going to see more high-cost claims down the road. So while it is approximately 1.5 million, if we were to change that formulary, we believe that this would have the most impact on employees. And if we look back at the additional comments, you can see that brand name coverage on Plan 1 received several comments just in and of itself. It is also the benefit that I hear the most about, that risk management hears the most about. In the last 2 weeks, I've probably gotten 6 either emails or phone calls from employees who are saying, my doctor has prescribed this medication, but it is not covered. What medication can I get? So I send them the list. They come back and they say, my doctor doesn't want me to take any of these medications. So we frequently hear about the brand medication not being covered on Plan 1, and we do believe it would be impactful to the employees. If we move over to the first column, adding the $75 specialist copay to plans 1, 3, and 4, as a reminder, Plan 2 is an HSA-compatible plan, meaning it can't have any first dollar benefits. So that plan cannot have a copay, which is why it would only be added to those 3 plans. Again, we believe that this may have some impact on future high-cost claims if employees are needing to seek additional care or recommendation from specialists, and right now are avoiding doing that because of the high cost associated with a specialist claim. We do feel that adding a copay would, ultimately improve the compliance, maybe for them seeing or seeking additional care. And then lastly, the most popular, according to the survey, decreasing that Plan 1 deductible to $2,000 from $2,500. The majority of our enrollment does lie in Plan 1 because it is the board-paid plan, so there's not an expense to the majority of the employees. Last year, we did see that there were 2,000 employees that met the $2,000 deductible, and then an additional 200 employees then also met that $2,500 deductible. So we do believe that there would be employees that are positively impacted by reducing that deductible spend. And then on the far column, this is what Thomas alluded to earlier in the presentation, the recommendation to decrease the per paycheck rate for those that have family coverage by $100 across all 4 plans. This would impact 609 employees that are currently enrolled in that. It would not change the family deduction if employees have a spouse also employed. So if both employees or both husband and wife work for the district currently, they already have a significantly reduced rate. So this would only impact those where one works for the school system. So you can see that based on current enrollment, it would be $1.3 million. Again, that would be a direct cost to the district because it would be premium that you are paying and the employee is no longer paying, where the other 3 would be a more indirect through claims spend. We do believe that based on what Thomas presented before, with that 4% increase for 2024 and your $2.26 million reserves at the end of 2024, if we were to invest the $3.6 million into these 4 changes, you would still have over $19 million in reserves, which is well above the safe harbor that the state requires, more in line with the 120-day conservative approach than the 60-day that they require. So again, the conservative approach that you've taken, we think that you're in a positive position to be able to afford all 4 of those benefit enhancements. The COVID-19 update we presented when we were here in April, that the public health emergency would be ending on May 11th. It did come to a close on that date. We presented this information to the employees through an HR update. We also put this in the wellness newsletter. We believe that the employees are aware of the changes that are going to impact them moving forward with the COVID-19 public health emergency ending. We also wanted to provide an update. We presented on Surgery Plus. As a reminder, this was for non-emergent surgeries, a savings opportunity. We also spoke with Renal Logic. Renal Logic is a program that works directly with chronic kidney disease and dialysis patients. This is one of the most costly procedures that is hitting your medical spend right now. Currently, we have 201 members that have chronic renal failure, a total paid out of $3.8 million for those 201 members. Just to give you a perspective, though, on how that looks compared to benchmarking, out of every 1,000 members, that would be 30 members. The benchmark is 13.7 members. So we are well above double where the benchmark is right now. What Renal Logic does is it's a two-pronged approach. They work with the Dialysis carriers, there are 2 main carriers in Marion County, and they work on repricing. So they take state averages, they take local averages, and they say, this is how much we should be paying you for dialysis treatment. The second category to that is they work with those that are at risk for going into chronic kidney failure. So obviously getting ahead of the dialysis. So once a risk management director is named, we will be looking into these more so that that person can be part of the overall consultation. And then lastly, we wanted to provide a wellness review of what we've done in the last year as part of the school's employee wellness program. We'll talk about the ongoing wellness programs that we have available throughout the year, some of the special initiatives that we are doing, and then also the communication that we use to ensure that employees understand what benefits they have available to them, not only through the wellness program, but some ties with the direct health plan. We currently work with Advent Health to do the on-site biometric screening, so their team travels to each school and district location one time throughout the year. We had just over 1,000 employees participate in this last school year. It is down slightly from what we've seen in the past. There was a change to Advent's scheduling ability. Normally they took the big bus out there and they could see several employees at one time. They did have to change that where they were only sending one staff member and they would stay for several more hours. It was difficult though for the schedule for most of the employees to be able to attend those screenings when it was not directly before the school day. So we are working with them to see if we can change that scheduling back to accommodate more employees before the school day starts. The Diabetes Management Program is in its 15th year. We have approximately 250 participants that are enrolled in that program. They receive nutrition education, diabetes education, screenings, foot exam, eye exam. This last year, we enhanced the coverage to include the Freestyle Libre. It is a glucose monitoring system that gives real-time glucose results without doing a finger stick. So if you know any diabetics, that's probably the thing that they hate most about it, is that if they want to know what their blood sugar is, they have to do a finger stick. This allows them to wear a sensor. They can download an app on their phone. They wave the phone over it and it gives their glucose. This currently cannot be covered, though, on Plan 1 because of the generic choices formulary. So again, we believe that those changes and enhancements that we addressed before would then funnel down to improve some of the wellness programs that we are offering as well. The Pre-Diabetes Weight Management Program is a program that we offer in conjunction with Florida Blue. Employees that qualify based on a risk quiz get a year's worth of weight management, either in person through Weight Watchers, or they have several online health coaching options. In the last school year, we had 90 new members enroll. We are planning to do a full marketing campaign in coordination with Florida Blue starting in August, so they will do a direct mailing to the employees to let them know about the program and some enhancements. So previously, Weight Watchers was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you enrolled in Weight Watchers, you completed your year, you would not ever be able to re-enroll in Weight Watchers through this program again. That has changed in the last year, so we will be announcing that in that campaign. And then just making sure that employees who previously started the program know that they can join again if they have waited at least 1 year. So they can participate multiple times if they have a short waiting time in there. Group fitness classes, unfortunately, our participation has decreased since we came back from COVID. We are looking for new instructors, and we are going to see how next year plays out and then determine whether or not it's an initiative we will continue to offer moving forward. Some of our special initiatives, I know the first one is one of Ms. Thrower's favorites, so we continue to have this special mammogram event every year. We do have it scheduled for next year on September 30th. I guess that is this year. Next fall, on September 30th, we had 64 total exams during the 2022 event. One thing I will say about this is that while the event can only accommodate a certain number of exams, Radiology Associates says that they schedule a significant amount of additional exams throughout the month of October just based on our marketing of the mammograms. So while it was 64 just on that day, we do believe the number was significantly higher. They said it would be fairly difficult for them to go through and determine which employees or which members were school board employees, but they do know that their numbers were increased as a result of our marketing. Also in October, every year we partner with the Marion County Hospital District to do the district-wide STEP challenge. This is a challenge that employees can receive individual prizes, but then we also have team prizes. It gets fairly competitive because they can see what teams are in first place and they want to beat those teams. The Marion After School program was the winning team this year, which I thought was incredible. It's one of our populations that's hardest to reach. So wonderful job by Ann Simmons being the leader of that team. And you can see we had, of the 1,000 participants, we had over 600 that met the minimum threshold of 7,500 steps a day and received some sort of incentive as a result. 12 Days of Fitness is something we run in the days leading up to break, winter break. So we do, it's just like the song, on day one you do this, on day two you do day one and day two. So it's just kind of a fun way to encourage employees during a time where I think most of them are overwhelmed with a lot of things, both personally and professionally. It's just an easy way to keep them engaged in a fitness routine. In January, we started back with the Eat Healthy, Be Active program. Again, this is in partnership with the Marion County Hospital District. They travel to the 4 transportation depots. They do 2 between January and March, and then they do 2 more between March and May. You can see that we had 82 participants, with 63 of them completing the entire program. We get a lot of positive feedback from the drivers on this, and we had 2 depots that requested additional support, so the hospital district is continuing to go out to those locations to provide nutrition and fitness education. And then lastly, Marathon Month was during the month of April. So for 26 days, we encourage employees to walk, jog, run 1 mile. They can submit a picture of themselves to be put into the drawing. So we had over 1,600 submissions in that 26-day period. I just want to highlight Major Sergeant Fletcher from Forest High School. His coworker actually submitted on his behalf every day with each of his classes. So I think Forrest is on block days, so it's probably 3 classes a day. He did the mile with all of his classes, which to me is really the true example of wellness. It's not only for the employees, it's incorporating it with the students. So I'm not sure how many marathons he completed during the course of the time, but it was a significant number. And I'm sure the students dislike the employee wellness program because they were required to do it too. But and finally, some benefit communication. We have the quarterly newsletter that encourages employees to become aware of what offerings we have available. We put in success stories. We provide the carrier programs, the discounts that are available to them. The dental postcard was a new initiative this year. We get a report annually from Delta Dental. 48%, so nearly half of the members enrolled in dental insurance. So that's just over 3,500 members, not employees, it would include dependents, spouses, did not use their dental insurance at all during the calendar year. So 50% of the employees that are, or members that are paying for dental insurance did not go use their dental insurance at all. So we sent out a postcard. Yes, that was our response as well. We sent out a postcard giving them a QR code that they could scan to find an in-network provider. We reminded them that they get 2 free cleanings and a set of x-rays every year with their dental insurance. We also reminded them of the Smile Way Club, which gives them additional cleanings if they are diagnosed with certain chronic conditions like diabetes, heart disease, even pregnancy. They're given additional cleanings if they have pregnancy. So we are hopeful that that effort has improved our numbers that we'll see next time Delta presents. And then lastly is just something that we started last month. We received a report not only from the Gallagher actuaries, but also a State of the Union from Florida Blue. We had over 1,300 members visit the ER without admission. So they look at that and they say this was an avoidable ER visit if you weren't admitted. Now, that's not necessarily always the case. There may be times where you need to go to the ER because urgent care is closed or you can't get in with your primary care physician. But again, when we look at benchmark, it's 60% above benchmark, our ER visits. So we put it in the newsletter, but we are going to do an additional campaign when the employees come back and just outline their options, not only as far as cost to them, but also cost to the plan and how much time it takes. Sitting in the ER is very costly when it comes to the amount of time it takes as well. So we've got teledoc as an option, we've got your primary care physician as an option, we have urgent care as an option, and the ER should be your last option. So we will be doing some additional communication once we return after summer break. And then lastly, just some reporting on where we are with our preventive screening compliance. So you'll see our mammograms, cervical screenings, and then colorectal screenings. So we are above the benchmark in all of those categories. We do kind of stay flat across the years. The colorectal screening is a little bit down. You can see from the prior year. That is partially because the criteria changed. So last year, they changed the criteria for a colonoscopy to 45 instead of 50. So if employees that were previously not eligible because they didn't fall into that 5-year age span have not gone and seen their physician to get a referral, they obviously have not had the opportunity to go get their colonoscopy. So we do anticipate those numbers will continue to grow as more get accustomed to that age change. So Thomas may come back up, but if you have any additional questions about our recommendation on the increase to the budget or to any of the benefit enhancements, we'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Ms. Lingle and Mr. Buss. I know sitting on this insurance committee, I knew much of this information, and I was excited for all the board to see what the recommendations were because these are really exciting for our employees. But board, are there any questions that you have of Mr. Buss or Ms. Lingle? Dr. James.
I just have one question and one comment. I'll start with when you explained kind of the 4 options. I know that decreasing the per paycheck rate. When I was a teacher and I carried my whole family, I did feel often that like almost an entire paycheck went to benefits. I know that's a slight exaggeration, but it did feel, especially if you're on the lower end of the teacher pay scale, it certainly felt that way. And so I think that, essentially that would be $200 a month, right? $100 a paycheck.
Yes, so it would be $2,000 a year in savings to the employees because insurance is only taken out of 20 pay periods.
Yeah, I mean, I know personally, I think that would be incredibly significant for many of our employees to be able to have that money back in their paycheck. When I worked in Levy County Public Schools, they created a employee-only health service doctor, I guess is the best way to put it. It was a very small office. I think it only had like 2 patient rooms and like a lobby, but it was a place where employees could go for free for health benefits. So like instead of having to go to an urgent care or wherever, you could go here instead for free, get a quick doctor's note or get a sinus infection check or whatever, and then you could go back to work, presumably. Is that something Marion County has considered?
We did. So we've looked at the clinic model is what they kind
Clinic,
of call
that's a good
that,
word for it.
a few times. One of the biggest things with Marion County, because it's so large geographically, is that you would have to have multiple clinic locations to make it feasible, because an employee in Dunellin's probably not going to drive, maybe all the way into Ocala for a sinus infection. But it is something that we can continue to address and look at.
Yeah, I mean, Levy County is also very large landmass-wise. It's like the size of Rhode Island, I think. And so it was in Bronson, which is presumably the middle of Levy County. But it was a service that if you chose to do that, you could, if you wanted that free service, you took the time to make the drive. I think I would love to see us look into an option for a clinic for our employees. I think that it was I visited it multiple times. So it was something that I used, and I could see it being a benefit to our employees. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you. That's Dr. James' great observation. We did, and she just said it, we did go down and look at Pasco County. They also had that clinic, and that was one of the considerations that we were working on, and hopefully we'll continue to look at that option, because I think that's a valuable option. To the presenters, thank you both for the presentation this morning. One of the things that I've always asked for whenever we talked about insurance is options, employee options. Oftentimes when I look at this, coming from where I come from, I don't see a lot of options in the healthcare benefits for our staff. Where we only deal with, I see Florida Blue, but are there other options that we can explore for having our employees to be able to choose between Florida Blue or AvMed or some other company where it increases competition, which could help bring down costs? I think, and because sometimes I feel like, and I get some of the same phone calls that you're getting about, my doctor has prescribed a certain medication, but my insurance is not paying for it, or if they do pay for it, it's a small amount. I just got a call the other day where someone had a $1,600 prescription. Whew. And I'm saying, we don't pay them that much money where they can afford to pay $1,600 for one prescription every month. So what kind of options are we looking at? Are we still looking at options? I need some help on that one.
Yeah, great question, Reverend Cummings, and the answer is Florida Blue, still being one of the dominant carrier partners in North Florida, has been a partner for a long time. They've been a good partner. They're now serving as your TPA, adjudicating claims, providing the network. To your comment about a $1,600 a month medication, discounts with their pharmacy benefit management provider. What we're excited about, board, is you all are now in the driver's seat. As it relates to prescriptions, we can carve that out from Florida Blue and take that specific piece to market. Is your pharmacy benefit management program as sharp of a pencil as it should be? That's a part of our strategy that's forthcoming. As it relates to the holistic medical carrier, Florida Blue versus United Healthcare, Aetna, Cigna, Humana, right? Multitude of the large commercial carriers. Absolutely, in terms of marketability, those are checked and balanced. And you pay Florida Blue an administrative fee, of which I want to remind the board, we just renegotiated, and Florida Blue has held flat now for a 3-year period with a under cost of living or trend increase in the 4th year. In RFP cyclical cycles, we absolutely would look at multiple carriers. To have more than one carrier as a part of the segment of your offering at one time does convolute the risk to a degree. For example, why would you choose Florida Blue over United Healthcare? Is it the benefit? Is it the cost? Is it the access to care in the network? Variety of different reasons. So the underwriters would be very scrutinous on how they would approach, well, what would Reverend Cummins purchase versus Ms. Campbell? Where will they go? So it makes the equation a much different process. So I would offer the commonality of any district around the state is to have one common carrier partner, or TPA, that we will hold to a standard, that they are the most competitive price point of what they charge the district for their services as compared to the market. But now that you're self-funded, and I'll leave you with that comment, you all have the ability to look at this specific examples like pharmacy of what we can do independently. Laurel mentioned Renologic, right? We have low-hanging fruit that we're now focused on. Programmatically, what can we enhance and improve to support your spend, but also the employee's spend? So that's our starting point. And then Dr. James, on a clinic, spot on. How do we provide simplified access to primary care, which equates to 75 to 85% of everybody's health care that they receive every year? All right, so independent options that we're going to continue to tailor. I want to remind the board, this is the first time you've ever had a chance to do this. This is the exciting part. We're tailoring now. How do you prioritize? We have survey results of what are we going to do next. But all great questions, great comments that we look forward to bringing back options for you in the future.
Thank you. Also, and you touched on the other one with I saw the screening, the slide with the Renologic, and hearing how much we're paying for folk who have chronic kidney disease, where you said that we're way beyond. And again, that goes straight to one of the points of if the doctor is prescribing a certain medication and they can't get that medication because of that, that presents itself to be a problem that leads that person to eventually having renal failure. And that, again, those are phone calls that I'm getting. The second, my final point here today is, when I was looking at one of the final slides, and I'm glad to see these screenings, breast cancer screening, cervical screening, colorectal screenings. There's one missing that I think should be there, and that's prostate screening, because I'm sure that we got a lot of guys around here that ain't getting checked. I'm gonna use bad English. They ain't getting checked, and they need to get checked because we know that is. I'm not gonna put attorney powers on the spot, but
you have to do.
Those are things that we need to be making sure. Yeah.
Not always pleasant.
Exactly. So, where are we at with that?
So the prostate, the PSA is an exam that we used to report on. There have been some controversial studies over the last couple of years on the age in which the recommendation should be based off of. So it used to be 40. They came back and they said that the PSA was giving a significant number of false positives. And so that men were having treatment for prostate cancer that didn't actually exist. And so it's why Florida Blue is no longer reporting on that, is because they say it should be based on the doctor's recommendation for that specific man's family history of prostate cancer. Which is why we don't have the numbers, because we can't say, well, this number of employees is over 50 and should be having a mammogram. We don't have the ability to report anymore because of the recent findings.
Thank you.
I would contend, though, Reverend Cummings, that there are probably a number of men that should be having it done that maybe are not having it done.
Right.
Reverend Cummings, would you be recommending with the same fervor and vigor that Ms. Thrower has on the breast cancer screenings, that we hold an event specifically for?
Correct.
Okay.
Be the face man.
The prostate bus.
The prostate bus. Prostate check. I don't know. That's
Mr. Powers is first in line.
Reverend Cummings, if you have the name of the employee that called you about the medication and you're willing to share, we can research and just determine why that medication was so costly and if there's any other alternatives that we could recommend.
Thank you.
And thank you for saying that, Ms. Lingle, because I do want to say, any board member, Laurel knows she and I have been talking quite a bit about a specific individual and actually a business that brought information to me, and she's doing that research for me. So if you have community conversations or employee conversations, certainly reach out to this team, because they'll do the research and find the information that will help drive that conversation further.
Yeah, because that was one of the things, the medication that that the company, they did call, and they get a list of medications from the insurance company or whoever, but those were medications that they couldn't take. So this leaves this person in limbo on, do I not pay my mortgage, pay my car note, and get this $1,600 prescription, or do I just not take the medication and get sicker? You know, these are life choices.
Yeah, and I think particularly on changing that medication formulary on brand 1 will alleviate a significant number of those conversations.
Yes, thank you.
So if I may, in combination of all these four, if you add them all together, it's $3.635 million is the actuarial projection of additional investment back into the district. All four impacting your spend in a different way, impacting lives in a different way. Gallagher's recommendation is for the board to conservatively consider implementing each of these four changes for 2024 with the 4% increase in your spend towards a health plan. We'll still allow you to cover the expense of each of these while still retaining a 120-day safe harbor reserve in your health plan at the end of that time, as projected based on future claims, with the trend projections that the actuary and I presented to you this morning. So, again, we're excited about it. Each of your comments are so well-founded, and this is just the beginning of solutions that are going to start to impact these employees for the better.
For the record, I'm in agreement that we do that because we need to take care of our folk.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, and thank you for clarifying the recommendations, because as I looked at this, I thought to myself, can we really do all this? Because this is amazing for our employees, and it is a testament to the great work that you help guide us in doing. And so I'm really excited about this, and I'm very grateful to our employees for completing the surveys. And as we continue down this road, hopefully that's really going to continue to resonate with our employees, that the surveys that we send out are read and they are considered. So let's think back to the school calendar if we care to. But, you know, it's so important for our employees to have voice, because that helps guide our decision-making and look at the outcome. It's incredible to be able to support this. And yes, of course, I'm for the mammograms, but it's all connected. It's prevention, and I hope that we can continue to shine a really strong light on that with our partners through FANS and any other wellness providers that we can come up with, because once a person starts down the road of health challenges, they tend to snowball, and high blood pressure that is not attended to can then turn into kidney issues, and then it just gets not only more expensive, but just a quality of life for our employees. So the more we can do to really encourage our employees to have fun with these step challenges, to do the fresh veggies, transportation has a great initiative going, and I've stopped in at those and seen them having fun with it, is just super, super important. And I do love the idea of the employee health clinic. When I worked in private industry, we had one and it was very convenient. I realized distance can be an issue, and in the meantime, I do want to put a quick plug in for the teledoc, because that is on an app. It's really easy to access. Personal story, I just had a sty in my eye and it was a pretty big one, but within 5 minutes, he saw the picture and diagnosed it, and right across the street to Walgreens I went for my antibiotics and never skipped a beat. So as we continue to explore that option with the clinic, and I always love the face-to-face, I think teledoc is back to $10 now, but that's still quite reasonable versus going into a walk-in clinic, plus so much more convenient. So I just want to thank you and the whole team and our chair for continuing to take us down this road. To be able to deliver news like this in today's environment with this type of business is really remarkable. So I thank you for that, all of you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Yeah, Ms. Conrad.
I too want to say thank you. I'm new to the board, and it's not all that often we get presented with positive news. So I'm excited for what you've shared with us today. And I think the benefit changes that you offer are really far-reaching. As you know, we're struggling to keep and retain teachers and staff members. And so to me, not only is it a health benefit, but it's a draw to keep the staff and recruit staff with these enhanced benefits. I too was on the family plan for most of my teaching career, and it was a, whew, it was as a big deductible, which you're also very grateful for. So I think that really is a huge gift if we're able to do that, and I think it will provide a lot of relief for our families. I'm also excited about the medication part because I am someone that has to renew medication every month, and it's just something that you can appreciate, as part of your monthly bills when you're able to get what you need. And so I'm very thankful for all of those things. I love the clinic idea. I've not ever been a part or been able to participate in that. But thinking about Marion County and how huge it is, I almost can visualize a traveling kind of clinic where you were in one spot on a Monday, another spot in the district on Tuesday. And I love that idea because if I needed to get checked for a sinus infection or something that was minor, I wouldn't have to miss work, which would also benefit our staff and our schools completely because I could run and get checked and then get back to class. So anyway, I love what you've been able to share with us today, and I look forward to us moving forward on some of these choices.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. I want to ask a quick clarifying question just because I think I heard you correctly. I know that there was some chatter a bit up here just saying that the dental insurance is expensive, but I just wanted to make sure that I understood. You said that of the 3,500 employees that received postcards or that we understood that those that are already paying for dental insurance, whatever the cost is, they're already paying for dental insurance, that we had nearly half of them who did not even take advantage of it at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so and with dental insurance being the cost that it is, to know that we have employees that are not taking advantage, maybe there's a whole, don't be afraid of the dentist campaign that we need to try to run, because dental health also, it helps ensure that you don't have other issues down the line and other. So, Dr. Gullett she understands what good dental health looks like. So now I just wanted to make sure from a clarifying standpoint on that. Yes. I too would love the idea of a clinic that the school system, I believe the one in Pasco County is a combo with multiple government jurisdictions. And I believe the city of Ocala already uses that model, if I'm not mistaken, that they already have an on-staff physician of sorts. And so I'm not sure if there's a way that we can have further conversation about collaboration or something like that. But I too welcome further conversation on that. It's been a while. I wasn't on the board when the trip happened to Pasco County to take a look at that. But now that it seems that we have some even more receptive ideas to what that would look like for the future. I am excited about the potential for something like that would be even an additional benefit to our employees. And just for information's sake, I know you are requesting, obviously, these additional benefits for our employees, inclusive of also a 4% increase. Just for information's sake, Ms. Boston Ellis leads this committee in a way, and that was one of the questions that came out of it. Can we afford this? Is this good? And Ms. Boston Ellis, as our CFO, is in full support of this as well. I know in previous years, before the board was self-funded, we would be looking at 9 to 10% or some kind of increases like that from a health insurance provider. Now that we're self-insured, not only are the amounts we need to raise annually much less than what they used to be, we're also able to look at things like this that are super exciting for our employees and for us as board members, as my fellow board members have shared, for us to be able to say, hey, look, employees, we're gonna be able to do all of these great things for you. Recently, I received a phone call from an employee who had the belief that we potentially would be taking away benefits for something, and it was the day after we had our insurance call, and I said, well, actually, the board doesn't even know this, but we're going to be presenting some ideas that you're even going to get more benefit than what you've had before. So not that we're absolutely not interested in taking away your benefits. We're actually interested in enhancing your benefits. So that was an exciting phone call for me to have, because I was not only able to assure that employee that the information they had received was inaccurate, but secondarily that I knew what was coming, and I was excited for the board to be able to see this, that there would be a proposal to enhance. So thank you so much to your team.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
You did bring up something else too that that I did pencil, the dental benefits, and I heard the staggering number of how many people had not been taking advantage of the dental benefits. There's a reason. Again, from the communication I've gotten with people, they have dental benefits. However, once they go to the doctor, to the dentist and see the dentist and they get that treatment plan, the costs are still extremely high, even with the insurance. And so it makes them just say, well, hey, I can't afford it. So yes, they have the insurance, but if the plan price is still high, very high, they're not going to utilize it. So we have to look at that when we think about the totality of the dental.
And I appreciate those comments, Reverend Cummings. That's part of the conversation that Ms. Lingle and I have been having recently. But from my understanding, again, from this statistic, was these are people not even taking advantage of their annual cleanings. And so while they may need additional dental work, those cleanings can certainly help.
How you going to clean teeth? They ain't no good. Come on, if they're bad, I hear what you're saying.
He's making a valid point, though. There are many people who visit the dentist, and the dentist is like, you don't need a regular cleaning, you need an XYZ cleaning, and it is above and beyond what is covered in the plan. So, I mean, that does happen. And I don't even have the dental insurance because there's private, it's called Dent Right. That's what I carry for my family, and it's way cheaper than the dental plan we offer, and we have pretty good teeth, so that works for my family. So there's other options out there as well for people that are not necessarily have, as intensive needs. So, but continuing to close the gap would be great.
At least get seen.
Right.
That opens the door.
Which we've had conversation about the RFP coming next year. So looking forward to what that looks like as those opportunities are presented. And Vice Chair.
Since we're on the phase of one more quick thing, this has to do with the pharma, the medicine and the brand name. There are a lot of times where the pharmacy itself or the pharmaceutical company will also provide discount coupons, and hopefully there would be a way to communicate that out. Like, did you know if you are on brand name high price blood thinner that sometimes you can get it reduced from $500 a month to $35 for a 90-day supply. I think that there is a lot of education that we can be doing to make sure that people really understand. Don't just stop at $500 because that's impossible and you can't pay it. So there has to be some other options. And I hope that we can do what we can to communicate that out clearly, because the last thing we need is people not getting the treatment that they need.
And changing that formulary on Plan 1 will open that up. Currently, if the medication is not covered by the insurance company, those manufacturer coupons do not work because they work in conjunction with each other. Mm-hmm. And so opening up the formulary on Plan 1 is going to open up a wide range of those manufacturer coupons for the employees to also use. And to your point, if the copay is $60, that coupon may reduce it down to $10 for the employee's spend. Just right now, it's not accessible because of the formulary.
Right. Another great benefit for that.
And that formulary is just going to be for Plan 1.
Because Plan 3 and 4 already have the mail order benefit, so employees can get 3-month supply of medication for $80, so less than $30 a month for some of those medications that are well over $1,000. So Plan 3 and 4 already have access to the open formulary. It's just the Plan 1 that is a generic choices. And again, Plan 2, because it's a HSA compatible plan, all applies to the deductible. So they have access to the medication, they just are responsible for the deductible. And employees that choose that plan know that going in. They're usually choosing Plan 2 for other tax benefit reasons.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much to both of you for presenting for us today. I do want to open up this item for public comment if there is any. Seeing and hearing none, we certainly appreciate all that you all do as team members with us and partners along the way in all of our benefits. So thank you, Mr. Buss and Ms. Lingle.
Thank you all.
Have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Gullett, on to our next item.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. So I'll bring Ms. Boston-Ellis forward again so we can continue, and then you can hear today from about our general insurance renewal. Thank you.
Good morning again. I wrote down your comments, and I do believe once we get a director of risk management, these items will be expedited. We did, as Reverend Cummings mentioned, visited the clinic in Pasco, had good conversation about that. And then we had planned to pull out the pharmacy this year to start on that work, but the tragic death of Mr. Norwood kind of put a clinker into that. And we thought better that we needed somebody with more expertise than myself to lead that. So just know that we are working toward that as soon as we can get a risk management director here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll move on. We're self-funded for health now, but we've been self-funded for general insurance for many, many years, even before I got here, and I've been here 30 years. But this morning, which we do annually, we bring a report to you from our consultants, Benfew and Company, and they bring an overall review of what's happening nationally and locally and how that's going to impact our general insurance for things such as property, casualty, workers' comp, and so forth. So without any more comments, I'll bring Benfew the fourth. Both of them are Bens, but the dad has decided he's going to be Chip. So we can say Benfew the fourth. That'll be here and bring an update to our general insurance plan. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Dr. Gullett, Board Attorney Powers. I'm Benfew of Benfew and Company, Risk Management and Insurance Consulting. And the naming convention doesn't make life any easier elsewhere. So in any event, just I've given this spiel a handful of times for those of you that are new, just a little bit about ourselves. We are an independent consulting firm, and I harp on independent because we are not affiliated with any carrier, broker, or agent. The only remuneration we receive is that of our clients, so we are able to sit in the market as an unbiased, independent advisor to our clients. We act as an independent risk management department for our private clients, but for our public entities, and in your case, indeed, we are able to act in a supplementary capacity in support of staff's efforts as it relates to risk. Among those items are budget and loss funding projections, liaison with your broker, and general daily communication on any issue that may come up, risk transfer through contractual means, or generally just, is this a good idea or is this a bad idea? So moving on, we'll get right into it. Today is the general insurance forecast, and I'll say this. This is a worst case scenario for you, and I'll explain why as we get through this, but this is in advance of the actual renewal item that will be presented to you at your board meeting later this month. So the global property market is a shambles, to say the least. I stood before you last year and delivered a sub 10% renewal, which was outstanding in the face of a deteriorating property market. But where we are now, the market has caught up, and it's affecting everyone across the board. This is not unique to the school board, and I'm sure you're seeing this in your personal lives with homeowner pricing, et cetera, and so forth, all of the legislative measures and discussions that have been ongoing. Basically, what we're looking at in terms of property insurance, a capacity leaving the marketplace, whether due to unfavorable loss history or inflation, lack of new capital in the market, and indeed unfavorable losses have all given way to an environment where property insurers just would rather leave than write new business. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you to feel sorry for them, but there are some things that we can do to combat this from our side of the fence. So what that means, market rate effectively this year is a 30% increase at a minimum for property. I don't see any less than that. And the other side of that, I mentioned as high as 300%. Just yesterday, we delivered a 250% increase over expiring, and that was for 2/3 of the limit that the insured had previously enjoyed. So in addition to pricing factors, you're also being faced with cuts to limit, again, due to lack of capacity, and increased deductibles, whether you choose them or not. An interesting wrinkle about all this is that with lack of capacity, if you get a non-renewal from your carrier, effectively making you an insurance refugee, as it were, what this has created is a number of new submissions for the other carriers that are still writing business. So they have not increased their workforce, yet their workload has increased dramatically. So they're faced with a position where I can recuperate from losses such as Ian. I'm from Fort Myers, so I like to talk about Ian a lot, but also Nicole. All of the cat events that we've been reading about and watching over the last few years. They're faced with a situation in which we can earn market rate on our existing book of business, or we can chase new business. And the logical decision is to renew your existing business at market rate, just because of the workload. What I was getting to with that was that creates a timing issue. Typically, I would stand here and say, the numbers are in, everything's here, this is what you can expect coming to you several weeks from now when you meet to approve it. Again, this is a worst case scenario, a projection, because we simply don't have firm numbers in yet. Casualty markets, fortunately, are considerably less exciting right now. As you'll see, they continue to do what they do. Prior to the hurricane season last year, cyber liability was kind of the hot topic. But we haven't really heard much in the wake of legislation related to that, and accordingly haven't heard much from that particular market lately, as, again, largely it's all given way to a discussion over property. So these are the numbers. As you can see, the very first line, 71%. Now, this is, the context for this is adhering as closely as we can to your existing program with what is available in the market. You have a $50 million loss limit right now. I don't think that's tenable, simply from a capacity issue. You'll see in a subsequent slide the pricing associated with that was projected at another $500,000, so 3.5. I don't see that as being reasonable, especially when your probable maximum loss study indicates that a 250-year event would be approximately $30 million in losses. And realistically, I've been working with you all for 10 years now. You've not come anywhere near that in terms of win-loss. So the model here is based upon a $30 million loss limit. Everything else basically remains the same. The percentages throughout the rest of the property program are a little scarier, but when you look at the actual numbers, they really don't move the needle that much. Casualty is 10%, and that's par for the course. You can chalk that up to simply an increase in underlying exposure, whether payroll or financials. There's really nothing surprising there. And none of the coverage has been taken away or none of the forms have been changed. So 1.3 million if you were to remain with a $30 million loss limit. That's what we're looking at a 55% overall increase. Again, public entity-wise, I'm seeing increases everywhere from 35 to the sky is the limit. This is kind of where the rubber meets the road here. We're stratifying different loss limits. That's what everything on the top there is. And really what the decision I think is going to come down to, once firm pricing does come in, is whether you maintain a $30 million loss limit to include all perils, or the one just beneath it, which is 30 million AOP with a $10 million sublimit for wind. And again, depending on pricing, it may be academic, but I'm certainly not scared, given your history, of the 30 million limit with a 10 million named wind sublimit. That would bring your overall pricing down to about 24% increase over expiring. Considerably not great, but much more palatable than 55. The options down here, 1, 2, and 3, just to give you an example of what we're discussing, I already kind of touched on 2 and 3. 1, this just goes to show as an example how little the casualty side moves the needle. If you were to increase your self-insured retention under the E&O coverage from 100 to 200, that's only a $20,000 savings. So there's just not a lot of premium there to really make a difference to start cutting that. And the program has really worked so well in its current iteration that I wouldn't make any changes to it. Clearly it's just not worth it in terms of savings alone. Switching gears a little bit, this is the funding recommendation for your casualty program. This is third-party liability claims and work comp claims. At a 65% confidence level, the replenishment amount is $990,000. That is definitely on the better side of things. Over the past 6 years, you've been looking at an average of about 1.3. So, with the solid performance in loss funding and claims experience over the past year, in a vacuum, it does kind of help offset the dire situation in the property premium. Just a few points to touch on if I haven't already. As far as the property goes, you got about $1 billion in property and total insured value. There was an increase of about 9% in value this year. Many carriers are demanding, as I say, because of inflation, carriers are demanding increases to values, again, leading to a lack of capacity for all insureds. So what we did was we deferred to the broker on certain changes to values. They were easily substantiated. And in light of not having an appraisal in the last few years, we felt this was a good move to make, just so that you could have accurate values for modeling purposes. RMS Risk Link version 18.1, I referred to the probable maximum loss earlier. That's what this is discussing. Your 250-year PML is right about 30 million. That's been very steady the last few years. I have no reason to believe that would change much, thereby supporting a $30 million loss limit. The next point we've discussed several times, and it used to be that the Division of Emergency Management would sign off on your insurance program as being reasonable, and they don't do that anymore. And where we used to say, well, we have to maintain these limits because historically this is what they've said is reasonable, otherwise they won't help us out in an emergency, that kind of governed where you bound your insurance program. Well, you don't have to ask their permission to bind your insurance program anymore. So, though they may have approved 50 million, I think given that reasonableness is their criteria for what you purchase, there's enough information here to suggest that lowering from 50 to 30 in light of what the market is doing is indeed reasonable. Again, as casualty goes, that's considerably less exciting right now. There have been some recent discussions over law enforcement liability and bonding of the sheriff. I want you to rest assured all of the coverage that is necessary for both guardians and sworn law enforcement is already in place. It's been in place for a number of years now. The question is come up before, are our public officials bonded? And the answer is yes, they are. They are bonded through your crime program. And the same would apply for any equivalent to a county sheriff. We're not creating a new public entity, so that the coverage is there. And I just talked about all that. Just a few things that we've mentioned to you previously that come along with having law enforcement on staff. A couple of statutes that hopefully will never rear their head at some point, God willing, and but certainly things to keep in the back of your mind as that grows. So anyways, as we get the information and firm numbers on the property, you will be receiving the actual renewal agenda item that will be firmed up, and it will undoubtedly have a recommendation for which direction you should go, whether to lower your loss limit overall, whether or not to lower your named win sublimit. We will make that recommendation to you, and hopefully it should be academic. Again, I don't see a world in which maintaining a $50 million loss limit is tenable, strictly from a capacity standpoint, but we will see. So the other recommendation is to replenish the loss fund as recommended and continue contractual review, day-to-day risk management for the risk department. As I was mentioning to Teresa earlier, it's kind of become management by committee, at least on my side of things, and we've worked really well with staff over there, so things have gone very well. But we will continue that throughout the course of the year. We'll help get all the information necessary for the actuarial analysis that is used to fund your loss fund, and we will prepare exposure data and keep our fingers crossed that the market improves over the coming year. Any questions?
I just wanted to say, Mr. Few, thanks very much, because we've periodically had risk management questions, and in particular the last several months, we've had to reach out when there's questions from the legal department ourselves, and thanks for always being there and being quick on responses as well.
Anytime you have questions, again, I wanted to preface this with, if we could just get into questions to give you some substantive, rather than just have me drone on. But anytime there are questions, I'm happy to be of service.
Thank you, Mr. Few, and I certainly want to open it up to the board if there are any questions, but also wanted to reiterate what Attorney Powers was saying. Just thank you for, especially right now, providing that supplemental support to us while we are down a staff person with the unfortunate loss that we've experienced in the risk management department. And so we are grateful for all of the support that you've been able to offer to the team. I'm sure they've called on you even more than they potentially did for a stretch of time. So thank you so much for that, and thank you for this report. Want to get just a thumbs up or a head nod from Ms. Boston Ellis to say you're all good with what the recommendations are as well. We see a head nod from Ms. Boston Ellis. That's always my question whenever we're talking money and adding things to the budget. As long as she gives us the head nod, then we're in pretty good shape there. But board, are there any specific questions for Mr. Few on his report? I'm seeing, okay. Vice Chair Thrower.
Yes, I'll just say thank you. It is sobering, incredibly, however, not surprising. Look forward to getting the hard numbers, and in the meantime, it was helpful for me as a board member to get the heads up. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to wrap this up, I want to say I'm grateful that we actually are self-insured, that's something that is not something that we're necessarily worried about going into that. I recently have had conversations with a couple of nonprofits here in our community who've just been dropped that are going to have to go to self-insured, and that's something that this district has been doing for a long time. And so I'm feeling comfortable with that. I know back years ago when we went self-funded on the health insurance, it was all something new, and we were all concerned in what that would look like. And knowing that that's the way we've been handling this part of our insurance positioning for a long time gives me that comfort level of knowing, this individual board member, a comfort level of knowing we have good partners in ensuring that we are looking at this on an annual basis and that we have what we need. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, is there any public comment on this report today? Seeing and hearing none, thank you so much, Mr. Few and Mr. Few, for coming and being with us again today. Enjoy the rest of your day and safe travels back home. Okay, board, before heading into our next agenda item, would we like to take a little 5-minute break? Okay, board, we will take a 5-minute break while I believe Ms. Morant is coming to the podium. It's right now 10:40. We're going to recess right now. Thank you. Coming back out of recess at 10:47 a.m. Dr. Gullett, if you'd like to introduce Ms. Morant, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely. So as we discussed, we've moved up the proposed 23-24 district staffing plan, and our Executive Director for Human Resources, Tanisha Morant, is here, and so I'll turn it over to her to provide an overview of our proposal to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, Dr. Gullett, Chair Campbell, and members of the board. I'm here to present and discuss, the much-anticipated district staffing plan. Please note that a revised version of the proposed staffing plan was emailed to board members yesterday afternoon and also uploaded to board docs. There are several proposed changes and organizational realignments that I would like to highlight. First, the superintendent will now have 7 direct reports, which are a staff attorney, the chief financial officer, Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, formerly titled the Chief Academic Officer, Executive Director of Operations and Management, Executive Director of Human Resources, Executive Director of Communications and Community Engagement, and then also the Director of Safe Schools. As we look at the different areas, the CFO will gain an Executive Director of Business Services. This position offers succession planning for the upcoming retirement of our longtime CFO while serving as her right hand. Food service will also now report directly to the CFO. In addition to removing the responsibilities for the oversight of food services and safe schools from the Executive Director of Operations and Emergency Management, the Executive Director will now be responsible for the oversight of custodial services and transportation. I would like to add a few points of clarification and context for custodial service and transportation, and I can actually skip that section and we can address that when we get there about their units and how we're adding and moving those. And the same will be true when we get to transportation. Equity and compliance will now be under Human Resources, reporting to the Executive Director of HR. And when we're looking at academics, we'll have 2 instead of 3 area superintendents, and the area superintendents will now oversee their respective areas and feeder patterns to align the work of elementary and middle schools. There will be 3 senior executive director positions, which will oversee acceleration, innovation, and elementary curriculum. Also, high schools and secondary curriculum, and then finally, student pathways. There are a few shifts in ESC that we can await to address, if you like, Chair Campbell, when we get to those sections, and the same with our health services. So that's just a brief overview, and we can get into detail as you like if we go through section by section.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Morant. Board, I would like for us to try to, this is a 17-page document, and there's an awful lot of red in it. So I would appreciate if we took this section by section, beginning with district administration, going through pages 1 through 3 for a natural break there. And we will start with Vice Chair Thrower.
Did we want to hear
from Dr. Gullett, or?
Do you mind, Madam Chair? I want to add, as you talk about the first component, the administration and some of those high-level shifts, Ms. Moran did a great job, but want to go back to a critical piece of where we start and end is always with students. So you'll see the shifts most importantly started with how we support schools. I talk about this a lot very publicly. We are a transformation district. It doesn't mean everyone is in the same boat with regard to student data, but we needed to do a better job of feeder pattern work, and so our principals could work together collaboratively in helping ensure that there are smooth transitions between schools for our students and providing support to elevate our student outcomes. I also talk a lot about accelerating, innovating as well, and elevating. So the innovation and acceleration you see was pulled out, so we took those elementary schools that are doing innovative programs and are going to serve as models, so we elevate that work and can provide places for our schools to go and learn and grow some of those programs that we're doing, such as Project Lead the Way, some of our family engagement work, some of our STEAM activities. And so that will provide a whole different model and a way of thinking outside that box. High schools then, of course, are going to be led by a former high school principal of ours, Dr. Livengood, and so that we can provide very intensive support to those schools that are faced with some of the shifts that we have at the state level with graduation rates and progression of students and making sure that every child is going to be successful once they graduate from us. But we need to make sure that we are intensely focusing on those needs at the high schools as well. So the alignment of the curriculum and instruction with those programs was a lot of the thinking behind those areas of support. See if I covered anything else I wanted to talk about. That's essentially an overview from the student perspective site. And of course, Ms. Moran already mentioned Ms. Boston Ellis, who I do want to say is not retiring yet. So that was my other, she's not allowed to leave yet. But we're planning for all of that she has in her head and all the great knowledge she brings to this district and has for decades. We need for her to train up somebody and prepare for that great work and leadership to continue, and the needed support there to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett.
Question.
Okay.
I have a question. So you were just, Dr. Gullett, you were talking about the senior executive director, and are there 3? Am I saying that?
Correct. So you have high schools that would be led by Dr. Levengood. Ms. Rita would do elementary. And then the other is Dr. Hembrook, who would lead all the other programs. The ESC, we have a new program, Alternative Learning, that will be here, an alternative program at MTI, that will have a principal leading that. So all of those programs come together, support services.
So that's 3 new senior executive director positions.
Correct. We collapsed one of the area superintendents and brought all the programs together with, did not replace the director for ESC. So all of those pieces come together in support to our schools.
Vice Chair.
Thank you. And yes, there's a lot to be thinking about here. First, I want to thank Dr. Gullett. Thank you for the very sharp and continued focus on helping every student succeed and presenting a plan that, in your opinion, and that all of the folks that worked on this think is the right way to go. Before I proceed, I just want to provide a little bit of context to guide the discussion, and I promise I'll do my best to bring it in for a landing as quickly as possible, but there is a lot to unpack here. And there's a bit of an urban legend in this county that we are extremely top-heavy in administration. So as we're working through this, I want to share some data, including the source. And this comes from the Educational Funding Accountability Act, established the accountability system to summarize administrative expenditures based upon data submitted by the school districts in the program cost report. The summary of administrative expenditures per unweighted full-time equivalent is presented pursuant to section 1010.215, parenthesis 6, Florida statutes. So the most recent data that I was able to get was 21-22 school year. Out of 67 districts, Marion County ranked lower than 43 other districts in administrative expenditures per unweighted FTE. So in other words, 43 districts spend more, puts us squarely in the middle. And I think that that's just important to put forward. Having a strong leadership umbrella at the top helps us set the culture and distribute down everywhere that the work in the trenches is happening. And I'll say this, I wanted to share the reality of this data because the perception continues to be very different across our community in many ways and also within Marion County Public Schools. And I think a big reason for that is because of old culture. You know, you do your 3 years in the classroom, do your 3 years, just hearing that. It's like, then, you know, somehow you're released to do other things that draw you further and further away from supporting students, which those of us that have worked in the trenches at schools and also in the district, that line has never been there for most folks at the district level. However, that perception continues that once you get to the district level, you get your cup of coffee from Dunkin' Donuts and show up at a school and tell everybody how to do things and then leave. So there's a disconnect there that I wanted to highlight, because until we get past that, the struggle is going to continue. The misperception is going to continue. The misrepresentation is going to continue. And the only way to really stop that is with each of us as individuals in our respective positions showing something different. Our schools are really struggling in so many ways, and it's not just our district. You look at the numbers of vacancies everywhere, we are truly at a crossroads in Florida. That's what makes this district staffing plan probably one of the most important plans of my time as a school board member. You know, supporting Dr. Gullett and her team in getting this right. And I'll finish by saying that I am concerned, while we need that focus of helping every student succeed, and on the academic side, you know, we've made it very clear to Dr. Gullett in our evaluations that we want, expect, and need to be an A district, an authentic A, highly performing district. So I see pieces of this plan that echo that 100%. However, we just heard yesterday how we're looking at almost $1 billion of investment into our infrastructure, and it looks like we're going to be doing that without a high-level deputy superintendent of operations that has the authority and the oversight to help to manage all that. So I have concern there. My second huge concern is, and probably because it is unprecedented in this district, we have never been without an ESE director. I don't know of too many districts that don't have an ESE director. I am confident through the rest of this presentation that I will get the details I need to hopefully become more comfortable with this proposal. But when I look at how much ESE students with, you know, disabilities, how many students there are. We have over 7,000 students that are covered by individual education plans. We have 4,000 students that are on 504 plans that get accommodations. Students with IEPs have very individualized and specialized services, classrooms, tremendous impact on our schools. We have 2,400 gifted students that we need to be planning for. Talk about accelerating, you know. And it's all part of our strategic plan to serve each and every child. Well, we have over 13,400 students that are impacted by this. We also have OCR complaints, we have contracting. You know, how many contracts have we just approved that came straight from ESE? You know, our speech language pathologists, all of those specialized people. You know, somebody has to do that work. Somebody has to oversee that work. Right now, we have 1,745 initial eligibility meetings we've had just this year, so our numbers are not decreasing. We have 480 open consents where parents have signed so the kids can begin to go through the process. We've had unprecedented manifestation determination meetings, you know, kids that very challenging behaviors. It's just a lot. So according to my calculations, we've got about 25% of our total student enrollment that are under some kind of special protections federally and through state law. And I look forward to the details of how this work is going to not just continue, because there's been plenty of challenges within that department through the years. It is a beast. I've talked to so many former directors that have said that was the most challenging job they've ever had, was trying to manage ESE. So I'm confident the people that put together this plan have the background in ESE. They wouldn't be proposing this unless they were really certain that all of this was going to be addressed. But I just felt like I really needed to bring light to that particular position, which is funded, I think, at least 98% through IDEA, so it's not through general funds. I know the Deputy Superintendent of Operations, I believe, is district funded, so that's different. But with everything that we're looking to do operationally that we know we need to do, I just need to get to a comfort level that this is all going to work. So I'm bringing it in for a landing now. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. Ms. Conrad.
I just would like to go after Vice Chair Thrower because my two top concerns are exactly the same. I'm extremely concerned about not having a supervisor or an executive director in operations and facilities and also in the ESE department. As I visit schools and I visit with staff members, it is a number one point of contention and getting things done. And I'm also concerned in that position that we're also losing the secretary who it was shared that, the 70 contracts that we just approved of the last couple of days are run through the secretary under ESE on top of the 8, and I'm sorry, I don't have all the correct lingo that Nancy does, but, we have 18 issues or suits coming against us that have not been handled presumably correct. And I really, honestly, my heart is racing a little bit right now because I am extremely nervous about not having a director in that position, because I too, in visiting with numerous staff members who are in different positions now, have said that is the most difficult position they have ever held. It is definitely a challenge. It has to have someone with a critical eye and a vigilant eye so that we are meeting the needs of these students. And so I too have a huge concern about that portion of the staffing plan.
Dr. James.
So I'll echo those things, and I have a few other things to add. I'm sure we're all going to be surprised by that. So I agree. I think not having, under the previous administration, we got rid of our Deputy Superintendent of Operations at some point, and it all fell under Dr. Grantham, and it was what I would say is too much. I think the job is too much for one Deputy Superintendent. Now, granted, it doesn't appear that our Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction is going to also take on those operation roles, but I believe that, I think that someone in a top capacity needs to have that job. So I really agree with that. I also would agree that we either have to have a really good plan for our Student Pathways Senior Executive Director to tackle ESE, or we need an ESE director. I wholeheartedly agree with that. I would like to bring to the board a request that our Safe School Director be an executive director. I find it confusing that he is the only person that would report to the superintendent directly that is not an executive director. I also think that the job that he, and it's not just he, the job that anyone does in that position is integral. So I'm going to make the suggestion that the Safe Schools be moved from director to an executive director position. And my other question is, when I look at this first page of the document, so everyone from superintendent to supervisor is funded out of the district fund, except for our executive director of communications and community engagement, which is funded out of ESSER. What is the intention with that position when that funding sunsets? Because there's only one more year of ESSER funding, right? And every other position on this first page is funded out of our district budget.
Teresa, is there a plan for?
We sure don't want to lose it.
You're asking.
Is that a question you'd like an answer to?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll answer that.
Okay,
That's okay. Thank you. Dr. James, I mean, those are items that we have to look at. Those are, we have a number of items, actually staff as well as resources that are funded out of federal dollars, ESSER being one that's going to sunset within a year. And so we'll have to look at what our needs are and make recommendations appropriately this year.
Okay, I just wanted to kind of bring light to that because I look at this first page and everything is already moved to the district except for that singular position on this first page. So I would like to ask my fellow board members how they feel about our Safe Schools being moved to an executive director position.
And may I ask that we table that for just a moment. There is some contextual stuff, doesn't apply directly to your question, but that I intended to let the board know just for, and also for the help and assistance of the public regarding the staffing plan as well, if I may.
Yes, sure.
First of all, this is just the boring legal part, but it provides a background for everyone as to what we're doing here today at this work session, and then also later when this is to be voted on. And that is, statute specifically breaks down specific roles, duties, powers, and authorities of the superintendent and the school board. And what we have here today, statute 1001.42 and 1001.43 outline the powers and the supplemental duties of the school board. Likewise, 1001.49 and 1001.51 outline the duties of the superintendent. Specifically, as to the duties of the superintendent, she is to be responsible as required herein for directing the work of the personnel subject to the requirements of Chapter 1012, and also that she is to advise, counsel, and recommend to the district school board on all educational matters and recommend for action such matters as should be acted upon. We, in our policy, active as of July of last year, Policy 1030, have outlined that the superintendent shall direct the work of all personnel in accordance with Florida statutes, assign staff to respective teaching duties, direct and supervise the work of all schools, offices, and employees of the board, except for the board attorney, who reports directly to the board, recommend changes in instructional or staffing patterns based on analysis of staff and program progress, recommend to the board an annual staffing plan for instructional programs. The superintendent may authorize changes or exceptions as necessary for implementing the instructional program. So our policy speaks to that. Then, of course, you as school board members also have additional duties and powers. One of those duties under 1001.42 is to designate positions to be filled, prescribe qualifications for those positions, and provide for the appointment, compensation, promotion, suspension, and dismissal of employees, subject to the requirements, again, of Chapter 1012. Also, the district school board may adopt policies and procedures necessary for the management of all personnel of the school system. And then specifically, the school board also, if I find, I've got several stacks here, my apologies.
Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thanks.
Sure.
Sorry, while you're getting organized, I just wanted to make a quick suggestion, and maybe this will help. I think we all have input and suggestions, and rather than looking to make a decision, so to speak, right here today, which we can't vote on anyway, it would be my hope that staff will, and Dr. Gullett will take each of our suggestions under advisement and then come back with an updated plan, because I can already see the road that we're going down, and I think that's reasonable.
And that was the less boring portion that I was going to get to. That was I was going to.
Didn't mean to steal your thunder there.
All the boring and then say what this means is okay. But essentially, that also prescribes the rules for prescribing qualifications for positions and those specific assignments as to what those job duties would be. So the job descriptions would be something prepared by and then the superintendent recommended and then authorized by the board. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Attorney Powers.
And Madam Superintendent, if there's anything you'd like to add to that.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Madam Chair, if I may. So board, I am looking forward to your comments. I just want to reiterate back, I think, to what Attorney Powers is saying, that my role is the how, right? The board says the what, and the what is the strategic plan. You hold me accountable as your employee to reach those goals through those strategies that we've adopted collectively. The team works diligently on providing where we are today and where we need to go, recommendations. I have full confidence in the changes that we're making because I believe that they set us on the track to accelerate our work. I hear the deputy superintendent job being mentioned a few times already. I have full confidence in the executive directors who will report directly to me in their strong leadership and skills that they can continue to move that forward. The other position that is new and with full transparency, adding the staff attorney, I felt it was more responsible to add a staff attorney that would provide better support to our schools in need. All of these recommendations come from talking with our schools regularly and our district staff, but especially our schools and the needs that they have to provide support with student discipline and the processing, the ESC needs that were mentioned. A lot of that will be assisted by a staff attorney. So breaking down what the needs are and how we support is the reason that we have this proposal here. So I just want to make sure that we address that fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett, and thank you for weighing in. Respectfully, I had not had the opportunity to share my initial comments, and I believe Reverend Cummings probably has some additional ones as well. So it's possible that the comments made by the superintendent were a little premeditated a bit, because I was going to actually give a bit of my feelings, again, speaking as an individual board member. I appreciate the idea that as we head into construction phase, if that, as the board gave consensus yesterday, understanding that all of that would report directly to a superintendent who has the experience in what it looks like building schools in other districts where she's been, having her be the ultimate authority. I have confidence in that. I also appreciate that there would be 7 direct reports to our superintendent. I think there has been a bit of a disconnect somewhat in some of those areas, and I do appreciate that. I appreciate parts of the organization chart that we have seen and heard. Where I have confusion's not the right, where I have concern, and I expressed this in my individual meeting with the team as they rolled out this organizational chart. I have concern in the areas of job descriptions, because as Ms. Morant knows, and the board knows, my big thing is job description, and every single item on here that is listed in red that doesn't have a strike through is a new job description. Even if it's adjusting one we already have in place, we currently do not have a position known as a senior executive director at all. I understand, as I received information in my meeting, that the reason we're elevating a position to a senior executive director, at least this was the explanation I received, was because they'll have schools reporting to them. While I appreciate that justification, I guess the area superintendent title is going to be similar to a senior executive director, and I'm not really sure why we don't just have a senior executive director over Region 1 and a senior executive. I still don't understand why we have an area superintendent title in addition to senior executive director titles. Again, each one of these is going to have to be rewritten. I also have, while I don't have concern as much as my fellow board members have expressed about not having an ESE director, the reason I don't have that concern right now is because of how I believe the senior executive director of student pathways job description will be written and the experience of the person who is intended for that role. However, that person also is a finalist for a superintendent position in another county where there is some likelihood that writing a job description specifically for a person could be a bit of a disservice, because we could go an extended period of time if in fact that decision is made by another county that we do not have any control over. So I have some same reservations that my fellow board members have, just on a different way. I don't have as much concern about not having someone who would have the experience, because I believe the person who is potentially slotted for that role does have the experience to get that job done. But again, there's decisions being made outside of this county that are not up to this board that could significantly impact that. The last thing that I will, and I appreciate the other changes, that food service is moving to CFO. food services, yes, they absolutely benefit our students every day, but all they do is money. Like, it costs a lot of money to do what food services does, and those employees and the food and the costs. And so I appreciate that move for sure. And also the custodial and transportation being moved to our Executive Director of Operations and Emergency Management. I see those being moves that make complete and total sense. The one thing that I want to express, though, that Dr. Gullett and I assume attorney, well, I want to mention one other thing. I want to mention staff attorney, because that also is a job description that has to have significant information to it. I do have concern if the person chosen for that role ever does not align in interpretation of statute with our board attorney, we have challenges ahead. So not only that staff attorney job description, but also as we get into who that person would be recommended that this board would have to approve for hire. This district, to my knowledge, has never had 2 attorneys on staff. Now, we had a contracted attorney firm for a long time. One specific attorney would be the board, but to actually have 2 attorneys on staff that this school board essentially pays the salary of, I have concern about how that job description and how that position will be hired. But my last comment that I will make, while the superintendent and our board attorney was kind of getting to this, that certainly the superintendent's role is the how, and this board is the what. And while we need to use our strategic plan as the driving force of that and saying that this board is the what, this board is also the how much, because this board is responsible for budget, and every one of these new positions is potentially going to cost us more money. And so that's where our buck stops. While the superintendent certainly needs to put forth a plan as to how, whenever these costs become exorbitant, that's where the school board can say absolutely not. So that's where I am. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I wasn't really finished. So the attorney sidebarred, and then I didn't really get to sum it up. But I want to seek a point of clarification. Are we staying on the first 3 pages right now, or are we expanding?
Right now we're on the first 3 pages.
Okay, because staff attorney and some other things were not on the first 3 pages, so I'm just trying to...
Sure. That was brought up by the superintendent, so that's why I was commenting on that.
Okay, so I get the how and the what and all the things. I do get that, and I also think, similar to what the chair has just shared, I think titles are tied to money, and titles are tied to where they are in this organizational chart and who they report to. So my question about the Safe Schools Director and Executive Director, I think, stands, and that is something that is valid. And my understanding of a work session is for you to walk away with information to either change or move or address to come back to us in a board meeting for a vote. So at some point, there needs to be a level of consensus among board members. Otherwise, if it's brought back to us and we don't agree, it will not be voted on. And so I do not think it's completely out of my lane to say, board, how do you feel about this? Because we do need to show a level of consensus so that Ms. Morant's department can be successful. So that's all I have for the first 3 pages.
Individually, as a board member, I don't know, honestly, that I'm comfortable with changing much of what's on here until I know the how much of the whole thing. Because I know that we potentially are requesting to take 2 directors to now a senior executive director, and we don't have that on a pay scale. We have no idea what that salary range looks like, and we're jumping them 2 levels, essentially. And so we do have an executive director level that we know essentially what that pay scale is. So I appreciate Dr. James' request to take a director to an executive director level, but I have not seen the pay scale yet of what a senior executive director is. And so I have a tough time adding another position apart from.
To address that directly, the senior executive director would be in line with salary-wise with our area superintendents. So it'll be on that same line in the schedule.
So going from 3 at that level to 5 at that level
And also notating that we're getting rid of or doing away with 2 directors.
And the chief operations officer.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, actually 3 directors when we tie in ESC.
Yes, Ms. Conrad.
I just wanted to add that having a job description for the added attorney is also important to me, as well as a salary schedule. I had one other thing here on the first 3 pages.
And while you're looking, the staff attorney, that would be in line with our school board attorney. So that same salary schedule.
Salary schedule. Okay. I just want to add one. Thank you for emailing the updated version to us last night. I do really appreciate it. And I think this conversation came up when we were dealing with the calendar also, that the changes were coming swiftly before, the timeline that we were ready to talk. And so in the future, it would be beneficial to this board member as we change documents the evening before, if maybe those could be in a different color, so I can see what I need to focus on as we come forward. It would just make it a little easier. Again, I appreciate you sending that to us directly. Also, as we go through this process, as far as pay scale, what some of these positions require of us financially, so we can see what the changes will be. I'd also love to add, and I know we talked about this in our briefing, any staff names that you already know or that are going to be in these positions would also be beneficial as a new board member, seeing what the shifts look like as I compare it to our organizational chart from before. So I just have those 2 suggestions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody looking at me?
Reverend Cummings.
Listen, thank you for getting this to us. We do, as a board, have the responsibility to be fiscally responsible. The comments that I've heard from my fellow board members are all valid concerns, extremely valid concerns. We do know that there's a price tag attached to this plan, this district plan, staffing plan. So I'm concerned about the price tag that's going to be attached to it, because I want to make sure, and I thank Vice Chair Thrower for stating in the beginning of her comments initially about whether or not we're top heavy with admin or not. The biggest thing this staffing plan has to address for me has to be with supporting the students, supporting the schools, and making sure that our kids are getting what they need to get. So with that being said, there does need to be something on here so that we could see where these salaries are going to be. I think that helps us when we look at the staffing plan. I do agree with Dr. James in the position about the Safe Schools Director. I think those direct reports should be at the same level, because I would think that all of them would be a part of the executive cabinet. And would have the same responsibility and be held to the same accountability. So right now, I don't know where we are with the staffing plan, to be honest with you, because it seems like we're at a stalemate, because there's things that we want to see that are not here, and to just arbitrarily give us there at a certain pay level, I don't think that's going to suffice for many of us today.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you. Yes, from my perspective, we're providing feedback, or I'm providing feedback for your consideration. And so I would like to continue to move through the staffing plan section by section. We give our feedback, and then we go from there.
Okay.
That's just.
We ready to move on past the first 3 pages?
I have one more comment.
Okay, Ms. Conrad.
Oh,
okay, sorry.
no.
Sorry. Just on the position of the ESE not having director, and that being under Dr. Hembrook, if I'm correct, and visiting with staff members and how qualified that she is for that position. And Dr. Gullett, your staff feels strongly that she can handle that, but my concern is that we know that she's actively looking for another position. And what scares me about that personally is that is a very specific skill set and a very important position. How easily would it be to replace that position? And I think it would not, as we've looked at risk management and how long it's taking us to find the right person for that job. So that's where my concern comes from. Again, I like the word feedback. This is just feedback, from the board and our concerns, and how the input we provide to help as the decisions are made, just so everything has been discussed and thought through.
Madam Chair, may I comment, if I could? Ms. Conrad, to your point and to your fellow board members prior, there are a couple of departments that we are in rebuilding and redesigning because of the feedback and what we see and hear in schools every day. And so this proposal is because of that feedback. So the other part of that is always remaining agile and flexible, as we are with everything else, just like the strategic plan and all of our other work. If there are changes, then we adjust and we bring back a different proposal, but based on the skills of our team and what we have now. Those are all the driving forces for these decisions and not something that's arbitrary, because those concerns are felt deeply, and we need to address our root issues and address those as solidly as we can, but we'll have to adjust if needed, and we certainly will and will continue to. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, I have one more remark. I don't see secretarial staff under district administrators, but there are secretaries tied to district administrators. And when a person was moved from a director to a senior executive director, their secretary then would change rank as well and be at a higher pay scale. Is that correct?
In past practice, yes, but I don't believe that's the direction we're going right now and I think you're speaking specifically with the directors moving to senior executive director. So those secretaries will remain as a confidential secretary.
Okay.
Are we going to talk about secretaries?
Well, no, I just was tying it to these district administrators. I didn't know where the secretaries were on here, but I wanted to ask that question since pay had come up.
That's further down. I think we potentially can address, and I know Reverend Cummings, I'm coming to you next, but I think we can address the secretary as we get further into the plan, because they are written into the plan further down. Reverend Cummings.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
You're good? Okay, if we're good for the first 3 pages?
Well, Dr. James brought up an issue that we didn't say anything about, which was the safe school position, that executive being up. So.
Yes, I can say that it would be my feedback to consider what Dr. James raised and what Board Member Cummings concurred. I'm not sure where the rest of the board stands on that. It's certainly a very visible, very important, very critical position, and if everybody else, I don't want to phrase it that way, there's a reason why executive level people are reporting directly to Dr. Gullett, and I can't imagine anything more important, arguably, than the safety of our children. So I'll just leave that right there for your consideration.
And I can, Madam Chair, if I may, add to that item in particular, we've already had conversation that's already under review for that position.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, and thank you for that feedback, board. I concur that as an individual board member, that if there are members of the executive cabinet, it seems as if they probably should have a title of executive director, but there may be individuals that are currently a member of executive cabinet that are not being proposed for that. So I don't want that to be the determinant that we use as saying if they're a member of her cabinet, then they automatically need to have a specific title. But I do concur with the fellow board members about the change specifically to that position in question. If it's already under consideration, then I'm not sure when it comes to us next, because my interpretation of what we're doing today. Again, getting this June 1st and actually seeing the updated version at 6 p.m. on May 31st has put us at a bit of a disadvantage. I know we were briefed on it about a week or so ago, and I understand and know that there's been many iterations. I know in my individual briefings with Dr. Gullett, she had papers all over her, all over her office, all over her floor, all over wherever, kind of looking at different iterations herself. And but we as a board who ultimately will be approving this and approving the dollars behind this are at a bit of a disadvantage right now. So I have heard that there also are potentially other changes that are in the works in lower departments and things. And I'm not certain when we're seeing that because this is our work session to address it. Ms. Morant, is there an additional work session coming, or is this intended to be on our upcoming board meeting for approval?
So it has not been scheduled, but I do know we have a work session on June 15th. I was optimistic we could land somewhere today, but if not, I know that's an option, but it's not planned to be on the June 13th board meeting.
Okay, that's helpful for me to know that we have not, with not having agenda review for that yet, but that it is not the intention to bring this to us on June 13th. That actually gives me a little bit of a better feeling about it. Dr. James.
Sorry, one other question. We're adding an executive director for business services.
Mm-hmm.
What is, I forget from my briefing what that is or what it's taking the place of?
So it's not replacing anything, but it's an additional position when we were talking about the succession planning under the business services or the CFO's office.
Thank you. I got it.
Okay.
I just couldn't make the connection.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And let me say this too, because I've sat on several of these before, and I know we have names attached to these positions, but normally it's not the general thing to attach the name to the position. We're approving a staffing plan based on the positions and not the people, the individual people. Mm-hmm. So I want us to keep that in mind as we go forward. People change positions all the time. So I don't want us to get attached to a personality. It's more about the position and the staffing plan.
Vice Chair.
Although I will say, in the case of the current atmosphere of having high-level people looking to move to superintendencies and being very qualified candidates, it is important to me for my own reassurance that if not them, then who? Because the school year is going to start, the bell's going to ring, the things are going to start happening. We do have to be nimble and forward-thinking, and I have confidence that that is in the back of the minds of the folks that are presenting this to us. But it still feels good to say it.
Ms. Conrad.
Sorry. So, Reverend Cummings, that was my comment, and I want to share for Wantanisha that as a new board member, it's really just a visual for me. So I apologize if that seemed inappropriate. It wasn't when I look at Dr. Livingood and I think, okay, this is what she's doing now and what her job title is, and then I look at something, I'm trying to see what she adds, and so that was really for me just to help visualize who was taking on more work, what was getting switched to their position, and so that was my mindset when I asked that. So I apologize if that was not appropriate.
I think that's fine, Ms. Conrad. I think we are about ready to head on to the next couple of pages here, but to Reverend Cummings' point about not attaching a title to a person, but we will eventually have to attach a job description to a title, and so that's where I know that this is kind of cart before that horse, but in some ways, that's what's in my mind. And I understand org chart, I really do, and I get reporting structure and all of that, but some of these are very unique positions that we're about to improve and approve job descriptions on, and certainly some of these individuals, whomever they may be, can't move into those roles until first this is approved and then their new job description is approved, because the last thing this individual board member wants is for us to approve an org chart and then a person automatically receive a title before we have approved what that job description says. So in my opinion, all of that has to come in tandem, and every one of these positions has to be job description on the board agenda the same time that this district staffing plan is.
And that is the plan and I guess the trajectory that we're working towards. So the respective business owners, they are working on their job descriptions with a goal of everything coming before the board for approval at that second meeting in June.
Okay. Be a big agenda. Thank you. Board, if we are ready, let's move on to pages 4 through, let's go 4 through academic services. I think 4 through, I had a natural stopping point. I'm looking for it. Is it 4 through?
Through the color change.
Yeah, is there a color change?
Yes.
Sure, let's go
Do you want to do 4 through 8?
let's do 4 through 8.
4 through 8.
Before we get into academic services, yes, let's do 4 through 8.
Okay. Do you all want to comment? Do you want me to guide you through it? What is it?
Please guide.
Okay.
I think it'll move us along.
Okay. And feel free, of course, to stop me or speed me up along the way. Okay, so on page 4, no major changes that we haven't already discussed. We see the addition of the staff attorney in the superintendent's office. And then if we look towards the bottom of page 4, you'll see we're removing that records manager position in HR, so in my office. And we've already discussed moving from page 4 to page 5, the movement of the equity and compliance office is going to be now a part of HR. Then if we look at the bottom of page 5, custodial, I did want to make a quick comment about that. I have received feedback and it does look confusing. So for custodial, so if you look at the bottom of page 5, you'll notice decreases in the unit allocation from 2022-23 to 23-24. Last year, the board approved 11 custodial units for district use. However, 4 vacant units were unfunded at some point during this year. The 23-24 allocation of 7 reflects the current unit allocation, which actually results in no changes. So what we're doing is just aligning what we have in comparison to what was approved last year and this year. And then the same thing when we look at school-based custodians. Last year, the board approved 254 units. However, 20 units were unfunded, which left a total of 234. We are planning to fund 2 additional units for 23-24, which would bring that total to 236, but it's an overall decrease of 18 from the 22-23 school year. So hopefully that was, I guess, clear as mud. I'm trying to read facial expressions.
It's muddy. It's muddy.
Okay, so
The reason I say that.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Because I'm talking to these folk, and they're understaffed. They are understaffed, and it seems like we're pulling more from it.
So we're not, I don't want to interrupt you, but we're not. We're adding 2 units. So what you're looking at in the 22-23 column, that's what was board approved May 22nd. But throughout that year, some units that were vacant, they were unfunded. So they should have been removed from the district staffing plan, but they weren't. We unfunded them, we didn't do anything. So right now we're aligning everything for 23-24, but we're actually increasing 2 custodial units for the school levels. For schools. Nothing at the district level, but for schools. I think 1 is going to Fordham, and off the top of my head, I'm not sure where they're allocating that second one.
Okay.
I gave a long, dramatic explanation, but I should have just said that, 2 overall new units.
Are we stopping at that, or is that all?
It's up, there's more, it's up to you, tell me.
If we can go ahead and go through all of these to page 8, and then let's get all of our questions through 4 through 8 if we can do that.
Perfect. So if we're looking at page 6, there's a decrease in the construction inspector, so going from 3 to 2. And we're also removing the lead environmental technician in environmental and safety, so going from 1 to 0 with that position. Moving to page 7, If you look under the HVAC department, we are adding an energy or EMS assistant technician. And for our gas equipment mechanic, we're going from 3 to 2, and then we're also adding a HVAC helper. And similar in plumbing department, we're adding 2 plumber helpers. And if we move to page 8, looking at transportation, one thing is we are adding a position temporarily for succession planning. So from July 1st through September 30th, for our transportation director who will be retiring. And similar to what I discussed with custodial, you'll see the difference between 22-23 and then 23-24 where it looks like a decrease, but without giving that full explanation, we're actually adding 15 bus drivers, and we are adding 15 bus drivers, and we're adding 7 bus aides overall. But again, what was approved last year, there are some unfunded, but overall, what the department will see once budget and everything comes out and they're able to post will be 20 additional bus drivers and 15 additional bus drivers and 7 bus aides. Okay, and so for diesel mechanics, we're going to add 4. And then we are also doing an upgrade in safe schools. So we currently have 4 school security specialists, and we're going to decrease that by 1 and upgrade that position to a coordinator position. And then I think Dr. Campbell, you alluded to this a bit, that we are in the works of adding a mental health piece to add there, but it's not a new position. It'll just be moving around, and we just have to determine what that looks like, but it won't be anything necessarily for the board to approve. It will not be an additional position, but giving support to that department. And I think that is all for this section.
Okay, before we move on to page 9, Mr. Christian, as our monitor controller down there. Okay, board, questions on pages 5 through 8? Vice Chair.
Doesn't matter.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll start at the bottom and work my way back up. Transportation, bus garage, diesel and gas mechanic, adding 4. And my question is, as a board, we invested in brand new buses, so it was our hope and expectation that they would need a lot less maintenance. But now what I'm seeing here is an increase of 4. That's a big increase. So
right, understandable. What was shared with me is that there, and I don't have the number off the top of my head, but there is a large number of buses that are now coming off warranty that will require additional maintenance and upkeep that will be done by the individuals in that department.
And I'm certainly not going to try to argue the point whatsoever, because we know that having our buses be reliable and on time is the major focus of that department. But I needed a little explanation there, and you gave it to me, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Moving up to our bus aides and bus drivers, it's difficult to take it in when presented in this manner, but I do understand it now that you explained it. My question is the intent still to really look at overfilling to make sure that we always, ideally, soon have not just enough drivers, but extras, so that we can really increase the reliability of our...
Yes, so go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Madam Chair, if I may, before we move on, a couple of critical items. Vice Chair Thrower, absolutely yes. That is my expectation. We look at overfill to continue the momentum and not have those gaps. That is a practice that we need to continue to use, and especially when it comes to transportation, other critical roles. The other note I wanted to make, and really this is for Ms. Morant, but board, hearing the questions, I had similar questions with regard to some of the shifts and the reduction. It looks like reduction in those positions. Ms. Morant, can we make a note perhaps on the plan, that an asterisk of some type of note that explains what you just explained publicly and to the board?
Certainly.
So that certainly don't want our team to be worried that we're reducing numbers in those areas, and that it's a balancing piece. I know I asked a similar question when it was first proposed to me. So perhaps there's a way we can explain that and board that way everyone can see that. That works. Thank you.
Definitely.
Dr. James.
I have a couple things on these pages. I want to start on page 4. So I've mentioned this before, and so now I guess is the most appropriate time to mention it. I believe that it would be most appropriate for the board clerk's position to be moved to the school board as our third employee. I know it has been mentioned that it doesn't, legislation or whatever says that it's not possible, but, you know, I'm looking at Osceola does it, Miami-Dade does it, St. Johns County does it, Volusia does it, so I know that it's possible, and I think that it would be most appropriate. So that's one thing that I would like to ask for that transition of that position. And thank you for clarifying the cut to custodial and transportation. Those were both on my list. Feedback I would give is even potentially to put in next to the red number for 22-23, like a parentheses of like 20 unfunded or something, just to clarify, because that was my greatest concern was the need there. I have a pretty stiff concern about the cut for inspector. We are presumably going to be doing lots of building, hopefully in the very near future if all things go as planned. So I do not fall in line with the belief that that would be a smart move on our part. I think that we need to make sure that our building department is as supported as possible to make this process go as seamlessly as possible. So that would be something that I would bring up is a caution there. Yeah, I think that's it for those pages.
Thank you, Dr. James. Ms. Conrad.
I will be brief because my concerns are very similar. I do believe that the board clerk should be moved up under the school board, working on minutes and agendas. It just seems logical to me, and especially since other districts are doing that. I do believe that was a 2-person job prior, so I'd like to at least see one person move to that position. I want to reiterate the part under the superintendent's office that a job description, I know we just discussed, and that is important to me as we look at talking about having 2 attorneys and what that's going to look like as they work together on issues for the school district. I too, the custodian and transportation was a huge concern for me. So Dr. Gullett's recommendation to provide a note there will be very beneficial in the future as we move forward, focusing on changes. I too had a question about the construction inspector after all the discussion we had yesterday, so that I just asked that we take a second look at that. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad.
Yeah.
Reverend Cummings.
It's amazing. Some of the same things, same concerns, and you added one that I wasn't looking at. The construction inspector, we just had 2 days of dealing with where we're going as a district, so I didn't necessarily understand that. Maybe there's a justification. Maybe we need to look at adding it back in at some point throughout this year. But I think if we're talking about the type of building that we're going to be doing in the next 5 years, is what we talked about, we don't need to get behind with that, specifically when we talked about certain timelines being implemented. I do like the idea of the board clerk being under the board. I initially, when I got on the board, thought that was the place it was, to later find out that it wasn't. So that is a concern as well. My biggest concerns in this area of these pages initially were the custodial services and the bus drivers and bus aides. Your explanation, Ms. Morant, helps me to understand that a lot better, that these are not cuts, but they're really additions. I do think the superintendent's suggestion of some type of asterisk or note to clarify that, because we just reading it as is, it's a negative. It's a
Right.
It's a subtraction from those pools. And the other part, Vice Chair brought up in conjunction to this is, and the superintendent said they will continue to do the overfilling for the transportation department, but I think there needs to also continue to be overfilling in the custodial department as well, considering the fact that on any given day, you got people that are out, and one of the main things is making sure these schools are clean. The environment is adequate for kids, for education and staff. So those are mine for those pages.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. I'll start with what I appreciate about these pages first, and I love the idea of the plumber and the HVAC helpers. I know that's been a conversation that's been happening for a while, that there's work that can be done by others that don't necessarily have to be licensed plumbers, and so I think that's going to be, and same thing with HVAC. I think that there are people with that experience without necessarily the full licensure that we require for those specialized technicians, and so I'm grateful that we're adding those positions of helpers, and again, those I believe are job descriptions. We'll have to be seeing coming to us, Ms. Morant. I question the construction inspector, and the question that I would have about it isn't necessarily because we're about to go into a bunch of building projects, but if it is new potential requirements that allow us to have outside inspections. And so that, I don't know if that's justification for that reduction, but that would be my question, if perhaps there is something that we need to ask for outside that we don't necessarily need to have inside the district. And so that's where that comes from. I'll continue to express my concern about staff attorney until we know what that job description looks like. And I also just heard about staff attorney. I'm not concerned about the position, but hearing that the salary range will be the same as the board attorney does cause me some concern, frankly, because while I understand that we appreciate what an attorney makes and what that profession looks like, I understand that, but our board attorney and putting potentially a staff attorney on that same pay scale then elevates that pay scale above every other person in this room, apart from our superintendent. And so that causes me concern, frankly. There's a pay range there that I think that we need to potentially, if that person's going to report to the superintendent, then we at least put it at the CFO level, or we put it at one of these other executive cabinet level positions, as opposed to what our board attorney salary range is. That's my opinion on that. And I guess I'm going to be in the minority on this one, but I disagree with moving board services under school board authority. That just knowing what it is to have 2 employees of the school board and all that comes with what that looks like, that we have to be approving a specific contract of that employee, we have to be approving evaluation specifically of that employee. Right now, our superintendent and our board attorney report directly to all 5 of us, and we all 5 can at any time do whatever needs to be done within those individual employees that we have. Having one more person, and I understand other districts may do it, but perhaps other districts have done that for 20, 30 years or more, and it's not been the function or the structure of this district to have it that way. Personally, as board chair, I kind of anticipated that there would be additional needs that I might see out of board services as a board chair, and I've even expressed that to my fellow board members who have served as chair before. I've not seen that increased need and relationship in this role, and that was something that I honestly thought would be occurring, and it has not. So I'm not certain what the purpose of that position reporting to the board would be. It does appear I might be in the minority, but if that were to come before us, then we could certainly vote on that decision as it came, but I do not see that being a need for this individual board member. So with that, are we ready to move on to 9 through?
May I just add specifically,
Attorney Powers.
Just because it came up, statutorily, board clerk, as opposed to other roles that board services personnel may have, board clerk is a position who is supposed to keep and maintain all of the files for disposition to the Fifth Circuit District Court of Appeals in case of suit, disciplinary files, things like that. So it really is a specifically record-keeping role. It probably also would be something that requires significant board docs interaction, though perhaps not, and I'll have to look into whether the person the title of board clerk would be the person also responsible for advertising and agendizing everything, because those roles fall jointly between the superintendent and the board. So they're specifically, when you're reading anything about that, the role of board clerk is a sub-role within board services in the current position. Those have been in the past, I believe, and may be able to be separated into different blocks and chunks, but that's board clerk is a role that I know of nothing saying that has to be a board position or a superintendent's position, but that is a role that is necessary. Everything else is something that is necessary if the superintendent and the board deems it to be so.
Thank you. Board, are we ready to move? Oh, Dr. Gullett, please.
My apologies, Madam, excuse me, Madam Chair. Page 6, Ms. Morant, I've heard several comments about construction inspector. I don't know if you have additional information as to that recommendation. I do not. So just for clarity purposes, if you have anything that we could share now.
It did come from the request of that area. I don't have specific information to provide that can add context to the request.
Okay, we'll review
but it was directly from
thank you. Okay, thank you.
them.
Ready to move on, board? Moving into academic services. So this begins on page 9.
Mm-hmm. So we spoke about a bit of this. So mentioned that the CAO or Chief Academic Officer position title changed to Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction. We know the area superintendent for elementary, we don't have that position, and really the structure in general for the area soup. So as Dr. Gullett has mentioned, they will be based on regions. So we have Region 1 and Region 2. You will notice, and I'm trying to go through the line, but there's movement as you mentioned. You'll notice the removal of some of the program specialists, and we're moving some of those to other areas. One being technology for support there, 2 being technology. And then also you'll see towards the end of this purple section that we are also moving some of those positions to be site-based and directly support our schools. We've discussed that acceleration, innovation, and elementary curriculum, senior executive director, and you can see the positions that are listed there supporting that role. And I think Dr. Gullett spoke on this, but just a quick note I had about that position is that it includes oversight of the elementary schools with unique programs that are innovative or accelerating and allowing us to be forward-thinking into the future, and then also responsible for all of the curriculum in elementary as well. And we'll look at the next page, page 10, Silver River Museum. We're adding a second teacher to them. It's always a good thing. And looking at our high schools and secondary curriculum, so similar to the position with elementary, this role will be responsible for all secondary curriculum, but also the oversight of high schools and an intense concentration at the respective schools will be a great focus there. And then we're adding the Senior Executive Director of Student Pathways, which we've discussed before. Under that leadership, that position will oversee alternative programs, discipline, ESC, K-12 scheduling, school choice, CTE, and then our MTI, our alternative school on the campus of MTI. We've already discussed removing the director of ESC position, and that also came with the removal of that secretary in that department. When we're discussing behavior specialists, we're increasing, and really it's almost a movement. So we're adding 2, but we're moving those around. If you look at the line right underneath it, there were positions that were funded out of ARP. So we're removing 3 from that line, and we're adding 2 that will be ESSER funded. We're adding 4 ESE specialists, and again, really it's 2 because we're moving 2 from funding. If you look at the IDEA B funding, we're moving 2 from there, and we're adding 4 to district funding. And I'll pause right here and just share some notes about our ESC paraprofessionals and also our ESC specialists. So our ESC special needs paraprofessionals will provide special class and small group support in self-contained ESE units as well as in general education classroom. And our ESC specialists currently have approximately 14,000 meetings on the books and a caseload of 360 meetings each. We need additional ESC specialists to maintain compliance, reduce the caseloads, provide more support beyond compliance by having specialists that only support up to 2 schools, which will then allow more hands-on observations and intimacy with those schools. Okay.
Ms. Morant,
Yes.
let's go ahead and go through page 11, and before we get to grants and federal programs, let's make that a stopping point, please.
Okay, perfect. So if we're looking at early learning, we're decreasing the number of homeschool liaisons to 2. And then if we scroll down to our MAPS, Marion After School Program, we had 2 program specialists, but we are decreasing that to 1, and we're adding an area manager, which I'll pause to say would be a cost reduction, and we're adding a site manager as well to their area. So I will pause here for comments or questions.
There's a new site. You said you're adding a site manager?
From my understanding, I think it's for Fordham.
Okay. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, board, moving into these questions, we'll start with Ms. Conrad.
Okay. My first concern was brought up earlier. It's about the secretaries. If you look under Senior Executive Director, I believe as secretary, her job position should move up also. So she, I'm assuming it's a she, sorry. The secretary position for a Senior Executive Director would not be a secretary too?
So we have not discussed that as of now. The plan was to allow them to remain as a confidential secretary, but certainly hearing your feedback is something that we can take back and discuss with the respective areas.
Okay, I just offer this as a single board comment. As we look at recruiting and retaining our staff members, certainly their promotion as their team is promoted is important to me. So I would just like to state that. And that happens several times under acceleration and innovation, high schools and secondary.
Elementary.
What's that?
The pathways one.
Oh, in pathways.
So, and I would like to say our area superintendents, they have confidential secretaries. So I just would like to share that's what they have currently.
I did see that. I just know that their workload, if you look at the number of people that they're going to be accommodating, I think it's more work, which deserves more pay. So that is a concern I have on for the secretaries for the district. Also a concern, so under these different same titles, the high schools, the pathways, but when we get down to exceptional students, we have all of these coordinators, but there's no description at all. In the other areas, like under high schools, it will say coordinator 1, secondary education, then health, PE, wellness, athletics and drivers, but we have nothing. And again, that's an area of concern, it seems, for the majority of this board. And we don't have any description what all of those coordinators are going to be handling. And who is going to be handling all that paperwork since there's not a secretary there. So that is a major concern for me. All right, our homeschool liaisons, as we're losing two, where are we losing those?
So those are from, and correct me, they're from multicultural. Where are they from? From Hippie, I apologize. Those two are from Hippie.
From where?
Hippie.
Can you please say do you know what the acronym HIPPY is for?
What is the acronym?
Just for the public listening.
And for Wantanisha.
We want to get rid of hippies. That's not at all what we're saying.
Ms. Talbert Irving is going to come
you.
forward.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, while she's coming forward, I would just say that that has nothing to do with our schools. Our schools all still have homeschool liaisons, just for clarity.
Oh my gosh. Good morning, board. So I'm going to not say the acronym correctly, but I will say that HIPPY stands for Homeschool Instruction. So those are federal grant dollars that normally when you have students that are identified through EBT or SNAP or different types of benefits, those 6 homeschool liaisons go out to support that particular group of families to help, and that's been a reduction from 6 to 4. So that's funding from the state that reduced the amount of people.
Thank you so much. My concern was, as Dr. Gullett mentioned, is on the school-based level and our struggles with attendance, and I know that they've been helping tremendously in that area. So I feel much better knowing they're not being pulled from a school site. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Chair, thank you. I think that's it for me.
Oh, okay. Reverend Cummings.
Okay, I got a few. Let me go back to the top where I was at. Concerns. When I look at the area superintendent, Region 1, Region 2, I see a slight disparity. I see where Region 2 has a clerk specialist and Region 1 doesn't have a clerk specialist. What's the reasoning for that? And then I also see Region 1 has a program specialist for 220, and Region 2 has a program specialist for 260. If the regions if we're doing the same thing, what's the disparity based on those regions?
And I will allow Ms. Talbert Irving to address that.
Can you repeat your question?
Region 1 doesn't have a clerk specialist. Region 2 does have a clerk specialist. What's the difference? If it's just attrition.
Good question. So Region 2, the people that were sitting in transformation for that department for area soup, they transferred over into Region 2. So that clerk specialist was just transferred over. They both have a program specialist, but one is at 260 days. So in the 20, and I'm getting into Ms. Morant's lane, but for the 24-25 school year, all program specialists will go to 220 days. So that person is just at 260 to help with the disparity. If that Region 1 area soup decides they may or may not need additional support during the summer, then that person would be on an LOA, a letter of agreement where they can work those additional days. But this is just to flesh out for the 23-24 school year, and then in the 24-25 year, it will balance out, but these are just moving the positions around.
So currently, that program specialist that's a 260 that person is already in that position.
Correct.
So I'm saying this for clarity. They're maintained at 260 until next year, when all program specialists will be at 220.
You're correct, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Sorry, Dr. Gullett.
To Board Member Cummings' point, Ms. Talbert Irving, the clerk specialists that you've assigned there, proposed that we have in Region 2, would support both regions as transformation schools, correct? Because of grants and other things that come that would be serving both regions, not just one.
Correct.
Thank you.
But there's
And
a direct
HIPPY stands for Home Instruction for Parents of Preschool Youngsters.
Right.
There we go.
And then, and also while I'm looking at this, I'm looking at a lot of, Ms. Boston Ellis is going to have her hands full in the coming year, because I look at a lot of positions that are ESSER funded, and eventually, and these aren't lower level positions, these are higher level positions, that eventually we're going to have to make a decision on how to fund these positions, because they are all ESSER. We know ESSER ends this year.
Correct. So Ms. Boston Ellis has been in conversations with Dr. Reese and myself for the past 2 years as we heard the board speak about ESSER funding, as we read the financial impact and the cliff that will happen. So we have been preparing to absorb some of those positions by ensuring that Title I not only makes sure that they allocate dollars for this year to use towards students, but if we have rolled forward, putting some of that money back, so when it becomes time to look at our homeschool liaisons, how will they get funded? We'll put those into Title I, and then looking at other positions. So we've been meeting, because she has charged us diligently over the past 2 years to remember that we have to look at our ESSER funding and make shifts and adjustments.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Vice Chair.
It's okay, she can go ahead.
Oh, okay, then Dr. James. Like I'm trying to.
So I want to start, I think that previously stated by Ms. Morant, the area superintendents and the senior executive directors are on the same pay scale. If they're on the same pay scale, their secretaries, I'm going to offer, should be on the same pay scale. So wherever we land on that is someone else's decision, but this board member wants to see if those are, if the top leaders in that department are on the same pay scale, their secretaries should presumably be on the same pay scale as well. I do believe that. I want to draw a question to the high school and secondary curriculum. There's a program specialist line item that's in red, but it doesn't have days next to it. All of the other program specialists on here have days next to them. Can you share what that is?
I'll have to look at this. Yeah.
Oh, these are 220s. All 4 of those are 220s, and we're decreasing 1.
Okay, if we could add that just for transparency, that would be great. It was just mentioned by Ms. Talbert Irving that all of the 260s are going to 220s. Is that all of the curriculum 260s or all program specialist 260s?
Thank you, Dr. James. It's all curriculum 260s.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to clarify that. So all curriculum 260s are going to 220s. And then presumably, if there's work to be completed in the summer, they will have a letter of agreement to be able to tack on days for work to be completed.
Correct.
Okay. I would like, someone, maybe Reverend Cummings, I don't know, mentioned it. I would like to see an explanation, maybe it was Con, I don't know who said it, for ESE, that those coordinators and every other department, that coordinator is explained what they're doing. And then in ESE, it's not there at all. And so that's what I would like to see there. I'd also like to ask, so in early learning, that school staff for early learning also duplicates as a principal and assistant principal for Fordham. Is that correct?
Yeah, Janet's talking about.
So the director of early learning also acts as the principal of Fordham?
Correct.
Okay, and the coordinator 1 acts as an assistant principal?
Correct.
Okay. What's the plan for that? So, because my understanding is that coordinator one not only serves in the capacity of being an assistant principal on a school site, which students' enrollment is, I believe, more than doubling for next school year, but also serves to manage VPK for this entire district, which is, before our meeting started, my fellow board members saw my paper scattered everywhere, because as someone who manages an early learning site, I understand the amount of paperwork tied to that. There is, I would argue, it is this upcoming school year, but there is a time that is going to come when that coordinator, there needs to be additional support staff from an administrative perspective added to Fordham, because we cannot expect the individual in coordinator one to continue to assist the school operations day to day, the testing, all of the things, and then also manage VPK throughout this entire district. I just think it's just crazy to me.
No, and to your point, Dr. James, that's accurate. Ms. Beck and Vicki Nevels and the department have had numerous conversations as they continue to add to early learning Fordham, to build up the elementary side of it and to make sure that's secure. Then hopefully it will continue to evolve, and when it evolves, those conversations will have to be held in regards to responsibilities.
What is the projected enrollment for Fordham for next year?
Don't quote me to be accurate, because I would hate for someone to say that that's not correct, but they're at maybe 120. So she's going to pick up an additional first grade and kindergarten as well, and a VPK. So she has built her numbers up, and when we say she, I'm talking about Ms. Beck, through Magnet Choice and through parents wanting to come. So we hope eventually at the end, it will get to projected 226, not for this fiscal year, by the end of the next fiscal year, which would be coming into 24-25.
Okay, so there would be an intention for not this upcoming school year, but the following 24-25 to see a shift in that staffing.
Correct. Okay. And they add units each year, so we keep adding additional units. But the program has been robust through their hard work, advocacy, and advertisement. So the program is growing.
Okay. On the oh, I just had it up, so sorry, 1 second. Back to the executive director secretary note. If all executive directors have a certain secretary status, that's what I think everyone else should have. So if confidential secretary is not what other executive directors have, like, I think everyone under the umbrella should have the same. Whatever that means, I think that is what is most appropriate. I had one other thing, and now I'm not going to be able to find it. Oh, ESE. When I'm looking at the special needs para, I understand that we're taking the 30 that were funded through ARP and moving them into IDEA, but we're not adding 30, we're only adding 21. So we're cutting 9 special needs paras.
No, it'll be a total of 30. So they're adding 21 to the 9 that were already in that funding source. IDEA-B ARP goes away at the end of this fiscal year, so they went ahead and moved that group of paraprofessionals up to equate to 30. So it's 21 plus 9.
I understand, but last year we had 39. Is that correct?
That's correct. And those 9 that we had through IDEA ARP funding, they go away. Out of the 9, all weren't filled. Half were vacant for the entire school year.
What about the ones that weren't?
The 4 that weren't, she built that buffer up into the 30. So you had 9 for IDEA. Let me put on my glasses. You had 9 this year funded through IDEA-B. And then she had 30 that were funded through IDEA-B ARP. All 30 positions weren't filled, some were vacant. But in order to keep those special needs paras based on the needs of the school and what she's heard from staff and principals, They went ahead, because ARP sunsets, and built 21 in, plus that 9 to bring us to 30.
Okay. It just, unless I'm missing the math, or we need a little asterisk like we do for the custodial, it looks like we're going from 39 to 30. This past school year, 22-23, we had 39 special needs paras, and next school year we have 30.
What did you say? I get what you're saying. Some of those 30 were vacant.
But that doesn't mean the need wasn't there.
Correct. So out of the 30, repeat your question, Dr. James.
So it looks like we're cutting 9 special needs paras, whether they were filled or not, or whatever. If we had the position, and either we need an asterisk like we did for custodial and transportation that said they were unfunded and unneeded and we're actually adding a surplus, or I'm confused, because if we had 39 positions for special needs paras and all of those were needed, I can't imagine I could call a school principal that would tell me they didn't need the unfilled special needs para position they couldn't fill, then we still need 39 special needs paras. And as to Vice Chair Thurber's point, our ESC population is only expanding, not minimizing. So I just wonder how we're cutting there.
There we go. Thanks for clarification. I had to get that through my brain and process what you were asking. To answer your question, the IDA B ARP that were funded, the 9 that you're talking about are static. They were already there. Those 30 that were funded, what the ESC department did was take a look at the school's needs, and they allotted 30 additional ones to different schools. Out of the 30 that they allotted, all of them weren't filled, and they weren't filled because either you couldn't find someone to fill it or the need had already been met. So the department decided as a group to take those 30 to make it even as a whole number, to add 21 up into IDA-B to make it 30 and allot those 30 to the schools that are most neediest. So yes, you do have, instead of 39, you do go to 30, to answer your question.
And 30 meets the needs of all of our schools.
So 30 meets the needs right now of all of our schools. If the school says that they need additional paras, what will happen is they will go back into the IDA-B funds and they will allot additional paras to those schools based on needs, based on IEPs, and based on what we hear from feedback.
Okay, I guess I just find that part hard to believe, but, I mean, with all of our specialized units throughout the district, I mean, we have schools with, I mean, Mo's has 10 specialized units. There's 1 or 2 paras in each of those units alone. Like, I think, I mean, how many special needs paras are allocated to Mo's alone? Mo's of Maplewood, it sounds like it probably has, they have 30 paras. I don't know, I just think it seems very far-fetched to me.
And what the team can do is go back and look and evaluate to address your concerns.
Okay.
Dr. James, does that conclude your questions on this section?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you. Yeah, speaking of the special needs paras, there are instructional paras and special needs paras, and when you look at the job descriptions, there's a vast difference in terms of how they serve. My word of caution there would be that as a kid comes into our district or needs shift, that when that need becomes clear, I do worry about the immediacy of being able then to meet that need. I also know that finding special needs paras and keeping them is incredibly difficult, because if you read the job description, you'll understand why. It takes a special person. So I do understand that if they haven't been filled all year, you know, we're trying to present a balanced budget here at some point. We do what we need to do, but I think with the eye of serving each and every student, again, it's back to just being nimble and being able to find the right person in today's market to help that group of students, or even individual students sometimes, that would need that level of service. I don't have too much that hasn't already been stated. I would like to go back up to the coordinators in ESE. Yes, right there. There is one, Coordinator 1 dedicated to 504. And I just want to bring awareness again that we have 4,000 students on a 504 plan currently. So to have one coordinator coordinating 4,000 students, that's a lot. And I know that we have timelines that we have to meet, that we have been dinged for too, as far as things like this. And then also the clock starts ticking. Is it still a 60-day timeline? You know, there's just so much within ESE, but I've already beaten that drum, and so I'll stop. Let's see what else I had. Oh, just one more point of clarification on the program specialist, because I've gotten a few calls about this too. And just to make it clear, program specialists at 260 days, as they have left us for whatever reason, any replacement has been at the 220. So that's through attrition. And then the current program specialists that are still on the 260 days have already been informed, according to my understanding, that next year will be the last year that they will be paid 260 days. So great to have given them that ample notice. There was a couple of them that I did share that a lot of times there's work in the summer, you know, that can be done to get those extra days. So there's just been some cause and confusion out there about that. And I think the more times we say it, the more clear it will become. So everyone else has addressed the rest of my concerns, so I'm good. Thank you.
Dr. Gullett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. While Ms. Talbert Irving is at the podium, Ms. Talbert Irving, there have been a lot of questions about ESC and the coordinators and roles, and I know you're working very closely with all of them. Could you just provide perhaps a brief update as to plans and support?
Sure. So we have been meeting with all of the entire department, site-based and district-based, to listen to their needs, to have their voices, to have their input in regards to ESC specialists. So that's where you'll see the change in regards to the caseloads, because we know that if they have too much of a caseload that's inundated with paperwork, that really takes away the focus of what they need to do. So we've made that shift and adjustment with the ESC specialists that we've added in that component. And then in speaking with the coordinators, really trying to get a handle on what exactly does each coordinator do and how do they support, and looking at the inequities in that to make sure if we have 5 coordinators based on school feedback, based on ESC specialists feedback, based on ESC people at the school level feedback, what will those coordinators to do so we can make sure that it's specific, strategic, and targeted, so we can take care of the additional issues or information that we've garnered from district and site-based personnel.
Thank you, and that's really important to me, because we've had coordinators in the past that have also functioned as parent liaisons, and within the 180-day school year, when a child is struggling that mightily to get that immediate connection with someone from that department and begin problem solving, really makes a huge difference in that particular student's case going down a completely different road legally, which is obviously something that's in all of our best interests to avoid, especially for that student.
Thank you. And now it's my time to weigh in, and I don't have very many comments apart from what my fellow board members have already expressed. My first thought is I'm grateful that this plan that we received at 6 o'clock last evening made an adjustment from the previous plan we had received last week that I'm already grateful for, and that was Marion After School Programs Coordinator 1 staying a Coordinator 2, and it was going to be moving to a Coordinator 1 based on what we'd received last week. So thank you for already making that adjustment and noticing that that is still needed at a Coordinator 2 position. My fellow board members have mentioned about the secretary positions, and it is interesting to note as I was scrolling while they were talking to see that our executive directors do have executive secretary 1s, all of them, including a new executive director position and so forth, all have executive secretary ones, but yet the title that we are about to create, senior executive director, would only have confidential secretaries. So I could see there being that discrepancy and actually being a challenge for those newly created positions, having their support being essentially at a lower level and lower pay scale than someone who is lower on the pay scale below them. So I could see that transition being something we need to adjust in this plan. It does make me question, just in general, about the number of secretaries we do have throughout the district. And it makes me wonder if there are individual departments. I know later on, we haven't gotten further through, but later on we will see that there is actually a secretary position that's going to be splitting time between, finance and budgeting or something like that. And so it makes me wonder if we do have the need for all of the secretarial positions that we do have throughout the district, or if that's been something that's continued to accumulate over time. So I would like to see if there are additional opportunities for sharing of time in certain departments or something, if we have a way to split secretary time in addition to us making the adjustments I already addressed there. And my last concern, and it's not really a question as much as it is a concern, is that I understand as a board member, and we've talked about it quite a bit, how important discipline is, and seeing what we see in discipline, and we address it regularly as a board. It does concern me, and there's nothing that can be done at this point, but it does concern me that the discipline department of sorts is going to be now having its third reporting structure in 3 years. So, Ms. Talbert Irving, if you want to give a little more elaboration to that, but just knowing we're about to change that reporting structure yet again, knowing how important discipline is, and that does impact our students every day.
Duly noted with your concern. The department itself structure has been reorganized and reshifted, as you know, with the 2 program specialists, the 1 coordinator, and putting those structures and processes into place to make sure we have a significant, strong plan when it comes to presenting cases, when we take a look at discipline referrals, and all the work they've done as the department with the professional development. So even though you have a concern, we're confident if this is approved and we take a look at it, along with your recommendations, when they shift over, those structures, those processes won't be lost. That person who they'll report to has a strong background in knowledge and discipline as well, from elementary all the way up until secondary, understanding procedures, violations when we have to come back to the board, so the processes won't be lost in transition.
So again, that further validates the very strong need for a really strong job description, because if we're, again, basing a reorganization on an individual, which while we're not doing that, what you just expressed kind of is, basing it on an individual's experience and exposure, then we need to ensure that that job description fully aligns with everything we want to find in a potential replacement should another district choose to take that person from us.
Agreed, and we're not looking at the person. We've taken a look at the job description. We've already started the job description to ensure the job description is solid. It makes sense taking a look at all those processes and procedures, and should someone else or whomever take that position of senior executive director, that person along with that department will be set up for success, taking the person out of it. So thank you for the correction.
Thank you. Board, if there's nothing else in this section, I think we can start with grants and federal programs. That's at the very bottom of page 11. Thank you, Ms. Talbert Irving. But some of these are still in purple, so don't go too far away.
That's exactly what I told her. We're on the same page. Okay, so picking up at page 12, the bottom of page 11, grants and federal programs, you'll see no changes there. Well, there was some update in funding, but that's more so behind the scenes. Same thing, no changes to mental health and wellness. I discussed in the beginning, when I gave my overview about health services, that we have added a total of 19 nurses, well, 18 nurses and 1 program specialist. DOH, just as an FYI, DOH will no longer contract services, and nurses will now be managed by the mental health and wellness area. We're not DOH has had a good relationship with us, so it's not anything specific or personal to Marion County, and they are doing similar things in other districts, but this is something we have to add, so that's why you see that area there. We are decreasing, and actually we've already decreased the attendance specialist positions from 21 to 20. You will notice the title change from Student Pathways and Assessments and CTE to Student Assessments. Technology and Informational Services. Information Services, I mentioned earlier that 2 of those program specialists would be switched here to support a lot of the great work that we've heard that's coming out of that area. And if you look in infrastructure and data center operations, we are adding a computer network specialist and also a wiring technician, again, to support all of the great work that's coming and to come. And going to page 14, another move, transformation principal on assignment, and we're adding 2 program specialists under that line. And I mentioned earlier that there are going to be several staff that will be assigned to actual sites. So that's where you see that notation of central staff assigned to schools. And this page, yes, concludes academic services.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Ms. Conrad on comments, and
Okay,
the reason I'm going to start with Ms. Conrad, and she doesn't know this, and I'm just going to say this publicly, is in 2020, school nurses were a big thing for her, and that's why I'm starting with Ms. Conrad.
I was excited to see that they got added last night because it was on my list of where are they. So I'm glad that they're here. So thank you for getting that added. I just have a few questions. We're losing an attendance specialist. Why?
So that position has already transitioned, and it transitioned in 22-23. So they've moved him to, or moved that position to another site.
Okay. You kind of explained the infrastructure data operations that you added. Those were a change from last night also. There was one other thing. Okay, so under central staff assigned to schools, are they going to be assigned to specific schools? And one is a 260 and one is a 220. So I wanted to know the difference.
So I'll address the 260, 220, and then I'll allow Ms. Tauber Irvin to talk about the assignments. So it goes back to our earlier conversation. So these are curriculum program specialists who right now in the current role that they're in, they are 260s, but beginning with the 24-25 school year, they will be 220-day program specialists, and they have been informed of this change.
Okay, and where will they be located?
Allow Ms. Tauber Irvin.
So, Ms. Conrad, Chair Conrad, the location was determined based on district needs, school needs, our federal index data that talks about our subgroups and our content areas, and also our current data. Even though we're not finished with our current data as the DOE changes and they do their cut scores and those different things, we took a look at PM1, PM2, PM3, looked at our subgroup population, and based on that, these program specialists were placed at those schools, which would be North Marion High School, North Marion Middle, Horizon Academy, and I'm missing the other one out of my head. Right off top, there's one more. Oh, Wyomina.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
And the principals have been notified, and unless I'm off, all were very excited that they'll be able to provide support specifically to those schools.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. James.
I just want to note, under the technology and information services, there's a program specialist listed there, but there's no days next to that individual as well. So if that could.
It's 220, but I'll update it. Where are you at? What page?
Technology, page 13, the program specialist there.
That's 220.
Okay. And then my question would just, and it's not a question, it's a comment, I guess. Looking forward to the 24-25 school year, this central staff assigned to schools, while they're going to be housed under the district staffing plan right now as a program specialist, schools don't have program specialists on their staffing plan currently, I believe. And so will we be adding program specialists to specific school sites in the 24-25 school year, or will they continue to be just assigned to schools via the district staffing plan? Like, what does that future plan look like?
So you can interrupt me if I'm wrong, Ms. Hopper-Irvin. So there has been discussion about that. So the plan is to assign them to specific school sites, but adding that asterisk at the bottom because we know needs change. So just because you may be assigned at school A this year, it's possible that you may have another assignment the following year. So still kind of working through those intricate details, but the plan is to put them at the site and based on the greatest need, the data and everything that will support that.
Understood. So they'll continue to be funded through the district, but placed at schools based on need year to year.
Correct.
And their intention is to be a program specialist for all areas of instruction, not just one content area.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
I'll go ahead and chime in and see if the other two board members to my left have anything. I wanted to first ask about, I think you mentioned this, but it is unique that we have a computer network specialist that is going to be 100% funded through food service. Is there an explanation as to, is that going to be a different job description for that individual, or is there just a way that in the food service funding that we can provide infrastructure for computer network specialists?
I have to ask. I don't know about the funding, yeah.
Sorry, I saw Ms. Boston Ellis perk up as soon as I said fully funded out of food service. It's just unique. We don't normally have computer technicians that are funded out of food service, I don't think.
Correct. A few years ago, it was determined that food service needed a technician 24/7.
Okay.
And so at that time, it was deemed that we needed to provide that service for food service, with the caveat that they would have to fund that position. And you will see there are other positions that support food service, I would say 95% of the time. And you'll see that in the finance department, a clerk that handles only the invoices for food service. You'll see that in, I think there's another, we have an accountant that is charged partially to food service because of the work that is done for food service. So yes, and that was determined many years ago. And if their work duties change, then we go back and do a journal entry at the end of the year to correct that.
Thank you, Ms. Boston, for that explanation. And we haven't gotten to the section on your business services yet, so we'll get there and see all the rest of them funded through food service. But thank you very much for that explanation. I could see that every single school site has where a student's punching in a number, and I can see why they would need it. It's just it was seeing it in red drew the attention to me for that. And then I'll just want to say again on this school nurses, I'm excited to see that we are going in that model. I think that's something that I as a board member and other board members have expressed in the past, that it was a direction that I am glad that we're going in. Again, that's a job description and a salary schedule and all the things that we'll have to be looking at. Potentially an LPN, an LPN or an RN, what if we are going to do a certain number of one or a certain number of others, the job description will have to spell out, with only 19, then, they're going to be servicing 2 to 3 schools potentially, depending on where they are. And so I'm just excited that we're seeing that come before us and excited to see the future direction and what that job description looks like for each of those positions. So, Vice Chair, Reverend Cummings, either one of you have anything in this section? Vice Chair.
I just have one thing. I feel like we've been talking a lot about program specialists, but it's just a point of clarification, because according to my understanding of a program specialist, it might be a program specialist for ELA or a program specialist for math. And if they're being assigned to schools based on data, I would be thinking that, well, if a school is low in math, that they would, that's their greatest need, that the program specialist for math would be assigned there, or if it's ELA. So I just want a little clarification with that, because I didn't know there was a program specialist that could do all of that. And there probably is, because we have great people, but.
So as we took a look at program specialists last year, we wanted to get out of content specific, even though there may be content specific, meaning their strength may be in math, their strength may be in ELA, their strength may be in science. If they're going to provide holistic support to the schools and really get down in it, then they need to be a master of all things, meaning that you need to be able to speak to the strategies, you need to be able to speak to the weaknesses, you need to be able to speak to collaboration, you need to be able to speak to all of that outside of your strength nature, whether it's math, ELA. So even though those program specialists are assigned based on math content, maybe ELA content, the expectation is they're able to take strategies and replicate all of them throughout that school and to make them holistic. Because what happened is when they're just into one content area, they're not able to speak to all the new standards that we have, all the benchmark standards that have changed, and we want to get them out of that.
Okay, great. And as you were explaining, I was remembering that it's a different job title. I believe I was thinking of CAS, Content Area Specialists, which are different than Program Specialists. So I stand myself corrected. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready to move on? Moving on to, let's see, are we able to just finish this out?
I think so.
So let's finish it out. We're on 15. Let's go 15 to 17, and then we'll be done. And hopefully you're still going to make your meeting. I don't know what time that was advertised.
It starts at 3, so we're still in
perfect.
good time. Thank you for that. So business
Dives
services.
deep, Ms. Morant. This board dives deep.
I love it. Business services, so a lot of this we've discussed already. So we've discussed the executive director and the executive secretary. And so I will point out to the point you're making, this secretary is not a new hire. It's a transition from our COO. So this will transition over here. In finance and accounting, you've mentioned it. They're going to split a secretary between both of those departments. So finance accounting and finance budgeting will share a secretary. You'll see that food services is listed here. Again, that's a new area added into under the CFO's office, but no changes in that structure. If we move to, and I forgot to mention this, page 16. So school choice has now been separated. That director was in charge of school choice and student enrollment. So school choice will report under academic services and take that coordinator. School enrollment will remain under business services. And so you'll see the change in the the notation in the changes with those positions. And I think that is all. You'll notice at the bottom that there is just a notation. I think this goes back to Mrs. Thoreau's earlier comments about where staff is allocated, rather admin, school board. So we did add, and that's a new addition that was added to the document that was emailed last night. That kind of gives you a breakdown of the different positions and where we're at and what that looks like overall. Any questions for me?
Any additional questions on this plan? Dr. James.
Just to reiterate a point of clarification, I think if we're going to have explanations for coordinators throughout the document, we need them in this department as well. I think that would just be more transparent. And then under student enrollment, so that is Mr. Ayers' department, is that correct?
That's who serves as the director, correct?
So the school choice piece is now going to be under that senior executive director
That
that
is
we're
correct.
adding?
Correct.
Okay. So when it comes to School Choice Expo and the December 1st to January 31st and all of that, and the lottery and all of that, that's going to fall under that senior executive director?
The coordinator. So there's a coordinator that goes with school choice that reports to that senior executive director. So that heavy lift is going to continue to be done by the coordinator.
Okay. And then student enrollment, then what is the student enrollment piece?
So I'll allow Ms. Boston Ellis to speak specifically to that.
Prior to probably 2 or 3 years ago, that particular role was basically student enrollment. He handled where students were assigned, and I believe his title was student assignment and records. So what we are doing is taking that curriculum piece of school choice, all of the magnet programs, that goes with the person who is currently the coordinator. So everything else is left under student enrollment and records. With all of the rezoning that is going on, we believe that particular department needs to be laser focused into handling those type of situations that are going to come about. That department also is in charge of records, but when we talk to them about the possible split or pulling out the curriculum part of school choice, they are still going to have to work together, if that was where your question was going. And they've actually come up with a plan of how they are going to continue to work together, but the emphasis under school choice will be on developing curriculum. I think Ms. Talbot Irving has talked a lot about the programs and the new programs that are going to be in elementary school, and they'll feed into middle, and then they'll feed into high. So that's really why they were split apart, but they are still going to be working together.
So my concern with this is that while that coordinator has been the person to spearhead all of that heavy lifting and will continue, when families are not happy with how the process goes, they call our director's office currently, which is Mr. Ayers.
Correct.
Now, housing this in a different department, they will then call the person who's also responsible for ESE, also responsible for X, Y, LMNOP. So my grave concern, and maybe this is just an organizational chart situation, but I just don't think that coordinator, I don't believe that this individual, this senior executive director that we're like catch-alling, needs to also receive the phone calls for the parents who don't get into the magnet program they want. I just don't think that person is going to have the bandwidth to handle that, because the coordinator is going to say no, and then what happens is you call the superior. That's just, Mr. Ayers spends hours fielding phone calls in one particular season, but still, and he will no longer get those phone calls. They will go to the coordinator's direct report, which is the senior executive director. Is that accurate?
So as I stated, they have sat down and charted out the projects that they will work together on and the projects that will be separated. And when I say that, I am sure they will still be working in conjunction, just because of the director that handles pupil assignment and zoning. She's still going to need his support. So it's just a matter of us coming together and figuring out how they're going to work together, but that she maintain, or that coordinator maintains the curriculum side of school choice. So, that's the plan.
I guess I just don't understand why it's being moved under the senior executive director. That's what I don't understand then. Like, if they're still going to work together.
Under some circumstances, she will be developing curriculum, and maybe I'm standing up here talking about things I probably shouldn't, but she will be directing the curriculums, the new curriculums that are being developed. But again, they will be working together on some issues that involves when parents are involved.
I see it being an issue. So that's all I got.
I just have a quick question.
Ms. Conrad.
Yes, Mrs. Morant, I just wanted to have some explanation. Sorry, I've got my notes here. Where did they go? Oh, there they are. Okay, so between the first version that we received and the second version, there was quite a difference between the student enrollment staff. And so we got rid of the student assignment and record specialist.
And on your previous plan, we changed that position to a program specialist, but it goes back to what we're doing, and we're getting rid of the program specialist 260. So that update was to change it to a student enrollment specialist.
Okay, so that's the switch there. All right, and then we're taking away the teacher, other instruction, and the instructional paraprofessional.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood the process and the moves. I too am a little concerned about putting all of this under Dr. Hembrook. I know, I trust you all's judgment, but I can't help visualize the burden that she's going to be carrying. There is, heavy lifting is really an understatement for the job that is being presented to her. And again, I just ask that you think about retaining our staff and keeping our staff, and we want them to be in a happy work environment. We don't want to work them to death. So anyway, I'll close with that.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board on this 17 pages? Hearing none, thank you, Ms. Morant. Is there any public comment on the 17 pages of the district staffing plan? Seeing and hearing none. Thank you again, Ms. Morant.
Thank you, Ms.
I know they will probably chuckle later, but I like to leave with clear direction. So are we bringing something back for a board meeting? Are you wanting another work session? I just want to be clear on where we're leaving this right now.
Thank you, Ms. Morant. Some of this is I'm going to ask for Dr. Gullett's impression, but based on multiple things that this board had expressed as concerns, I do believe it warrants another work session conversation just to clarify, as you have taken the board's suggestions now, and to see if there have been any modifications or recommendations for modifications based on the feedback you've received today. I believe it does deserve another work session day.
But don't we also need the job descriptions presented in that work session as well? Because those would have to be
So job
reviewed?
descriptions typically, I'm sorry to interrupt, but job descriptions typically are not brought before us in a work session, ever. We have job descriptions that are given to us in a board meeting, and that's whenever we pull them and discuss them during a board meeting. And if we would like to see job descriptions in a work session, then we can certainly ask that of staff, but that has not been traditional practice.
This board member would at least like to see those coordinators identified, especially in the ESE
We
department.
can, that's an easy add.
Okay.
I can add that.
Is it the request of the board to have job descriptions come before us in a work session? Because
And while you're discussing that, I would like to say it, while I will do everything possible, but we're talking about a lot of job descriptions within 2 weeks. So I can make it happen for the board meeting, but if that's your request, we will make it happen. But my legs will go weak a little, so just take that into consideration. But if that's the request, we can get with the departments, because they have to do it first, because they know what's required, and then they bring it over to HR. We sit down with every single job description, pull staff together, and we have a committee meeting. So just making that happen in addition to everything else, if that's the request, we will do it. Or if there are specific ones that are higher, or if we could at least, if you want bullet points, just to have an idea. But just so we can bring you the best product, we would like to have time to vet it through our process.
Bullet points would be good for me.
This board member is not making a specific request that I need to see every job description. But I also want to express as an individual board member to say, the reason we have a time crunch is because today we're getting this in June. And so my recommendation as an individual board member moving forward, that this entire process begins much, much sooner. And I understand the justification for not wanting to do it in the middle of a school year. I understand that. Same thing with the school staffing plan. I understand the reasoning behind not doing that. However, it puts us at a significant disservice whenever we're trying to be at a time crunch because of all the changes that are coming. I appreciate your transparency and understanding this is a heavy load to lift, and we had that conversation when we had the individual. I'm like, this is a whole lot of job description, a whole lot, and everybody knows how important job descriptions are to me. How do we hold people accountable if they're not abiding by what we've told them to do? So, and what we've hired them to do, I should say. So I'm not asking for individual descriptions, but if we can get some kind of bullet point list of some sort so we know what's falling in that area, I think that would be helpful.
And I need whatever we would traditionally do. So I'm fine with seeing them in a board meeting, but I think that we need to know salary schedules for these new positions. We need to know the cost impact, because that's not listed on here at all. So when we did the school staffing plans, we in our second work session had a number, and we all understood that number and agreed upon it. And while I was told this is kind of a wash, there's no number attached to it. So I think at a minimum, I need to see an adjustment and money in another work session, certainly, before a board meeting, this board member.
I'm going to agree, Dr. James, and that was something that I asked specifically. I know that was a wash, but today what we also have potentially suggested is that we're going to move secretaries to executive secretaries and a director to an executive director, and all of that comes at cost.
Correct. And what we have for you today is not correct because of all the recommended changes. What I do have for you is it is a $6 million increase to the district plan if you had accepted what was presented today. It's about a $1.7 million in special revenue and another $1.7 million in ESSER as well, and that includes fringe. And what you had before didn't include fringe. When we looked at the original staffing plan, that we did a quick analysis, and there was a net. It was a wash. I think I told you about 85,000. But when the plan started to go in the detail, there were a lot of changes that were made. And while we look at all of those changes that were made, in addition, this also includes schools as well. So this was a total amount for schools, but because of the changes you've made, I can't even give you that number today.
Understood, Ms. Boston-Ellis. I think that would further clarify as to why we absolutely need to have another work session. Going back to a point that I made as a board member just at the beginning of this, that absolutely the superintendent provides us the how, and that we tell the what, but we also tell the how much, and a $6 million price tag on what we've just seen today is a scary number for me.
Correct.
So thank you for that.
Excuse me, and I said school too, but this is just the district level staffing plan. And when we look at it from a budgeting perspective, we're comparing what you approved versus what's out there now. So the staffing plan document that you were given didn't quite match what we had budgeted. So my right and left hand, Thomas, went back and analyzed each of the positions. But he also included some additional changes in terms of fringe. You heard today about health insurance, and I think when we look at our budget in total, it's easy to say, well, we'll look at district level, but I think you have to look at the entire budget for the school district. The majority of our costs are in salary and fringe and upgrades and in all kinds of changes, whether it's funding changes or whether there is a person being added, to help with succession planning. But we also have things that have gone up as well. and I mentioned to you, our health, you heard today, property insurance is going up. There are so many costs that I just don't think you can look at just salaries and benefits. Well, you can look at it if that's what you want to do, but we have to look at the budget in total. Every year we go through this, and we have to go back, go to departments, ask them to cut their budgets. If you look at the entire district level staffing plan for 22-23, the total was 80 million, including fringe. And when you look at the entire staffing plan, our budget, including schools, I mean, that's close to $260 million. So this is not a very large part of the entire budget. So to give you this information in like a compartment is probably not good. We added a lot of money to school level, and it wasn't just what Mrs. Morant presented to you. That we are still adding units to schools that have not been budgeted yet. I mean, yesterday we looked at about 11 schools that needed or requested additional units. So it's not as simple and straightforward as you may think, but we have to do an exercise. We have to look at everything. We have to ask people to tighten their budgets that they've already tightened. As far as staffing, a lot of the departments asked for a lot more. There were departments that asked for upgrades, and we had to make that decision to say we can't do upgrades because we're adding things on the school side. We had to make decisions about what we would even bring to you when the need in the district level is just as tough as what the schools need. And when you talked about what's going on in technical services, they gave a priority list, but they need more staff. Transportation, bus garage, they asked for 12 technicians, but they cut it back to 4 because we were trying to be conscious of all the decisions that were made on the school level. So I'm getting off my soapbox now because I would just want you so much to look at the entire budget. And we know what we need, but we have to take that need and reduce it down to what we can afford. And it's going to impact everybody. It's going to impact the schools because our funding does not equate to what we're budgeting. So, end of story.
No, thank you, Ms. Bosnellis. I individually always appreciate your weighing in on this because it goes to the greater conversation of every person in this district has a job because we have students. And every dollar we bring in is because of students. And every student has a dollar sign attached to them that the state legislature attaches a dollar sign to them. Some get more dollar signs than others based on exceptional services that they may need and so forth. But as we get to a school and site-based budgeting model eventually, perhaps this 1,700 some odd people is a part of the everything else that I always continue to ask. And how much is the everything else? And maybe this isn't the full number, but funding this group of individuals may or may not see students every day. I mean, we can have debate about that. But as we get to a school and site-based budgeting model, this is going to be a real tough conversation to see how much the everything else costs versus what we actually put in front of students every day. So, anything else on the district staffing plan, board? If not, I would like for us to take a recess. It is now 1:10 p.m. Let's recess for 20 minutes, please, and be back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morant.
Thank you.
We're rolling.
We're going with it. Coming back out of recess at 1:35 p.m., just a bit after what I had hoped for, but here we go. So now, Dr. Gullett, we are moving on to item 5.1.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. So yes, we're going to be bringing forward with Dr. Livingood kicking off Code of Student Conduct revisions, and this is a second part to original discussion that was held earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Livingood.
Well, I had good morning, but I will say good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Campbell, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. With the guidance from our Chief Academic Officer, Mrs. Talbot Irving, we are here today to provide you with Part 2 of our recommendations for revisions for the 2023-2024 Code of Student Conduct. The committee was comprised of parents, community members, and department representatives from ESE, which is our Exceptional Student Education Department, Mental Health and Wellness, as well as our president of the Marion Education Association, Mark Avery, and our board member, Dr. Sarah James. During part 1 of our presentation that took place on March 9th, the request by a board member was for us to re-examine the way we handle student discipline for transportation matters. We took that suggestion seriously, and I'll tell you a few reasons why. The committee is still in session, but I'm happy to report that in collaboration with our School Safety and Security Committee, a district-wide discipline matrix is underway. I have provided you a draft. This is not included in the red line document that was uploaded to Board Docs because of the current work that is taking place, but you have a draft form in front of you. This is similar to the existing drug chart that already exists in our Code of Conduct. All of this will be included in the final review for you for the public hearing for the Code of Conduct that is scheduled at this point to take place for the second board meeting in July. During the 2022-2023 school year, there were 5,907 discipline referrals related to transportation. Level 1, we had 2,978, and the majority of those were failure to comply with bus rules. So as Board Member Thrower suggested in our last work session that took for us for March 9th, we knew that this was an alarming issue and that we needed to have our committee refocus or spend some time on the transportation processes that we have in our Code of Conduct. When we look at our level 3 and 4 referrals for transportation, the numbers are smaller, but of course the events are more severe. Level 3, we had 140 events, and level 4, we had 31. So I wanted to tell you that before Dr. Allday shared many of the other revisions, because this was the big point that was brought up during our last work session for part 1, and I wanted you to know that we listened to you, we took your suggestions and did quite a bit of work with this transportation related issue. The discipline matrix is underway, like I stated, and it's important because we must make our students and parents aware of the progressive discipline plans that we have and that will be assigned to their students for any of the violations of the Code of Conduct. You will see in the drafted chart for you, the discipline team actually broke down the rules of the bus. And I think you can all remember sitting on a bus, and at the very front, there are some bus rules. Those bus rules haven't changed much since we all rode the bus. So what the discipline team did was they actually broke apart a violation for each of those bus rules and put what a first offense consequence would be, what a second offense consequence, and so forth. So those are the level 1 referrals. That's what we would consider minor referrals, level 1s. But then when you look into level 2, level 3, and 4, those are more severe, such as our fighting, are, and those are broken into same thing in the school, a level 2 or level 3, depends on the people involved. The drugs and alcohol and also threats are spelled out for you on that chart. So at this time, I will introduce Dr. Alday, but before I do, I want to also comment on something else that we talked about. The Code of Civility was brought up, and there was some conversation about where this document would land. So what we have done, and Attorney Powers will comment on this, will share more information at the end of this presentation, but we have included this as a standalone area in our Code of Student Conduct. We do have to remember that this code is for our students. The Code of Civility, the intention is for all stakeholders. So Attorney Powers will share more information about the plans for board policy at the end of this presentation, but this is going to be included, as you can see in the red line version of our Code of Conduct, on page 11 at this time, and you know page numbers will change once the red line versions are removed, but it is added at this point in the Code of Conduct. So at this time, I have the privilege of welcoming Dr. Carrie Alday to the podium. She is our coordinator of student discipline, and she has led this great work with the revisions of the Code of Student Conduct for the 2023-2024 school year.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to just talk a little bit about those who are on my committee and the work that we have done so far. I'm really proud of all of my committee members that were part of working through the Code of Student Conduct. We put in many hours on virtually on meetings, discussing, going page by page, line by line, and discussing different items that were in there. We met 8 hours virtually, but then numerous emails back and forth and suggestions and re-looking at it. So for those countless hours everybody put in, I'm very thankful for them. Also, we've really enjoyed working collaboratively with our School Safety and Security Planning Committee and have come up with a lot of different ideas to help us through this as well. So we'll talk about those too. So I wanted to, after our last presentation, we talked a little bit about the fighting and kind of making that a little bit tighter and making it just the word fighting in the different levels. So I wanted to review the changes that were made. For level 2, it was the participation is mutual, equitable, and minimal or no injury. Whereas a level 3 is characterized by one or more of the following: injury requiring immediate first aid, one individual has more culpability than another, students have to be physically separated or restrained, or it's a significant disruption of the school or bus. A level 4 is more serious and usually could show the brandishing of a weapon, or it is a group fight. That's where 2 or more students attack another student, or another student enters a fight that is already occurring between 2 students. So there's a new state statute, and that was signed after we actually did the revisions. And as you know, we have to kind of keep up with what our students and our technology is. The new state statute was signed that does state that students are not allowed to use technology, their devices, during instructional time. And so this electronic telecommunication device misuse addresses that state statute. So our level 1 for that is just that they are not allowed to have them out during regular hours without that administrative or teacher approval. And that is because obviously teachers do use those devices for instructional reasons. Level 2 is a repeat of those offenses. Level 3, this one we discussed before, is the unauthorized audio, video, photos that are used to degrade, threaten, intimidate, or dehumanize. And it includes taking those pictures or videos in locations with a reasonable expectation of privacy. And level 4, that's our level 3, but it's showing unclothed private parts. The next one that we changed, looking at and discussed last time, was the threats. A level 2 was expressing one's intention to hit, fight, or beat up an individual or members of their family. A level 3 would be threatening an individual's life or their family, and the person feels fearful. Thoughts or details may have been given, and there's no direct or clear indication of preparatory steps that they're going to take. Whereas a level 4, there is a fear of death or bodily injury, and the offender has the ability to carry out that threat, and they have also developed some type of plan to do so. So on another note, one of the things that I'm very excited about and have been working diligently with the Marion County Health District on is our supportive enforcement, which was known as diversion previously, for our first-time drug offenses. So for secondary, it's 3 different steps in that process. We'll have coursework, which will be available via Canvas, and it will be a 10-week course that they take. There will be counseling, and sessions can be available in person as well as virtually. And they will be both individually with the one-on-one with the student, but also with the student and the parent. The third item for that secondary supportive enforcement would be drug screenings throughout the Canvas course. In the elementary level, we have a coursework. Our Marion County Health District health educator will be providing instruction on healthy habits, and our counselors in the school will provide sessions through Child Safety Matters curriculum, and as well as positive strategies and life skills. Those will deal more with peer pressure, because at the elementary level, that's what we're seeing a lot of, is where kids feel pressured into trying something. So next, talking about our supportive enforcement, the hospital district has looked at piloting a program, and that would be with, there's a program out of Nashville, Tennessee. It's called the STARS program. They were going to go up and visit in Tennessee to see how that program works and maybe pilot it here, do all of our research and have it ready for the next school year. That is substance abuse services, it's evidence-based programs and practices, and it's also recognized by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. I will tell you that we, not just Marion County Public Schools and Marion County Hospital District, but we've also been working with SMA Healthcare, which was formerly the Centers, to come up with a strong supportive enforcement program for our students. So we also talked about last time that we were going to be doing some, looking at some of our data, and Hanover Research has been completing many research projects in Marion County Public Schools. They reviewed our student discipline data over the past 5 years. And we wanted to use these findings that they came up with to determine what discipline practices needed to be changed or reviewed. The first question they looked at was if certain subgroups were more likely to receive referrals than others. So when we look at this, we look at it from 2017 to 2022, and students in grades 6 through 8 that have at least one disciplinary disciplinary incident of any type increased from 38.5% in 2022 to 40%. And then also in high school, the percentage increased from 25.8% to 35.8%. And I'm sorry, I missed that top bullet up there. Also, if we look at our overall one disciplinary incident, went from 37 to 38%, so a little less than 1%. And then at the last bullets by student groups, students with a disability, economically disadvantaged, male students, African American students, were more likely to have one disciplinary incident compared to their peers. African American students are twice as likely to receive a referral for disruptive conduct, fighting, insubordination, and disrespect for others. Our next question had to deal with disciplinary actions and how they relate to the incident. Hanover Research took our actions that we take and separated between minor and major. So when we look at minor actions, those are our level twos and level 1 and level 2, where our majors are more your level 3 and level 4. So they found that 63% of our major disciplinary incidents were given the actions of out-of-school suspension. 24% of those major disciplinary incidents were given pass, and 11.8% were given alternative placement. Minor incidents were more likely to be given the following actions: 26% in in-school suspension, 6.6% in counseling and redirection, and 6.4% in withdrawal of privileges. The third question was, how does the disciplinary action vary by characteristics such as disability status, gender, race, ethnicity, and school level? In middle school, a major incident would more likely receive out-of-school suspension at 66.1% or in-school suspension at 11.5%. In high school, major incidences would likely receive alternative placement at 11.5% or pass at 28.8%. African American students and Hispanic students were more likely to receive an alternative placement for a major incident compared to their peers. And as you will see in that last section, it shows the 15%, 13.9% compared to their peers at 7.9 to 9.1%. This next question, reviewed the rate and frequency of behavior recidivism. And so when we look at minor incidents, the average number of school days until the next disciplinary incident of any type is 17.5 school days when the action was a timeout or a removal for a short period of time. When the student was given a warning as the action, the average number of days increased to 27.0 to the next behavior incident. With major incidences, the average number of school days until the next disciplinary incident of any type is 12.8 days. When the action was a timeout, removal for a short period of time. When the student was placed in an alternative placement as the action, the average number of days increased to 41.1 school days.
Dr. Allday?
Yes.
I need you to clarify something.
Okay.
I get it, but people that's listening may not understand this. Please be more detailed when you say timeout.
So a timeout would be...
The reason I'm saying that because someone's thinking put the kid in the corner.
Yes.
Time out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So a timeout would be when a student might be having difficulty in the classroom and we remove them from the classroom to maybe just sit and talk to somebody, to take a breather, but it's really just that a short period of time where they're removed from that situation so that we can recompose ourselves, and sometimes that works. The child goes back in and is able to continue on.
Thank you.
So student discipline used these key findings to guide our work, as well as the work of the School Safety and Security Planning Committee. We did 2 different items that I look forward to showing you, and we wanted to make the Code of Conduct more accessible, and we also wanted to make sure that we had a way to calibrate our consequences across the schools. So our first one, and I have to thank Mr. Benvenuti and his team, because when we were here last time, we discussed maybe making something more accessible online. And the minute I called Mr. Benvenuti and his team, they had already started working on it, so which was fantastic. And this is the start of it. Obviously, when we have our new Code of Conduct, we'll put it 100% into place. But this is an interactive Code of Student Conduct where we can go and you can press on any of those items there, and it will pop that part of the Code of Student Conduct. So you're not flipping through online, flipping through a lot of pages. You can actually access it a lot easier. The other part that's fantastic about this is that once it's online on our website, then it is also can be translated into over 100 different languages. So that is really exciting. Here you have, I did show it in Spanish, but there are 99 other languages that can show as well. The other item that our School Safety and Security Planning Committee worked on was the matrix. And it was created to assist with calibrating across all of our schools to make sure that we are giving the same discipline for the same incidents throughout our district. This was done through this subcommittee, but will also be, has been sent out to some of our administrators and our deans, and will also be worked on during our Dean's Academy as well later during the summer. So we may have another addendum that we have to add depending on if there's any other changes with state statutes, but I would like to take a moment to talk about also the training that we're doing to make sure that all of these things are in place as well. We do have our summit. We are presenting at the summit where we've taken a lot of to talk about the changes in our Code of Conduct, but also to talk about our procedures and our processes. We've done a lot of our different one-pagers that will help our parents know our processes better. And so we have we'll be giving each of the people who are attending those pages so that they can have them readily available to give out to parents if there is an alternative placement in the processes, the process of appealing decisions and all of that, so that our parents are more aware when something like this comes up, that they can immediately have all the information at their fingertips. We also have our Dean Academy. We are offering that both in June and in July, and we're going to work on with that infraction coding and action calibration, as we feel that that is something that across our district we need to make sure that we are doing well, and also going through our discipline manual and discussing progressive discipline and how important that is. Our planning week, when we come back to school, we'll be meeting with all of our APDs and our deans to go through code changes and procedures, as well as reviewing our discipline data to guide our work over the 23-24 school year. And as you all know, we did, during our dean meetings throughout this year, since December, we have been working on teaching and helping our deans learn how to coach teachers with classroom discipline and really working within that, within the classrooms. And then they also worked with our bus drivers and about how to help them with different tricks of the trade on the bus. We even at Liberty Middle School, our two deans, Ms. Torres and Mr. Newbold, they actually went to the bus depot and trained all of their bus drivers and had a full training with them on how to better help, which was very much appreciated by the bus drivers and the Director of Transportation. And then I'm going to leave you on a positive note for us is that 82% of our students in Marion County did not receive a level 2, a level 3, or a level 4 discipline referral this year. So that's what we want to hear. And so congratulations to all of those.
Thank you, Dr. Alday. Dr. Gullett.
Thank you, Dr. Alday, for this information on the work on behalf of the whole team. I know we have board member Dr. James on here as well. And you've touched on this a bit, but if we could spend a few more minutes on the training, the calibration, because all that matters in the end is if a student moves from one school to the other, the fairness of understanding what the code means and the interpretation is what matters, right? So you've touched on that a little bit, but if you could elaborate a little more on that training and calibration of interpretation of that code, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. We are going to, that is definitely something that we have seen over the past 5-6 months. My team is that we do need to work on that calibration. And so we will be doing a lot of situational and working with actual cases that we've had to figure out exactly what those actions and our disciplinary steps would be, as well as how it is coded in our Skyward, as we've noted that there are sometimes discrepancies there as well. One of the things that is going to help us get there is our matrix, because that will really help us, and that's in the PowerPoint on slide 14. And this is just an example. Please know it's still in draft form, but it will help us know that first offense, second offense, and third offense, so that we can do that progressive discipline, as that's what is so important, is that we are doing that progressive discipline. But we will be doing a lot of situational trainings where they're looking at actual cases.
Thank you.
Can I ask if you could clarify what you mean by the calibration? I mean, I think I've heard you say it a couple times, but it's important for me to try to make sure that, you know, if I need to legally defend or assist in any way I can. So when you talk about calibration, are you talking about between school A and school B, ensuring that both, no matter which school you go to, are receiving the same kinds of discipline for the same kinds of behaviors, but you're not referring to, with individual students, making sure that one group or class of students would be treated differently under the Code of Student Conduct, correct?
No, it's by school by school. So if it's a one-on-one fight at Dunellen, then it's the same consequence at Bellevue.
Right, and the reason I bring that up is just because the Hanover study in Hanover studies in general in some districts have led to confusion that caused the districts in those counties more problems because people misunderstood. And I just wanted to clarify that that's not the case here.
No.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Alday. Dr. James.
I want to clarify, I have some notes, but a one-on-one fight in one school and a one-on-one fight in another school is not always going to receive the same consequence based on the progression plan of the discipline. So I don't want parents to watch and say, oh, well, then this is what it is, because depending on where that student fell in the progression plan for discipline would then enter the consequence. So it's important to make that note. On slide 3, it's for level 1. This is the electronic device. It says regular school hours. Does it mean regular instructional school hours?
So the instructional part was part of the bill that was signed.
Okay. So I would offer that we could add in, if it's not in already, the word instructional to
I will do that, absolutely.
to put that in there. On slide 5, so we're gonna have them go. I like that a form of diversion is coming back. We're going to put them on Canvas. And are we providing hotspots for students who don't have internet at home to complete this coursework? Or are we giving them space and opportunity to complete it at school?
I will have to find that out.
So I think the purpose of putting it on pause and bringing it back on was to create an equitable access for all students to go through diversion. And if we're going to do that, then we have, and Canvas will be a requirement, then access to that Canvas platform, if it's supposed to be done outside of instructional minutes, which I'm assuming is the intention, then I believe we need to have the pieces in play to be able to provide that support. Who's paying for the drug screening?
The hospital district pays for that.
Okay. I know that there was a period of time when we were diminishing our drug screening referrals because of the cost. So the hospital district now covers that cost, not the district?
They cover it now, correct? For that program. Yeah.
Okay. On slide 8 and 9, we discussed PASS, and this has been a regular point of contention for administrators. PASS is not available to everyone. And so while I can appreciate the statistics shared here, there are lots of schools that can't refer to PASS because of accessibility. And so what is the plan to expand PASS as an alternative to all students? Because essentially, depending on where a school is, depends on whether PASS is an option, is my understanding. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, we have 6 sites right now, and those sites are pretty much full and used really well. We already have one school this year that has used their own funds to create a PASS site because the need was there. And so we're in constant conversation with our own team to determine what sites are needed. And we haven't had a request that a needed site or a site is needed.
Okay.
So I would encourage whomever you're speaking to speak to us so we know that there's a need.
I haven't heard it recently. I know in the past, there's always been the grumblings of not having enough PASS sites, or PASS isn't an option for us. So maybe that's been
No, but we are adding one this year based on a school's request, and we're excited about that because I know that they're going to take advantage of it.
Sweet. Slide 10. I have a question about the alternative placement, 41 days. So an alternative placement is 45 days. So is that 41 days after the student returns to base, or is it 41 days from the offense when they were sitting in alternative placement?
So we actually had that same question. I will tell you that we do have, that there are offenders that go to our alt site who do get another referral. And there are others that never get one. They come back and everything's just fine. So no, that 41 days is after that incident. So yes, that's probably while they're in alternative placement.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. That concludes my questions. Oh, I just want to add one thing. I'm grateful for participating on the committee. I think we've done great work. Dr. Alday and I have talked a lot separately about calibration, making sure that our elementary discipline staff is appropriately tying code to consequence. So if you remove age and you remove school site and all of it and demographics and you just look at the discipline code and the narrative, that should drive what the consequence is. And so I'm grateful that this summer we're going to spend some time sharpening that skill, because there is definite discrepancies between elementary schools, I think more than any, and we're not doing our students or parents a favor by being soft on consequences in 5th grade, and then one summer comes and goes, and then all of a sudden the same offense from elementary now becomes a way more significant consequence in middle school. So I'm grateful that we're going to spend some time sharpening that skill. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you guys for this 2 of 2. I still have a question, and I don't know if I'm ever going to get a good response to this when it comes to fighting. When it comes to fighting, and I'm looking at all 3 levels of the fightings, the physical contact between 2 or more individuals, and I'm yet to see us address the issue where a kid is hit and has to fight because they've been assaulted, and yet they're being penalized for defending themselves. I'm not seeing that anywhere captured in our code of conduct. Am I missing something? Am I not understanding something?
No, in our code of student conduct, if you got hit and you do not hit back, it's considered battery. But the minute you hit in retaliation in any type of way, then it is coded as a fight.
So there's never a moment where a kid can be defending themselves because, so are we saying that? And I'm seeing these videos. I see these videos all the time of fights where kids are standing there getting pummeled, and it's either fight back or receive some serious injury, and yet then they're charged with the fight.
Well, here's the thing is that we have to remember, though, even though you may if there's 2 people fighting, one person may only get that level 2, whereas somebody else could get that level 3 or level 4. So there are different levels of that fighting. So not every fight results in an alternative placement. But no, per our code of conduct, if you do hit back, then it is considered a fight.
I think that's something that we really need to look at. And I've said it, this is probably my 3rd year saying this, and I'm going to keep saying it because you say they may not all get the same level, but I've seen where they've gotten the same level, where they were not the initiator of the fight, and they were minding their own business or whatever, and they got pummeled, and then they fought back, and then because they fought back, defended themselves, that they were penalized as the person that started it. And I think that's something that we have to really consider, because how many of us would want our kid to just sit there and get pummeled and not fight back and then have to have the same consequence as the person that initiated it? I don't think any of us would want that.
You previously referred to that as the primary or unprovoked aggressor.
Correct.
That's what you said at previous meetings.
Correct.
I will tell you just from speaking to those in charge of discipline at the schools, and we talk about those who have been provoked or those who maybe didn't, fought back. It is very difficult to tell who actually starts a fight. It's not always, you say being provoked, sometimes that's words that get somebody to hit them. So it's it's from the discipline world, that's very difficult for them to also, kind of massage that out and figure out who is that aggressor.
Reverend Cummings,
I come from a disciplined world, and we can say whatever we want to say to each other as long as I don't put my hands on you. So that doesn't fly. I come from that world, so that's not going to fly. When someone goes to the extent of putting their hands on someone else, I don't care what's been said, I don't care how much tongue lashing they've had. Once they cross that line and actually touch that person, the rules change. They have to change. That's even in a legal setting.
The rules do change, though.
Dr. Gullett?
I don't want to interrupt, but to Board Member Cummings' questions, could we go to slide 2 and show that? Because I'm trying to track and so we can get to language to address those concerns and those questions. Thank you. I don't know if that helps or not, but that's what I'm listening and hearing. Great questions. And so I want to, I'm sorry?
That's the slide I'm on, yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to show it so we could all follow. So
I just want to offer a point of clarification. We've had this discussion, we talked about it, and the main reason that protecting yourself or being the second to hit still lands in the same ultimate category is because if we allowed there to be a discipline code for protecting yourself, whatever word we wanted to use for that, we would be opening up Pandora's box for interpretation. And what one person sees as protecting themselves, another person would see as willfully participating. And I believe we would put ourselves where we're not providing equitable consequences, because depending on who's watching it would depend on whether they saw when did it stop being protecting yourself and when does it start being actively participating. And I think that line is much too fuzzy for the black and white code of conduct to interpret. And that's the main reason why it's not in there, because I don't believe that consequences would be provided equitably to all participants, because depending on the enforcer and the person watching it, they're going to interpret it lighter or harder depending on their own background, their perception, all of it.
Even in situations where, again, I'm seeing videos where kids are seemingly all together and everything's great, and then all of a sudden this person just starts pummeling on this kid, and the one kid, it's not accosted them, had done anything, and yet they got the same consequence, and this kid was just defending themselves.
But what does defending themselves mean?
Meaning getting this person off of me. If I come hit you, you have a right to defend yourself.
Certainly.
And that's what I'm saying. We've taken that right away from our kids and given them a consequence because they're defending. If this kid is not doing anything and they get accosted.
But explain what are you defining as defending themselves?
Fighting to get themselves free, away from the situation, out of the situation, so they're not they're not injured.
And how would you put that in black and white text?
I don't know, but that's not my job. That's their job.
And what I'm telling you is where we've landed is that you cannot put that in black and white text. I don't believe, and coming from a former administrator seat, I don't believe you can put that in black and white text to ensure that it would be every single time it would be seen the same way. I don't see that.
Attorney Powers, do you have a right legally in the street to defend yourself?
Absolutely, in black and white text.
And it's in black and white text, correct?
Criminal justice system and an administrative code. So there are ways to do it. How it fits in a school setting, I don't know. But the fact is that if someone does come in and there is an actual aggressive incident and someone attacks you, you do have the right to use equal and opposite force to keep that person at bay, or to not just to keep them at bay, but to fight back. So how that incorporates within the school system environment, that's a different matter, and that's a good thing for you guys to be discussing right now. But that's the role here is, I think what I'm hearing is the interpretation of everyone can always say I was defending myself if there was an attack or if there was a mutual fight. And so that makes it very difficult for school administrators to sort. So I think that the past has been that if there is battery, there's battery and there's mutual combat. Battery is an unprovoked attack or an attack to which there is no response. If there is a response, then it's mutual combat. Now, mutual combat's not punishable under criminal law. However, not generally. However, it may be punishable in this context of a school setting.
It is. It's a level 2. And
yeah.
It shouldn't necessarily be if I'm defending myself. That's where I'm at with this. I'm sorry, Superintendent.
No, you're perfectly okay with that. I wanted to clarify with Dr. Alday, so we don't have any language that talks about defensive posture in any way in the code.
No.
So if a kid's getting beat up and they ball up, and then finally they can't take it anymore, they got to fight, they're going to get.
And they come out swinging.
They come out swinging. What's going to happen then? They're going to get at least a level 2.
Correct, level 2.
That's wrong. That should not be. You have kids that are fighting violent fights nowadays, that are stomping kids, that are getting on kids, welling them, and you're saying that they should just ball up and not defend themselves?
Well, in our level 2,
And we keep using the code of conduct as an excuse to not put some protection in there for these kids that are getting the heck beat out of them.
Yeah,
Really?
I'd like to comment. So I've done discipline since 2009. I can probably count 3 times of all of this time handling discipline full-time at a school that there was an unprovoked fight. And I think that's important for us while we're having this conversation to really remember, because any time you're meeting with a family, they're going to say, this child started it, this child response. If we change our wording now and we say, if you get hit, you can hit back, therefore nobody will get in trouble, or only one will get in trouble, our schools will not be safe, because every bump of a shoulder in a hallway.
All due respect, they're not safe now. They're not safe now.
I would disagree. I believe our schools are safe.
They're not safe now. When I have videos of kids, that's what I'm telling you. You guys get some of these videos too, where these kids are getting the hell beat out of them. And they're just trying to defend themselves, and then they end up getting expulsion or alternative placement because they're defending themselves. You guys are the ones that have to figure out a way, because obviously I can't do it, of these kids being able to not get killed in a fight.
Right. We do tell the students every year, every principal probably has this conversation. If you need assistance, you need to see all the adults that are out for transitions. And I know that can always be different depending on your location, but see an adult. You know a conflict is going to occur, especially now with our social media and our online resources. But we tell students, come see someone, let someone know. We have no touch, no talk contracts that we put into place. And then if someone fights you or puts their hands on you, I know it's hard, and I've had these conversations with parents. You have to walk away. If we allow, from our standpoint at the district, if we give that permission, we are really going to have a difficult time supervising and keeping our transition safe at a school. So that would be my...
As I'm walking away and I'm still getting beat on, at what point do I have a right to defend myself?
You always have a right, but that right comes with a consequence. You always have a right. And that's the point that I'm struggling with in this moment, is there is always a right to defend yourself. I tell parents, I looked at a parent in her eyes at a school the other day, and I said, you can teach your kid to do whatever you want, but there will be a consequence based on those actions. But you have the right to do it.
Why is there a consequence when I'm walking away and I'm getting beat on?
I would love to know how many instances. We could ask every principal in this entire county, how many instances last year there was a child walking away, continuing to get beat on. I would love to know.
I can show you one.
Okay, one.
Now,
I can show you one, and that's because I just got it. And that's what I'm saying. We keep saying that it doesn't happen because principals may not have seen it, but it happens. It does happen. It happens in society, in the streets, with adults, and it definitely happens with kids.
I do want to comment on the self-defense statement. We also realize if you are trapped in a corner, if you are hanging out in a courtyard in a corner and a student comes to you and you cannot get out, you will not receive a consequence, because we do then at that point say, you didn't have a way out. You were trying to get out of that situation.
So how would you know that? How would you know that they were trapped?
We investigate situations, we have videos, or we talk to students. So, but we can tell if the student did not have a way out. But if they're in the middle of a courtyard, I'm sorry?
That's not in the code of conduct.
No, and the factor that I'm just
didn't
going
hear.
to comment because I was on the Code of Student Conduct Committee for a couple of years, and these are the conversations also that other members of the Code of Student Conduct had. So this is brought up again because it's brought up in this context. The situation that was always presented was one that is common, and that is student is, some might say being bullied, but perceptually, physically, observable act, walking, and another student is kicking him in the back of the legs, pushing him, slapping his backpack, thumping in the back of the ear, making a big thing of it. And eventually, after being pushed down in some cases a couple of times, student who has now walked over 50 yards to attempt to remove himself from the situation has that person, that student, finally turns around and punches or pushes. And is he punished or not? That was the scenario that was brought up during two of those Code of Student Conduct meetings before, and that led to the discussions that probably you guys had and you guys are having now.
Right.
So I don't have the answer. I'm just, that's the scenario.
Either.
So, go ahead, Dr.
Chair, it is my request that the committee take a look at fighting a little bit more deeply. Having some language, I know it is difficult to do this, but I think there's language out there that can be used to better clarify situations, at least with posture, to provide guidance to our schools. It would be my request that the committee take a look at this. This is a pattern that continues to come up. I know it's never going to be perfect, but clarity, I think, is the best of our ability would be helpful.
We will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Superintendent. I don't expect it to be a perfect rule, but I think we need to at least address it somewhere in there, because it continues, as she said, it continues to happen. My second thing was on slide number 5, and I thought Dr. James was going to hit it when she was on 5, but she asked a cursory question that leads up to it. So I think it was slide 5. Yes. So the question that Dr. James asked was, who was paying for these drug tests? Is that the question?
Mm-hmm.
And you said the hospital district. Mm-hmm. So on there, it says, under drug screening throughout the coursework, it would be required for the supportive enforcement participant to get a drug screening and provide the results within the Canvas course. Who's responsible for providing that? That is the person that's being tested? We're going to take them on the honor system and they're going to report their own results?
So, yeah, it would be just part, so it would, when you go through the Canvas course, it would show up as an assignment. They have to go get it done. We get the results from it, but they would have to put that into their Canvas course.
That was my question. I didn't want them putting in,
no.
Negative.
Oh, no.
That's how it kind of reads. It reads that way, like that person is putting in their own results. And I would dare to say that you're going to have a bunch of negatives.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Cummings. And before we go to other board, I'm just going to go ahead and chime in. We're going to go in all different orders today since we've been here for so long. I appreciate the extensive dialogue we've had on fighting. I do think that it needs a little bit of work individually as this board member speaking. I appreciate the conversation that's been had so far. And just as a transparency's sake from an individual board member, one area that I've always struggled with in this fighting language also is something I don't think we can fix, but just for transparency's sake, it does bother me whenever we have individuals who are in a one-on-one fight and a brother or sister or cousin or someone walks by and tries to step in and try to defend their family member. And that happens a lot, and we hear that a lot. And I don't know how we spell that out because, do you say it's is someone within your household? I have no idea, and I don't know that there's a way that we could delineate that. But we've had mothers before us saying, I've raised them to make sure they're defending each other, and if one of them gets in a fight, then the other one is naturally going to step in because that's the way they've been raised. So I don't know that there's a way we can put that in black and white. I don't see that there's a potential for that, but just as an individual board member, that's an area that I struggle with. As a mom of boys, I would hope that my children would help defend their brothers if they were in an incident. And I don't know what that would look like. Based on what the Code of Student Conduct says, it'd be a level 4 infraction. That bothers me as a mom, but I don't know how we change that stipulation. The only other thing that I wanted to say that is not being addressed, and Dr. Livingood knows this is coming, not being addressed this year at all, and not necessarily recommending that we need to go back to the drawing board and do this, but based on the way a couple of other school districts have put their dress code in their codes of student conduct, and Dr. Livingood has this information, there is different language that we could use that would be more equitable among genders, I believe, and not talking about bare midriffs and that sort of thing, but I have sent Dr. Livingood an example of what that looks like in Seminole and Charlotte County, including a diagram and the way their language reads. I do think that's an area we need to improve upon. I had a student reach out to me asking for that specifically because of the way dress code is potentially being addressed in her school with the inequitable treatment between females and males in that setting. And so I think there's ways that we can address that language, not necessarily saying it needs to happen this year, but please ensure that we have a very extensive conversation about that in the future. We already have a lot of changes I think that we might need to be working on this fighting situation, so I don't know that I want to bring up something new completely that you guys haven't already done.
And I would like to just kind of talk about it because Dr. Livingood did share that with me, and I did go through the language that they have, and all of the pieces are very similar to what they had. There was some language in there that I actually asterisked that I liked how it was put differently. And then, of course, they did have that diagram, which I think would be helpful for parents. But a lot of the pieces were already there and did address, I know with that one was the tank tops and the muscle shirts. And both of those are addressed in our code of conduct. And it does state, that no tank tops and no muscle shirts.
And the way the other school districts have handled it is just saying shirts have sleeves.
Yeah.
And so it changes the gender norm on the way the clothing language is explained in our code. And it just says shirts have sleeves and they go armpit to armpit, shoulder to shoulder. And it takes out the muscle shirt and tank top conversation. In addition to a couple of other things they had there on shirts must be mid-thigh and just it, some of the things were the same, but I think additional language would be, not additional, replacement language would be helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad.
I just actually have a couple of questions, and so on slide 3 where we're talking about electronic devices, I'm very excited. I think it's going to help help our instructional delivery. I don't see headphones or earbuds as part of this discussion because every high school teacher and administrator that I know and I'm friends with, it is not just the phone because you can put the phone over in the shoe pocket on the door, but they have their earbuds in and they have their Bluetoothing it to themselves or their friends, however that works. So I just ask that would be a consideration if we're really looking at cutting back on this issue.
I will certainly bring that back to the committee. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Very excited about the interactive code of conduct. I do just want to offer, putting my teacher hat back on, that would be a great thing to mention as first day best practices, for teachers to go through. Obviously, there's not time to go through the whole thing, but what's relative to elementary school, middle school, and high school, for them to include that in their first or second day best practices with their students so they know it's available, for them to see.
I will tell you, my team is actually currently working on a secondary, just a PowerPoint to go so that they can use, our schools can use that, one for elementary and one for secondary. So that will be ready for them to put out to the schools before we come back into session.
Thank you. I love that.
Yes.
Takes one thing off of their plate to figure out how to present. Thank you so much for that.
Absolutely.
The other one, I'm not sure if it's relative, but I just want to ask you, anyway, let me see. I didn't write down the slide number. Hold on one second. It was where we were talking about. Oh, shoot. May have to come back to me. Our minor and major incident, it didn't include elementary.
So the data that was pulled was just from 6 through 12.
Correct. Is that slide 8?
Slide 7.
7, yes, thank you. And so I just ask as we move forward that we try to include some information on elementary schools, because as you know, that's a new challenge for us, and not just us here in Marion County, as a nation. We're seeing new and more destructive behaviors coming from our elementary schools, vaping, the whole 9 yards, the fighting, physical behavior. And so I just, as we move forward, look at including that data so it can help drive, our decision-making.
Absolutely, and we do use it to drive that decision-making. It was just Hanover Research just did grades 6 through 12.
Okay.
But we definitely look at it all the time.
And congratulations to our 82% that did not get a level 2 referral. Whoop.
Thank you.
May I ask Dr. Alday a question?
Sure.
Also, this year we had combined elementary and secondary student handbook, right? I'm sorry.
No, they, by statute, we have 2.
All right, but they are essentially. My understanding was last year they were still essentially identical, right?
They're very similar, correct.
Okay, so but we can, for a progress moving forward, everything we do, instead of having one and then trying to do the other, both are everything we're talking about as far as code of student conduct today. This is stuff that would be applicable to elementary and secondary, correct?
Correct.
And I just thought that was wonderful last year. You guys really try to combine everything so that we were dealing with it all at once, and the handbooks were quite similar, but we can also be inserting things if we
Yes.
need to between the two.
You're correct, and statute states we have to have an elementary and a secondary.
Dr. Ali?
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, Attorney Powers. I had one other question. I'm a big fan of the Code of Civility, and my question was, is that something that is applicable to put in our windows of our buses? Because we recently have had several issues with parents coming on board of buses and inappropriate behavior, and so I wondered if that could be posted inside our school bus windows.
I will certainly check. That's not my domain, but I think that's certainly something that we could look at doing. And
if you want to cue me whenever you want me to talk about the section that I had on Code of Civility for you guys, I'll be happy to do that whenever.
Okay.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, and thank you to the team and Dr. Gullett for all your hard work. It's a difficult task to make this workable to where we see the changes that we know we want and need to see. The first thing I want to address is, my understanding is the law has been passed about teacher empowerment to confiscate cell phones in the classroom. That has passed, I believe. So I would like to see that included.
So I'll defer, because it's a legal question, to Attorney Powers, but as far as operations, yes. But Attorney Powers can advise next steps to include that.
Okay, and whatever that ends up coming out to, my point is that too many times we hear parents say, I bought that cell phone, I paid for that cell phone, you're not taking my child's cell phone. But if it is a law now, and teachers need to have the opportunity to do what they need to do, we're here to teach, then I think that the messaging is really, really important in all of this. Keeping in mind over 80% of students are doing the right things. But look at the time we're spending on the 20. And a lot of that can probably be addressed more successfully through very targeted messaging before school even starts. Did you know? And send it via text. It could be some highlights from our Code of Student Conduct that are on some sort of automated messaging, so it's not hard on people. The people in the back, I know, can figure that out. To me, that's a really important step. I hope I never hear again, I had no idea this wasn't allowed. And thank you for your hard work on the bus consequences. The fact that we had over 5,000 referrals last year on our buses definitely spoke to the need and continues to do that. And I think where we still have some work to do is we have already in board policy, Attorney Powers will be proud of me, bus behavior policy 5610.04. And I'm looking at offense type on the table you gave me, bus consequences. And under offense type on the left, the first one, safety. So this is where I'm coming from a safety perspective, that when I glance all the way over to third offense consequence, parent conference, 3 days OSS, bus, progressive number of days thereafter. But I'm sitting here looking at our own board policy, and I'll preface this by saying I've never seen this happen yet, that there comes a time, and it's right here in the board policy where it states, disciplinary suspension periods will be commensurate with the infractions committed as determined by the principal or designated school district personnel for a suspension of 10 days or less, or as determined by the board, that's us, upon the recommendation of the superintendent for a suspension longer than 10 days. And I want to share something that I was at the transportation professional development over these last 2 days, which was amazing. And I was listening to what the drivers and the aides were saying. And here's what they were saying. They don't want kids kicked off the bus, but they do want them to behave. And the drivers and the bus aides overwhelmingly talked about relationships, how important building relationships are with the kids to avoid the need to ever kick a kid off the bus. But there comes a time where it's in our board policy, so it either needs to not be in our board policy or we need to start implementing it. Because 5,000 referrals with safety as our number one concern on roads that are too crowded, the margin for error is too thin. Kids talking and being loud in class is one thing, but the teacher's not trying to drive 68 kids in 4 lanes of, I don't even need to explain it. So thank you for the good work that you have done. But as a board member, I need to see, and the parents need to know, that when it gets to a point, your student will either not ride the bus, or you will figure out a way to make them behave. And I understand that we don't want kids missing days of instruction because they can't get a ride to school and all of that stuff, which is why I started with proactive messaging. If finding a ride for your kid to school is going to be that much of a hardship, then the conversation needs to begin this summer about what's expected on the bus and what will happen, not can happen, what will happen if that isn't adhered to. And I'm passionate about this because it affects close to half of our student body. And I would invite any board member to make an appointment to go down to transportation and take a look at a couple of videos and see what these drivers are enduring on a daily basis. And I'm not saying fights. I'm talking about general movement on the bus, being loud, being distracting, no areas to really pull over and try to deal with it. We can't keep doing this. And I was shocked, actually, to see that we had a board policy. And for as long as I've worked for the district, I've never seen one. And as a board member, I'm in my 5th year. We've never had someone come before us getting kicked off the bus for 9 weeks or 3 weeks or anything. And I feel like after really hearing our transportation folks that are tasked with this, their level of love and compassion for the kids, overwhelmingly, you're always going to have outliers, but overwhelmingly, they love these kids. They want them to ride the bus and ride the bus successfully. This isn't about a witch hunt or looking to target anybody. It is about expecting the right things. So I hope that I can see something in the Code of Student Conduct that references our bus behavior policy, and that we really begin to tighten that up. And truthfully, I'm looking forward to the first one coming before us to plead their case.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. And because the Code of Student Conduct essentially is policy as well, I'm not certain that it necessarily would even require us to have a said student hearing or anything like that if we did include language here. Because to Vice Chair Thrower's point, while all the language here of the consequences becomes the same kinds of consequences as any other student discipline infraction, we have board policy that upholds the ability to actually remove that student on a suspension from the bus. And so perhaps, especially on third offense, or if we make a fourth offense column, or whatever that needs to look like, if it was something that came before us as a recommendation in the Code of Student Conduct, we could go ahead and make that a matter of additional policy language to actually show that in practice, not just in writing, that upon whatever this might be, then it's not just a level 4 expulsion, whatever the situation. It depends on whichever one we're looking at. But it's not just this, but you actually would receive, a suspension for the semester, or a suspension, whatever that might look like. So thank you for bringing that up. Yes, Vice Chair.
And it shouldn't have to get to fighting on a bus for that to kick in. If a student has been engaged in level 1, and again, I draw attention to safety is number 1 in the level 1, and that is repeated. It says right here, before a suspension from bus riding privileges of more than 10 days is imposed, a superintendent or other designated personnel will provide a student with notice of an intended suspension and an opportunity to appear before the superintendent or other designated district personnel. And then it goes on to say what I said before, that if it is imposed longer than 10 days, that it can come before the board. And I think that when that gets out, and it happens to the few that it should have happened to a long time ago, that we'll begin to see a calming of our buses, and we'll begin to see retention, and we'll begin to see less people going out retirement instead of proceeding in drop and staying with us a lot longer.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thrower. Dr. Gullett, you're leaning forward.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. To Vice Chair Thrower's point, for clarification, are we suggesting to accelerate the days in the sequence? Because I do agree that the safety is the issue. It's not just about the fight. If you're up moving about, doing something, you are putting yourselves and all other students, including the driver, at risk. So is that my take on that, or is that what you're suggesting? Because I would support that. I would support accelerating those days to, is that just my interpretation, or is that what I'm hearing?
As an individual board member, and we can each share what we think as an individual board member, I would say yes, that these consequences perhaps need to be different than what they are in the Code of Student Conduct. Because you may have a student who is perfect in every time they are in their classroom, every time they're walking the halls, every time, but they are just disruptive on their school bus every day, all day, any day, school bus. Therefore, this board member believes the consequences should be different. And it doesn't necessarily mean an expulsion from school, depending on what it is. It may actually be an expulsion from the bus or suspension from the bus, as opposed to actually a suspension from school. And all of these are related to suspensions from school, as every one of them.
They're out-of-school suspension bus. So it can be either, but we do out-of-school suspension in way of bus. So that's the suspension from the bus.
And if I may, here's where it gets tricky, because a student can be suspended from the bus but not from school. So if the parent takes them to school, then it's okay for them to be there. Where it becomes difficult is, the parent has to go to work or whatever, and they count on the bus, and so then the kid doesn't come to school, and their test scores count, and it creates this momentum. But what we're doing by not addressing it is clearly not working with 5,000 referrals. I would say even these level 1s, safety, assigned seat, level of noise, complying with staff directives, that is a bus driver. How much time do they have to look in the rearview mirror and be like, you know, anything. And being responsible. So yes, in answer to your question, Dr. Gullett, I think 3, 5, 10, and you're off for a period of time.
And now, thank you, Madam Chair. I have another question. Something just triggered just listening to the board members. Dr. Alday, you just said out of school suspension bus.
So on here, it's the bus suspension.
So I'm going to suggest, and I don't know how the board feels about this, and I apologize to you and the team. Why do we say out of school suspension? To me, that's confusing. Why don't we just say a bus suspension? Because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding that we're suspending them out of school. This is just about bus, or is there a reason
Yeah, it's the action code is OSS bus. That's what the action code in Skyward.
Is that us, or is that?
That's.
Can we change that?
We'll explore.
Okay. I'm putting my parent hat on.
No, I understand. And so you have to know that like this right now is written for our deans and the matrices for the deans. We will be doing one also for parents. So it's a little bit more friendly, word friendly.
I think that would
it's
help
still in
clarify.
draft
We
format,
can
so.
fix our own internal problems with
Yes.
our system, but if the board's okay with that, I think clarity would be important, and accelerating that. If the board supports that, I wholeheartedly support that. That is one of our biggest issues.
Because currently, the way it reads right now is out-of-school suspension and bus, correct? Is that how I read it?
That's the way it looks.
That's the way it looks to me.
It could appear that way, I think, that's
And so
It's the what our action code is. So it's.
Fix that.
Yes, so whatever, thank you for bringing that up, Dr. Gullett, because I was interpreting it very similarly to the way Reverend Cummings was interpreting it. And again, we use acronyms all the time, but if you actually spell out what the acronym is, it's not, OSS is out of school suspension. And so we also don't want our deans to misinterpret what the punishment actually is. So if they're saying you get out of school suspension today, and also you can't ride the bus, that's different than I think what the intention is. So, Vice Chair.
And I'll finish with this. You know, my ultimate goal is to have as many parents feel really comfortable and safe about our transportation department, that there's a bus available that will make your life a lot less complicated. If you have 2 or 3 kids that go to 2 or 3 different schools, you know, there's hub stops, things like that. It'll also help reduce some of the traffic on the road, so that helps everybody, you know. It'll make car lines shorter. And it'll be, in the long run, utilizing the services that we spend so much money providing in the most appropriate ways. That's my end goal. It is not about punishment. It is about accountability and helping kids understand that regardless of where they come from, when we're clear and proactive about our expectations, that we'll get up to 98 or 99% of them doing the right thing.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
No, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for the robust discussion. And obviously, we understand that we have at least 3 schools, if not more, that don't have transportation at all. So this is a subset of, we do have a handful of schools that don't have transportation at all. So car lines are going to be what they are at some of those schools.
Especially if you're in a school choice and you're.
Perhaps, but we don't have buses at all that go to Madison Street or Dr. N.H. Jones, so hub stops won't impact those, nor Fordham. So I just want to express that, because sometimes we have these extensive bus conversations, and then there is a segment of our student population and parent population that would never be impacted by bus conversation. So the only other thing that I wanted to bring up is something I've brought up several times before. I am grateful, as Ms. Conrad said, about the potential of the electronic version of this Code of Student Conduct. I'm hoping we are already forecasting and foreshadowing to what we're going to do from a distribution standpoint, because that has been in my opinion, as a parent, a challenge that we've had for the last couple of years, that we haven't had something physically going home with families requiring them to do anything. So whether it's a QR code or something that we send home with families, how they can access this electronic version, something where we at least have some level of accountability, knowing that families know that this is available, know how to find the information, and then hold them accountable for either. But I don't know how we ever used to get by with all of the signatures and the ripped off Code of Student Conduct I used to have to do, and Mr. Christian used to have to print 40,000 or however many of those that used to be done, and tearing off the front sheet. And I did not envy teachers and the manila envelopes that they had to collect and all the things, but it worked. And even if families just tore off that first sheet and sent it in and never looked at that code again, which we hope that wasn't the case, but even if they did, there was some level of accountability on their part. And since we've gone to all electronic, we have not had that. And so my hope is perhaps in the future you'll be able to offer to us what the plan is to ensure that our families are in fact having this and acknowledging that they have it and acknowledging that they have access to it. I do still struggle with the thought of it only being electronic, because we do still have a number of our families that either don't have access to the internet, don't have access to a computer, and I'm talking parents now. We know that we just sent home a whole bunch of Chromebooks with a bunch of students, but families that still don't have that access, and when we've gone all electronic with this, that's a struggle for me.
Madam Chair, quickly.
Reverend Cummings.
Thank you. You just jogged something. You're right. There has to be some type of accountability with this code of conduct. You're right. We used to sign either the last page or the first page and all that, and it had to go back to the schools. I'm in agreement. There needs to be some type of accountability, whether it be on a page, whether it be when they sign into Skyward, somewhere there needs to be some type of accountability. Because when they come before us and they'll say, I've never seen this before, then we can say, well, here,
right.
you signed it.
On
or
August 10th.
Exactly. and that's not our way out. That's our way of saying that we're all being accountable for this kid's academic success.
I like the idea of paper with a QR code. Yeah,
something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would agree. So I'm just looking to the team to clarify the plan for, there needs to be some documentation and tracking, but I'll let them respond. Go ahead.
Yes, we're smiling because Mr. Christian just ran over to come to share a really good idea. That we could combine two important documents, our calendar that goes out to families at the beginning of the year. We could attach our QR code to that calendar. So we know that majority of our families keep that calendar somewhere, on their refrigerator or somewhere. And so we could do that QR code there. So that was his idea, but I get to be the one that shares it. So, but I think that's a great way that we could, go ahead, Dr. Gullett.
That's okay. I was going to say in Skyward, there's some other ways to make sure that they're approving that before they move forward, right? And
yes, ma'am.
We'll get back to the board
Thank
on
you.
that, because there definitely needs to be tracking.
Thank you. And if we have a way to, whether it's printing 100 copies or whatever the number is, I know that we've definitely gone away from that. Printing is expensive. I understand all the things. But we do still have families that are not going to be grandparents raising children, for example, or whatever, language issue, whatever the issue. There could be a multitude of reasons why we still need to have hard copy of a few of these items. And this happens to be one of them that is incredibly important, that we at least have it available, a couple of copies at each school, however we need to make that look. I welcome the team's suggestions and recommendations on how that can be done for us. So, any other items on the Code of Student Conduct revisions? Board, Dr. Gullett.
Two quick items, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt the flow earlier. Dr. James mentioned something early on about PASS. I too heard the same questions from our school teams, our principals in particular. So we will make sure that when we're talking with the schools that if there's a need, we need to make sure that we're asking, because I heard the same, that it was no longer available or they weren't able to do that. So that's something that we will address from our team. And the copies available to families, absolutely, we need to make those available. There need to be some. And our schools usually have a really good handle on who doesn't have access, and they can provide those. So we'll make sure that they have those. And I know that there are those needs. Thank you.
Chair, I just wanted to ask of the attorney, as we move forward, I think that it's important with this new technology piece and teachers being able to take devices, that we really firm up obligation for damaged devices. So as a teacher, I would have never taken a child's phone, because if they say that phone then is broken, and I know it wasn't broken under my care, it was broken when I received it or took it, but they claim otherwise, and there is no evidence of one or the other. I think it's really incredibly important that we firm up what that process looks like, as well as maybe language like willfully removing versus taking, because the last thing we want is a power struggle between a student and a teacher over a device. So I think that there's a lot of fine-tuning of language and legal support for that item, because I do not want to see our teachers put themselves or get put in positions that are compromising.
And Dr. James, also that is in our Code of Student Conduct that talks about if something is taken and lost, but we do err to discipline instead of taking that device. I know that will change with the statute, but that is commonly what we do instead of taking that device.
And I know that, so like if a child won't give it up, then you call for discipline. But what I'm gathering is that this legislation is going to shift that. And so in that shift, I think we need to firm up what that language looks like, because it's great to give authority, but if you have no way to enforce that authority, the authority is seemingly meaning nothing. So.
Right, and certainly that can be a procedures piece, it can be a policy piece, and either way, it'll be best informed by having a legal review and also, discussion with the superintendent and the board regarding that. So I'll reach out to you on this and actually give you some of the thoughts that I have, and then touch base with the superintendent staff regarding the same.
And thank you, Dr. James, for bringing it up, because recently, not in Marion County, but in some counties close by, where staff have taken the phones, and it ended up in the staff and the student getting embroiled into a fight. Mm-hmm. And so we need to be able to protect our staff. We definitely don't want someone to bring us a phone, and the phone was already broken, but yet we're going to be held responsible for fixing that phone. So we need those safeguards in place for our people.
Yes, and along those lines, there needs to be an expectation rather than a confiscation. There needs to be an expectation that this is an area where the phones will go if they're going to be separated from the student. Of course, even those things that are hung over the back of doors sometimes that have little individual sleeves or storage areas, those may work, may not. But let me tell you what we have a problem with is confiscation as a conflict. And when that happens, that vastly increases the problems we have. We've all seen videos recently of people getting pepper sprayed over somebody's phone being taken and things like that. But secondly, any time that any property from a student is transferring hands to the custody of our staff, there will always be the potential for complaint of loss, damage, things like that. And if we're mandating that it be withdrawn or held into our care or custody, then we can write some procedure or policy that addresses that. So,
and that's one I've always been afraid of when we confiscated folks' phones, because I've always been concerned that our staff would get put into some positions that could harm them, and even to the point where they were taking phones at one point and would just haphazardly go through the kid's phone, which was a whole nother issue.
Yeah, something that needs to be, that'll also be a procedure and policy piece. Something
Correct.
needs to be clarified is, despite what we may say in any other area we have to be very circumspect and careful about actually accessing things that are stored on a phone.
Correct.
In case what we access is something that may require law enforcement involvement.
Right.
We are a government entity, even though we're law enforcement, and there's protection from unreasonable searches and seizures. Some of those things may be included therein. So we do have to have some discussions about that.
Thank you.
Because this law takes place in July.
Yes.
And as I'm sitting here looking at it,
I know, me too.
it says, a student may not use a wireless communications device during instructional time except when expressly directed by a teacher solely for educational purposes. A teacher shall, I've learned that much from you, Attorney Powers, designate an area for wireless communications devices during instructional time. So, yeah, there's a lot to unpack here.
Well, and I just hate to put ourselves in a position where we have rules we can't enforce. So it's really great to say, we're not going to have cell phones during instructional hours, but unless we have a plan to enforce that rule for 2,700 students on Westport High School campus, it doesn't mean anything.
Exactly.
And so it's great to like talk about it in theory, but if it's not enforceable, and then the teachers ultimately feel non-supported, because how can a discipline office continue to just process 9 million level 1 referrals for misuse of telecommunication devices, right? So it's an incredibly complex concept.
And beyond the phone, you take my phone, that's fine, but I still got a watch. I can still do the same thing from my watch while I'm sitting there. So it's a whole big conversation that we really have to talk about. I'm just glad that
there are also partial solutions, and I think when you and I did discuss this individually before, but one of those partial solutions is the law delegates that those teachers shall designate a specific area until an overall plan is come up with for compliance. That area can be designated potentially even as the student's own backpack, or outside of the student's manual possession. So there are ways that, until we have some sense of the best and proper ways to deal with what the law requires, that we go with the path of the least resistance and least change, so that we're not going to cause and create problems in a compliance.
Yes. And to begin to wrap up this conversation, it's interesting to me when we do start talking about cell phones, because they are so addictive that I think even the adults start to shake with the idea of being separated from their phones. So think about a young, underdeveloped brain.
Correct.
But I will say this, that somehow, and we just experienced that, most of us as board members very recently, up at North Marion Middle School. There's a model right there, and I bet there's some best practices that could be shared. And I will guarantee you that I would have not had the great conversations that I did have with the middle school students if they had been allowed to have their phones during that time. It makes a huge difference. All the research points to that. Again, we can talk ourselves out of doing anything, but I, for one, am very glad that we're finally getting some support on this.
Okay, thank you. Any additional commentary on the revisions to the Code of Student Conduct? Hearing none, is there any public comment on the recommended revisions of the Code of Student Conduct? Hearing and seeing none, thank you so much. Dr. Alday, we appreciate you and appreciate the work that you and Dr. Livingood and the rest of everyone else. Thank you, Dr. James, for serving on that committee. And it is a tough one. We'll look forward to seeing what comes about of the next revisions based on the dialogue and communication today. With that, I believe we're moving on to item 6.1. Dr. Gullett.
We are. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we have 2 more topics still. So student progression plan. So Ms. Radel has been patiently waiting with her team and will come forward unless Dr. Livingood's going to start. She's right there. To share the information we have on the student progression plan. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon again. Board Chair Dr. Campbell, board members, and Superintendent Dr. Gullett. We are here today to present our 2023-2024 recommendations to you for the revisions for our student progression plan. This is an incredibly important document that usually gets forgotten about it until we desperately need it. And so I really applaud the team for spending the time they did this year. We started really early. We started in the fall working on this document. And so Mr. Mark Ingram will explain more to you, but they took this document from the very beginning and went through the entire plan and looked and discussed the revisions that were needed. So I appreciate that, and I know it's late, but I thank you for your time and listening today and providing us feedback so we can make adjustments before it is before the public hearing in July. The committee for this progression plan included representatives from academic services teams such as our mental health and wellness, our school choice, career, technical, and education, and our student pathways and assessment team. Administrators, teachers, and parents were also included in the work. So we had a lot of people involved in this process, and we're very appreciative of their time. So I have the privilege of welcoming Mr. Mark Ingram. He is our curriculum coordinator for K-12, so he works with Ms. Riedel, which is the elementary director, and I closely, and he has been instrumental in this process this year because he has been charged with the task of seeing this whole progression from pre-K all the way through 12th. And this plan, by Florida statute, our expectations is that we provide our students and teachers a comprehensive plan of student progression from one grade to the next. And so it's a big task, and we are thankful for Mr. Ingram's work, so he's going to guide us through, and then at the end, Ms. Riedel and I will be available for additional questions after the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Livingood. Good afternoon, Attorney Powers, Ms. Martinez-Lopez, Dr. Gullett, and board members. I'm going to talk you through this revision process. This edition, this is part 2. I saw you guys a couple months ago. This is mostly focused on legislative changes. These changes have not been put into rules, so there's always a chance of things being changed again, and we'll make amendments as needed. The purpose of this progression plan is to provide students, parents, and staff a guide for what students must know and be able to do to progress through each grade level in accordance with Florida statute. The revisions are based on legislation and technical assistance from the DOE. It is understood that current and future Florida statutes, as well as board policy, take precedence over the plan, but we try our best to keep the plan up to date with those things. And input was provided by parents, teachers, directors, coordinators, and principals at schools. We are looking to have our public hearing announcement at the end of June, and then our final public hearing July 25th. The first 2 changes laid out here by new legislation are to graduation requirements. The first one is that the previous requirement for a credit in performing arts now includes career and technical education credit. So the previous requirement for 1 credit in performing arts can now include career and technical education credit. On the back end for our schools, this is being done in the course code directory, so that will be made clear, and we'll work on communicating that out and getting our admins and our counselors prepared for that change. The other change on this slide is the removal of the requirement for an online course. As of next year, there will be no required online course for our students to graduate. Our schools have been doing a lot to make that available to our students, and now that requirement will be gone. The next slide deals with concordance scores. We did have a last-minute change to concordance scores at the end of this school year. Dr. Gullett and other superintendents around the state requested emergency legislation, which they were able to attain, to basically revert to previous concordance scores on the SAT and to make the PERT available for students again, and that got us a lot of students graduated. So we do have to prepare for going forward the concordance scores being used as they were planned over the past 2 years, but has been delayed. We have to prepare for that increase in concordance scores. The state is also, on this next slide, the state is also adding a test called the Classic Learning Test. We've been in communication with our assessment team, and we'll clarify this with the schools once we know more about this test, how to make it available to our students for these concordance scores. They have not set what these concordance scores will be, but these would be to replace that ELA and math graduation requirement. And once we get that, we'll either amend the plan or we'll send guidance to schools or both. This next slide, actually, this information came about. This is just a clarification. We are not making a change here. This came about because of the instant results for the EOCs this year, how quickly teachers got to see those results. And we wanted to make it clear to teachers and students, and we'll give guidance to our schools to make Skyward cleaner in this regard, that the CSMAs for courses as well as the EOCs do count towards the student's final grade. So we just want to make that clarification there, because in the past that change has happened with EOCs in the summer. Now that's going to be input immediately with those grades, and we're going to work together this summer to make sure those processes are clean and clear for everybody. This next change is the one in this presentation that is not a state requirement, but something we feel is important going forward. Way forward, if you look at the dating, this begins with the graduating class of 2030. So students starting 6th grade this year. And essentially, this is 2 slides, and what we're looking to do is change the weighting of accelerated coursework, which we know acceleration is a big focus of ours going forward. But changing the weighting of accelerated coursework so that college level courses are a full point on your GPA, and honors level courses are a half point, so 0.5. And this is, and we break this down, we will do this in Skyward, but we'll also roll out this information to our incoming 6th graders. The way we've been calculating it will stay the same for any students currently in high school, but that 6th grade cohort, this will be different. But what we wanted to do is really reward students for taking all the opportunities for acceleration available to them. Where we're currently at, you could take 10th grade English honors and get the same bonus points as AP English. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to create a delineation, so if you're taking college level work, that's a step above honors level work. One other clarification, I'm looking at slide 9. One other clarification is that if students do not attain a D or a C or above, they're not getting that bonus point for the course. A D in an advanced course, and this is similar to previous, a D in an advanced course is still only worth 1 quality point. And this is our last update, and this comes from legislation. The legislation essentially said you can't require students to take coursework before they take their GED test unless students do not show proficiency on a practice GED test. So all we're doing is we're changing our progression plan, saying there's not a minimum hours of work to take the GED test. There is just a minimum score, which the state says we're allowed to have. And this only applies for our residential students at the Ocala Center of Success and Independence and at MTC. And that's it.
Mr. Ingram, probably our briefest presentation today, Board, so turn it over to you.
Pages in 7 minutes.
Love it so much.
Mr. Ingram.
Reverend Cummings.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me publicly apologize, because when I came in here, I thought you were Mark Avery sitting back there with the beard and everything. So thank you for that presentation. I think we needed that today.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Short and very digestible.
Yes. Dr. James.
I just want to ask 2 clarifying questions. So I grew up in Orange County where we weighted things on a 6-point scale. Was that under consideration? And why did we not go that route?
I have to think about it again, because it was under consideration. It was I think just the idea of not overinflating those numbers. Now, what students get, their GPA for Bright Futures and what gets sent to college is still set in place, but essentially those numbers don't wind up being seen anyways. So
Yeah, it's just for in-house purposes.
Right, and mathematically it works
Every
out
other
exactly the same.
institution redoes it depending on their own qualifications. So it just seemed like it might be easier to work on a full point versus a half point. So that was why I was asking that. My other question, which you may not have done, but I would be interested to know, if you look at, I think there was 37 valedictorians at Vanguard this year. If you took this formula, how many would there have been?
So I didn't run through the 37 because I had to manually do it, but I started pulling from every school, kind of the top of their GPA scale and looking at this. And this would differentiate pretty clearly valedictorians and salutatorians, because what's available and what students are currently taking is they're really loading up on honors courses. We only count the top 24. Mm-hmm. And so this would really motivate students to take the most accelerated option to them, which the previous weighting didn't necessarily do. So I don't have a raw number on that, but it would certainly differentiate more.
So my understanding was like all 37 at Vanguard this year, and correct me if I think the number was 37. All 37 had a 5.0. How many of those, they all had the exact same, when you do the worksheet, they all had literally the exact same thing, right? And we've learned that it comes down to this foreign language, level 3 and level 4, but they are not taking college level foreign language for the most part. They're taking honors, Spanish 3, Spanish 4. And so my question, I guess, is a 5.0 still going to be possible? And the answer is yes. Like some kids will decide that FLVS for their top 24 and they'll do it. But how many kids are really going to be attaining that 5.0 now?
So I think the 5.5 is kind of what you're talking about, where it's the 5.0 is perfect right now, but that 5.5, or no, you're right, I'm sorry. I don't think that 5.0 is going to be completely possible unless you're willing to do full acceleration on everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the gap is going to be in there. I think a 5.0 in this scale is going to be almost impossible because you'd have to take everything at a college level.
Yes.
So if a student did that, we would certainly celebrate and reward them. But I think right now, Vanguard had a large number because they were essentially scheduled pretty straightforwardly into courses to give them that.
Yeah, I mean, kids have figured out how to work it, and they're working very hard. So I don't
and
that they figured it out to belittle the effort that it took to get to there. I'm just interested to see the variation that would start to come because, and I can appreciate, I chuckled when you said starting with the class of 2030 because that seems like so far from now, but the plan does start in 6th grade. And so I can appreciate that. So I'm interested, I guess, inquiring minds would be interested to see the variation that's someone is going to figure out how to ace the plan and still get a 5.0, but that's going to be a very hardworking somebody for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We know no matter what the criteria are, kids are going to chase that valedictorian and salutatorian, and we just want to make sure it's something that's fair for everybody.
I do believe this is more appropriately identifies the hard work attached to college level coursework. So I think that this is far due and necessary. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I'm going to agree with Dr. James that I appreciate this because after seeing the graduations that we did, it does warrant additional conversation. So thank you for putting the time and attention to this. I understand, I believe the reason why we would have to start putting this out with this 6th grade cohort, though I almost question if it would not actually be the 7th grade cohort, and hear me out why. Because we have no 6th grade students, to my knowledge, that are taking high school credits in 6th grade. I don't believe we have, and the only way we would is if they're actually in Marion virtual school.
That's what they're doing.
So that's what they're doing in 6th grade.
That is correct. We're being as fair as possible to everybody who might be looking to be a valedictorian.
Okay, because we currently in our face-to-face environment do not allow or have any opportunities for 6th grade students face-to-face taking high school level credits.
Correct.
Right. Okay. I remember that as a parent because that was an opportunity that could have potentially presented itself to one of my children, but that was not actually presented that way. And so that's why I'm like, we don't have any, but if we have someone out there taking a Marion virtual class, then I'm assuming, I guess, they could start that in 6th grade. So, okay. Well, that answered that question. Beyond that, I appreciate it as well that we are going to start showing and giving the accolades where accolades are due. College level credit is different than honors level credit. It just is. And so we need to start making that representative. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this at all?
Are they going to present separately the red line progression plan, or is that the only piece we're going over?
The question of Ms. Conrad was, is there something specific that we need to look at in the redlined document that hasn't already been discussed, or was all we were going to talk about today specific with what?
Everything was pulled that was changed this time, yeah. Okay. The red line does include the step 1 that we already did, but everything germane to our conversation was pulled in this presentation.
So all that is redlined in the document, we covered in a student progression plan 1 of 2?
Yes.
And then these are the additional?
Everything from both revisions is in there.
Right. We're just
Yeah.
talking about actual having hard conversations about in a work session. To your knowledge, everything else in the meeting 1 of 2, we addressed all of the other pertinent redlined items, and then today we're only addressing the remainder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other comments, questions, thoughts? Okay, with that, thank you so much. I'll open it up for public comment. Seeing and hearing none, thank you so much to the team on the student progression plan. Grateful for that work. Moving on to item 7.1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last topic. So thank you, Board, for your patience and for your input today. Ms. Riedel will kick us off for the instruction materials for adoption.
Yes, good late afternoon, Board Chair Campbell, board members, and Superintendent Gullett. The instructional materials and library media departments fall under elementary curriculum instruction and digital learning. So I am here today to present Ms. Kelly Brower, the instructional materials coordinator, and she is going to be presenting the recommended secondary instructional material adoption information.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Campbell, Vice Chair Ms. Thrower, Superintendent Gullett, and all board members. Happy to be here today. I know you've had a tough 3 days, but hopefully this won't be too painful. I'll try to also be brief, but we are super excited that we've come to the point where we can share the recommendations for secondary instructional materials. As you know, an adoption cycle is a very long process, so I will highlight just how long the process is today. So we started on January 25th. Let me get forward my slide. So we started on January 25th by opening up our intent to purchase. So we did open up on EdCredible, which is a technology platform that we use for instructional materials adoptions. And we did open up 2 math programs as well as 612 social studies. So we kept that platform open till February 3rd. At that point, we start to gather our district evaluation committees. And our district evaluation committees look at a really high level. So they look for that ESE support, they look for the differentiation, the scaffolding, what supports are put in place for universal design for learning, and also, are there enough strategies in there for our ESE students, and so that all students can reach their full potential. Additionally, we bring in technology to make sure the publishers that have submitted for intent meet our technology needs so that when we go out to review committee, we don't have anybody doing any unnecessary work. So moving forward, after our district committee, we went to our review committees. So our review committees are up to 15 members. We had several review committees this year as we had to have a committee for mathematics 7, grade 7 acceleration, mathematics for college algebra. We had a committee for middle school 6-8 social studies, and we had 2 high school committees. So as you might remember, you did make recommendations for community members, and so those community members, of course, were invited to participate, and they did. We had our parent members and our teacher members. Teacher and parent members are found by applications, and so I was really pleased with the amount of people we had on each committee, especially looking for 5 committees at a single time. So we had great participation. So moving into the next steps, we of course provided training to all committee members. We had 2 different dates, one on a weeknight and one on a weekend. And we train them on the EdCredible platform so that they understand the rubrics that they're going to be using, also how to get to all of the information the publishers supply. We do give them training in CPOMs so that they are able to access all of the Florida academic standards. And we also invite them to come to our office if they have any questions and if they would like to see the actual books, because sometimes it is a little bit different to look at the actual textbooks than to look at them digitally. So March 8th to April 2nd, we had the professional library open Monday through Friday, all day, for anybody that wanted to come over and see the materials. I also stayed at least 3 nights to make sure that all teachers, because those high school teachers get out so late, so that 4:30 time doesn't really work, so that they're also able to come over and see anything that they would like to see. Our next step was on March 30th. We had 2 different opportunities. We had the school administrator review, where they can leave us recommendations and comments, and then afterwards we had the community review night. So again, we bring out all the textbooks. We had several rooms set up over at MTI in Building 2, and anyone can leave us any comments. They can talk directly with us. The math coordinators were there, the program specialists, so that we can answer any questions they have. On April 3rd, we were at Westport High School, where the committees met in person as entire committees and also ran their votes. So we have a facilitator in each vote to run those votes. That was noticed and open to the public. We did have some public attend, and that's fabulous. We did run 2 votes. If there was any doubt of what the committee actually wanted, I wanted to make sure if there was a vote and a committee member's vote did not make first or second, that they re-voted, so that everybody had a vote that counted. So we made sure we had a strong fidelity to the process. So we get to where we have our committee recommendations. Now, list from state came out very late this year. So we did ask that the committees give us a first choice and an alternate. Without having state list, we don't know, was it going to be like math where they gave us 1? And maybe we hadn't picked that one, and we don't want to have to bring committees back together again because that sets a very high frustration level. So we did go with a first and alternate. And then once we received state list, we did go ahead and make recommendation to the superintendent so that the superintendent is able to bring her recommendations, which is what I'm doing today. I'm actually bringing superintendent recommendations on the advice of all of these review committees. So the committees, I'll go through this quickly, but the committees in mathematics grade 7 acceleration, they were able to look at McGraw-Hill, Savas, and HMH. Again, publishers have to come into our intent. So when we look at which publishers we're reviewing, the publishers had to come into wanting to bid for Marion County's business. For mathematics for college algebra, we did have 2 products from National Geographic Learning, otherwise known as Cengage Learning, college algebra and college prep algebra. In grades 6 through 8 social studies, the committees reviewed McGraw-Hill, their complete suite for 6 through 8, Savas Learning, again, a complete suite, 6 through 8, and a complete suite from National Geographic's Cengage. In 9-12, the Social Studies Committee, so this is where it divides, because I had one high school committee that looked specifically at world history, United States history, and United States government. So that committee looked at McGraw-Hill and Savas Learning. And then we had a second committee that looked at economics, economics with financial literacy, and personal financial literacy. So the economics committee reviewed McGraw-Hill and National Geographic Learning, Cengage. For economics with financial literacy, they looked at McGraw-Hill and also Savas. And then in financial literacy, they looked at Goodhart-Wilcox, Savas, and National Geographic Cengage. So just so there's an understanding, and I think anybody who's ever been on an adoption committee will tell you it's a lot more than what they expect. If I was to print out my rubric, it takes 64 pieces of paper. So it is a very in-depth. We actually use the state core rubric just to make sure we are in alignment with the same way that the state reviewers are reviewing the text. So again, getting the amount of publishers to the actual publishers that meet all of our needs is really important, because otherwise they just wouldn't be able to thoroughly review the materials. So what brings us here today is actually Board Policy 2521, which gives the authority to the superintendent to bring her recommendations to the school board based again on those review committees. So I'm very pleased to actually let you know now where we're going. So the superintendent's recommendation for mathematics grade 7 acceleration is McGraw-Hill, which McGraw-Hill is our current math publisher in grades 6 through 10. So again, the committee could have chosen any publisher they wanted, but it is nice that the teachers are familiar with the book and also with the digital platform. The superintendent recommendation for mathematics for college algebra is College Prep Algebra 2nd edition from Cengage Learning. And I'll just give a brief reason why we need to adopt this product. So I'll just remind you that this course will help our striving mathematicians. So this course is specifically designed for those students that have not passed their algebra EOC or earned a concordance score. So we want to give them that opportunity to get those extra algebra skills that they need so that they can either pass that algebra EOC or earn that concordant. And it also adds another math option for the high school math progression. So for superintendent's recommendations for middle school social studies, we did go with McGraw-Hill. So McGraw-Hill will be world history in 6th grade, civics in 7th grade, and McGraw-Hill United States history in 8th grade. In high school, McGraw-Hill was also selected. So McGraw-Hill for world history in 10th grade, McGraw-Hill for United States history in 11th, and McGraw-Hill for that semester course, American Government, in 12th grade. For economics, both the economics and the economics with financial literacy, they both selected McGraw-Hill, which works really well for us because the environment right now with economics with financial lit, personal financial literacy is very fluid. There's changes that are being emailed today. I've been reading through them. So as we move forward with our 23-24 ninth grade cohort, and we know that personal financial literacy course will become mandatory for graduation, they are going to sunset economics with financial literacy at some point. So being able to purchase the same book for both courses, because economics, of course, will stay, is obviously very financially responsible. The personal financial literacy book that was selected is the Goodhart-Wilcox book, Foundations of Financial Literacy. This, I do want to make sure that you're aware, this is for the elective that we currently offer. This course and this book does not meet the 23-24 ninth grade cohort graduation requirement. That course is going up in front of the State Board of Education on July 19th. At that point, they'll get permission to have the course. I think that the DOE is trying to bring the standards as well as the course on July 19th. After the course is designed and the standards are established and approved by the State Board of Education, the publishers will then have to design a book. So we don't know where exactly that's going to land, as if our economics book might satisfy, we don't think so, or this personal financial literacy book. So this personal financial literacy book will be bought specifically for those students that are scheduled into this course. So this will be a very minor purchase. But I think it is important for these students to have the opportunity to get those important life skills. So our next steps, on 6/27, we will notice the public hearing. On July 11th, we'll have a public hearing for comments with no vote. On July 20th, we'll have a public hearing for official vote. We'll then open up our 30 days. And on 8/22, if we have had no formal objections, we will go ahead and start ordering. If we have had formal objections, of course, we will bring in a hearing officer at that point. So you can see this starts in January and it ends at the end of August. So it is a very long process, and a lot of work goes into it, and I definitely appreciate all the work that the committee did. All the committees did. So, oops. So the next step after today, with your permission, I will go ahead and post tomorrow the public access. So part of meeting statutory requirements is that we now have 20 days for that public to now have access to those public links. I have everything ready, so I will get that posted. Statute also says it has to be on our homepage, so we will get that uploaded on our homepage. And we do also on our homepage have our noticed upcoming meetings and hearings, as well as I have a press release going out tomorrow as well. We want to make sure if public has anything to offer, we want to hear it, so we want to make sure we're as visible as possible. So at this time, I will open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brower. I want to thank you. I had a chance to go out and observe this process one evening at one of our schools, and board very well organized. The community members that I spoke to were very pleased and felt it was presented in a way that they could be very actively involved and get all their questions answered. So thank you for making this possible. I know you had brought some expertise to Marion County, so that we're glad that you're here and providing that that format so effectively. So thank you for all of that. Board, we look forward to answering any questions you have.
I'll go ahead and start, and then I'll open it up for additional board members. My only, thank you, Ms. Brower. I appreciate the work that you did here. Just wanting to clarify, the reason that we are potentially not going to be able to prepare orders for adopted instructional materials for this upcoming school year after school starts is because the state list did not come out in a timely enough fashion. Is that accurate?
Yes, so in the current climate and with 59 bills at the time pending, with statute going all over, we're not comfortable with coming to board without it being on list. At this point, we don't feel like it is in our best interest to go off list. And so with the very late session, we had a very late list. The DOE felt that they would notify publishers of changes that needed to be made, and that's what caused the list to be so late, but you are correct.
Okay, so just for information's sake again, because we are going to be ordering books and instructional materials after school starts, there's no kind of hold harmless or anything on those individual. I mean, we're still going to have students that are tested on the same standards, but not having the instructional materials that align with those standards?
So we are actually ordering before school starts, so there is an order of how we plan on getting the materials out to make sure that any course that has that EOC, right, civics will be a priority, and also U.S. history in 11th. But I will tell you that with the civics grant, we were able to order a supplemental textbook, which will be in their classrooms on day one. No matter what, I will work day and night to ensure that those two courses have a textbook. And so they will have that supplemental textbook through the civics grant. That book also did make lists for those two subjects, but we were able to get it as like even more materials for those courses. Additionally, in high school, they will continue to use their textbooks, as well as middle school will continue to use the extra consumables that they have. The curriculum team is well aware of the situation. And remember, we get digital rights the day I send in a PO. So even though we won't have the textbooks, we will have digital rights. So every student will have a digital copy of their textbook, and every teacher will have a digital access to their materials. And so the curriculum team works with me to keep in communication, and so we are planning that we know that this is happening.
Thank you. And my last question, since you did mention civics, is it my understanding that the We the People curriculum is not going to be approved through DOE in the upcoming?
So We the People did not even submit. So they were not even on short bid lists. So We the People tends to be more of a supplemental program. The last two publications were 2020 and 2021, respectively, of the two books that they produce. We do have a plethora of those materials here in Marion County, and the curriculum team and the coordinators do support that program. And so we are super excited that that's out there as well, to really excite the students about social studies and let them use those materials. So really, Marion County is going to have a really nice suite of social studies materials.
Thank you so much. Other board comments?
That was
Conrad.
That was my question also. I was looking at the dates that didn't align with school starting. Do you know where we're going to fall on 7th grade math?
So 7A will get here after school starts. However, it is a consumable product, so we can drop ship those directly to the schools. And so we'll only need to barcode the teacher materials. And since it's not an overwhelming number, that is on my priority of courses to get pushed out to the schools. The 7th grade textbook does start to cover the standards. So worst case scenario, they would use the 7th grade textbook to start their course. But again, they'll have digital rights.
Do we have a date when we anticipate that everything will be here?
So 7A is in stock at FSBD, the Florida School Book Depository. So if I put in my order for 7A on the 23rd, assuming Ms. Martinez Lopez gets in the board approval and the narrative so that I have it for my purchasing orders, we would expect we'll have it in 2 weeks. So you need to give us about a week to barcode the teacher materials. However, the students will be drop shipped. So we've already started to order our consumables for next year, and we're seeing them within 10 days after ordering.
Dr. James.
Is the district office now barcoding all materials, or are school sites still responsible for barcoding textbooks?
So we barcode anything that is a classroom set, and we barcode anything that's a teacher edition. We do that out of my office. So we do not ask the schools to barcode. I mean, there could be sometimes an extenuating circumstance where we can do something quicker.
500 world history books show up on Westport's campus. Are they already barcoded? Okay. That's good to hear. It wasn't that way when I was an assistant principal of instruction. So that's
Yeah, and I am really excited. In high school, we are going to move to classroom sets. So that lowers the amount of individual textbooks that need to be barcoded. So we do feel, I have a calendar, my clerks all have the calendar, so we have everything scheduled as to when it's coming in and to how fast we can barcode, but we understand the urgency, believe me. I'm all about student achievement and making sure our students have what they need.
Okay. That was, I mean, really my only obvious was the same with the timeline. So, and I'm happy to hear that the schools are not bearing the responsibility of that, because there's a lot of other things for schools to do in August than barcode textbooks. So, thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Dr. Gullett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that to the timeline questions, it's not ideal for us, but similar to a conversation we had 2 years ago, we didn't want to get ahead of the Department of Education because I think that was not a good use of our resources or very wise. So I think the team did a fantastic job doing the best we can, and always our priority is ensuring that with the teachers have the materials they need. But certainly that's what we were presented with. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett.
Thank you.
There's no additional board comments on this. Thank you, Ms. Brower. Is there any public comment? Seeing and hearing none, thank you again to the team. Thank you for being with us all day today. We appreciate your patience and for being with us for quite an extended period of time today. So with that, we actually do have one board initiative on here that is to discuss our advocacy rep for the Florida School Boards Association in 2023-2024. This is item 9.1. Vice Chair.
Thanks, and I'll just say that I'm happy to continue as alternate if that is okay with everybody else. If not, that's okay too.
Thank you. So just as a reminder to the full board, this is something that following our conference next week that we'll be getting notice that each school board has an advocacy liaison to the Florida School Board Association Advocacy Committee, and then subsequently those members of the Advocacy Committee then have the ability to be a part of the Legislative Subcommittee, which I have been serving in both of those roles for the last 2 years, I guess. And I'm happy to serve again, but I certainly wanted to bring it up for conversation if anybody else is wanting to step into that role. Any comments on this?
I think you've done admirably.
I mean,
I like the committee. We already got dates for a committee next year or this upcoming year, and I feel like we're really building some good relationships and gaining some good traction up there, and that's gratifying and important.
I would like to bring up the email Ms. Martinez-Lopez sent us. The way that reads to me is us being in Tallahassee for 2 nights, 3 days.
So yes, 2 nights, 2 days. So it would be driving up on one evening and then having meetings on a Tuesday and then possibly a Wednesday as well. And the only reason that is a recommendation, and it certainly doesn't have to be that way, but the only reason that was a recommendation is I know this past time, whenever we met with, I'll use Senator Perry's staff for an example, when we went in on a daytime meeting, they asked, and will you be here tonight? Because we'd like to, and so we didn't have the opportunity because we just had driven up for one day, or the night had been the night before we had those meetings. And so the only reason that potentially I was recommending those 2 options were just so that we would have an extra night in the event that we could actually spend additional time with some of our legislators, not in their offices, not when they're in committee, and spend that more of a social time per se with them. But certainly we don't have to do that, but it would be 2 nights and then 2 days.
Okay, I'll just speak for myself as a board member. I know that those timeframes are also around when we'll do FSBA winter conference. We go there the first week in December. So the dates are falling very closely with Thanksgiving holiday and then FSBA, the winter conference, and then a winter holiday. So I don't believe that I would be making myself available for a night stay in Tallahassee. I'm certainly on board for a day trip again, but I don't believe that there'll be space in my life for a multiple night trip to Tallahassee.
Understood. And so as we can discuss the advocacy rep, or we can just move forward with that, or we can talk about the committee weeks. The dates that have been put out are around the Thanksgiving holiday and around they are around those dates. So it's you're absolutely correct on that. So Vice Chair.
And it's always great to, be up there together, but there's also been trips that not all of us were available to go, and it's just having ourselves represented either with all of us or 2 of us, or, however that works with everyone else's schedules. And I'm not sure that I would go up the night before and spend the night. I might drive up the morning of. I just said yes to it because, for openers, I'll figure out a way to make myself available, but as it gets a little closer to the time, I'll decide whether or not about the stay overnight part and whatnot. And who knows, maybe when it gets closer to the time, I might be able to make one day and not both. It's a little bit far away.
Understood.
But I love going up during committee time and not legislative days. Legislative days is just a mad rush. There's people from everywhere. You're lucky if you get 5 minutes. It's not really a time to have, I would say, productive conversation. It's more just meet and greet. So if I'm going to drive all the way up there, I'd rather do something besides meet and greet.
Right, and just for further conversation on that, Florida School Board Association is not able to move legislative days, at least this year, to committee weeks, which has been the advocacy and legislative committee's recommendation that they move it, and because of hotel space and conference space and so not having much available up there in Tallahassee, that was not even a possibility this year. So we are trying to get them to move in that direction, because we do understand committee weeks are really whenever we can truly impact legislation. But that's why us as a board going up, I believe this year during committee week, and even, the time that we spent in Tallahassee was well received, and it's really when you can impact and shape legislation while it's actually in practice, or in process, I should say. So back to the advocacy rep position, I am happy to serve again, but I do need to have consensus of the board if that's the direction that you want to go. And Vice Chair has offered to serve as the alternate again, if that is how the board would like to have it. Works for me.
Works for me.
Silence gives consent.
Okay, we'll have that one. Thank you. We'll have that one checked off the list whenever the email comes to us. We have consensus. Thank you. And then we can have further conversation about the dates we might want to be in Tallahassee at another time. Try to do that potentially via email just to get the conversation with Ms. Martinez-Lopez. She can collect that information and let us know which works the best for us. So with that, moving into board comments and concerns, board clerk's office. Speaking of which, attorney's office.
Just make it quick. I had indicated that I would let the board know. I worked closely with Ms. Riedel regarding the Code of Civility, and that's, of course, going to go into our Code of Student Conduct. That is a standalone item on its own that's directed at students, and I had expressed prior that there was some concern over enforcement mechanisms and saying that there's an enforcement mechanism where there may not be. Neola has a code of civility, which the other one is based closely on, and that policy will be coming before you with our next round of updates, which Neola is working on preparing and finalizing. So as soon as I get some dates from them and some finalization so that we can incorporate, I'll be setting on agendas for whenever that happens, but I'm in a hurry up and wait position at the moment. So I think that's all from legal at this moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Powers. Superintendent Gullett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Board today was a marathon session, and I think we landed in the same place we began with very authentic conversation. I really appreciate each and every one of you and the feedback that you give and the authentic engagement to the work that we're doing. This is there are a lot of moving pieces and a lot of work ahead, but I appreciate your support of our work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gullett. Dr. James.
I want to provide an update for Mr. Chris. I committed to doing that. So Ms. Novella Haynes has been working with him. The last update I gave, and Dr. Galt and I touched base on this, but Mr. Chris did not have a psychological evaluation that would be fitting to qualify for funding through federal programs. So we are working in the community with some nonprofits to get him some support there. So we're getting some documentation for job application and job placement for him. And then we're also working with vocational rehabilitation for to get some assistance with a psychological evaluation so that we can, or something of the like, so that we can start trying to apply for housing and other permanent funding structures that would be supportive of a continuing livelihood. So that's where we are with Mr. Chris. I don't know when I said 6 months. Do you remember, Attorney Powers, when that conversation was? I imagine it's coming up because it seems it has been quite some time.
I don't think it was quite that long ago, though.
I think it's probably been 4 or 5 months. I do want to acknowledge that every month we are making effort and stride in getting permanent supports in place for a transition. So there is no level of stagnation that is occurring. So I just want to assure the board that, and Mr. McFadden and some of our staff are the ones doing the heavy lifting. I'm simply the connector of pieces and or communicator of the message. So our staff takes full responsibility and praise for getting what we've accomplished so far accomplished. I do want to make one remark. Something I've noticed lately, and I'm trying to pay attention to it, is previously, up until very recently, and maybe the last month, our board clerk was, her name was used when we spoke about her in the script and otherwise. And of late, I've been trying to pay attention in the last couple meetings. She's referred to as the board clerk's office and not Miss Martinez-Lopez. And everyone else on the dais is referred to by their name. Attorney Powers, Dr. Gullett, board members, Board Member James, Board Member Conrad. And I have a problem with not using people's names who are on the dais. So I don't know if that's a script change or if it's just a habit change, but I believe that we should be using everyone's name on the dais when we refer to them. That is, I guess, a remark or comment I would like to make. So I think that is more than appropriate. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. James. Reverend Cummings.
We've had a robust discussion on so many different topics today. I think it's all been beneficial to our district moving to where it needs to go. I thank our superintendent and her staff for all the presentations from the insurance all the way up to the progression plan and the books. So we have a lot of things on our plate. Next week, we'll be down in Tampa for our FSBA conference. Some things going on there. I do want to congratulate all of our seniors that graduated these past few weeks. I have one more graduation to attend. That's MTC. That's going to be coming up later in the month of June. So we're praying that everyone will have a safe summer. Our kids who are in summer school, which starts today, correct? Summer school starts today, correct? Mm-hmm. So parents, please get that help that those kids may need, and let's keep them moving forward. I too think we ought to address folk on the dais by their name, not positions. We can't say we're family and we're treating people or referring to people as a position. So I will be, and I always have, I'll refer to our board clerk when she's on the dais by her name, Ms. Martinez Lopez. I won't be saying the board clerk's office because the office is around the corner. That's the board clerk, Ms. Martinez Lopez. So hopefully we'll all follow suit and do the same thing. Thank you.
Reverend Cummings. Ms. Conrad.
Just briefly, thank you to all the teams that presented today. It was a lot of information, a lot of work that went into it, and a long day, a productive day, so thank you for all of that. Some of you hung with us the whole day, so thank you. And I too, I haven't been paying as good attention as Dr. James, but certainly as, really when I was growing up, it was just called good manners. And you refer to people by their name and not their position, unless as a board we want to be all referred to as our position. So I too follow suit with that. I apologize, Elena, if that was something that I did and follow suit with the discussion that happened up here. With that being said, I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Conrad. Vice Chair Thrower.
Thank you, and if hard work, grit, resiliency, and determination is going to take us where we need to go, then I think we're well on our way. Thanks to all for their time today, and I certainly concur. It's always my intention to make everyone feel respected and part of the team, and no matter what their position. So that's all I have. Oh, and I'd love to know when the MTC graduation is, because we always get notified of the rest of them. Is that the nursing one?
I think it's June 15th.
Okay, maybe we could just get an email about that or something. Try to get it on my calendar.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing up the MTC graduation, because I don't remember if regalia is worn for that. And so if it is, then folks who've already turned that in and want to attend that graduation might need to get that back. So that's a very good point to be made.
June 15th.
I'm sorry?
June 15th.
June 15th. Okay. Thank you so much for that. Thank you to the hard work. This board has been together a lot over the course of the last few days. Everyone up on this dais has been together a lot over the last few days, and we'll be back again tomorrow for master board training, and then next Wednesday again for another work session that we've just scheduled, and then at conference for a few days, and then back again for another work session. So definitely the month of June, we have a full slate for sure ahead of us. But I am grateful for the hard work that we are putting in. That's very important and valuable. My hope is that in the future, perhaps some of these items that are and take such extensive dialogue and conversation that perhaps we can get on a bit of a different timeline, that we might be able to have them to us sooner so that we don't wait to the midnight hour to get them done. And some of these things we have to have in place by July 1, and knowing it's June 1 and we still have things to be done, it does cause me a bit of concern that we do continue to have items, and perhaps there are justifiable reasons for that. But some of these items are, this board's going to dive deep. I said that earlier, and I hope that staff is understanding of that we're not just going to sit here and rubber stamp things. Speaking for myself individually, I know that each one of these board members painstakingly goes through this information, and we're not just rubber stamping things. We are going to ask a lot of questions, and we're going to dive deep. So my hope is in the future, whether it be school calendar or student progression plan or code of student conduct or whatever it might be, district staffing and school staffing plans, those things that we do want to have extensive conversation on, that we're not getting so close to when we have to have them approved officially, and that we can potentially get on a different timeline moving forward. I think that will be helpful for everyone and will help us work even more efficiently and effectively. Ms. Martinez Lopez, grateful for you and the work that you do in the board clerk's office. And I hope that we all have a wonderful rest of our day. We are going to be adjourned at 4:05 p.m.